think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
lot of. I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well,
On 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Tolo Tuesday edition with the entire crew here again on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider, Bobby Belt. We got Pepe and Aiden in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube on the morning after, dare I say, the most boring sports night of the year.
Or the best if you have stuff to do, and you can't have time to watch. It was picture day. It was picture day. Going through all those honeymoon photos.
Oh, yeah.
That is a nightmare.
Yesterday was?
Nobody posts later than you guys.
We don't. Yeah, well, you can't post while you're there, right? That you can't do that. You can do like a story every now and then, but we had 1,300 photos to go through.
You posted like a 500 photo story a couple weeks, last week.
Now that was a story. Now this was the posts.
Oh, okay.
Difference. Now you got to come up with captions, and now next up, and it's the actual wedding photos, like the between the ceremony and the reception thingy pictures. That's next. So we needed this day. We needed it.
No NBA, no NHL. You had some WNBA featuring the Wings, but otherwise, Bobby, what did you do? What did you watch?
It was dead, so we finished watching 4 seasons on Netflix.
You finished 4 seasons of a show yesterday?
It's the name of the show, 4 seasons. We finished watching that, and then we watched one more episode of The Wire, as Kristen's never seen it, and so we're running through it again. But that was basically it, getting caught up on shows.
I think Peyton Russell probably the most entertaining night as he's getting all packed up for, is this a bachelor party?
It is.
The
it
RJ
is.
Choppy bachelor party.
Yes, one of my best friends from college, Chad, is getting married in December. So we, us and the Los Hombres, along with his brothers, are going out there to St. George, Utah. But we do tour into Vegas on Wednesday. So stay night in Vegas. I had a free hotel room, so we'll party up there for a little bit on a Wednesday night, and then we'll drive. I believe it's 2 hours or so to Utah, and it's a golf trip. You know, you're wondering what's in St. George, Utah. It's golf. There's golf resorts out there. My friends are a big golf team. So, you know, yeah.
How far is that place from Salt Lake City?
Ooh, no idea. I have not mapped it out yet.
Okay. Okay. Can you see it from there?
You can see Vegas.
What did he say in the meeting that day? What was that about?
He said he could see, he could see Seattle from Vancouver or something.
I think that's still true. You might have to, don't quote me. But
302 miles, 4 hours and 24-minute drive.
So last week when we were talking about getting in a bet on the Cowboys over-under win total for the season, you're like, yo, man, I'm going to Vegas for a day if you want me to put that money in. Here's my question. First off, if I Venmo you money, is that good for you? Do you have to get actual cash from me? But more importantly, if the ticket wins, can I cash it here? Or do I have to go to Vegas? Aiden is already shaking his head no.
So, well, depending on how much you win from it, you might be able to just afford a plane ticket out there and then just, use that winnings back. But, I think I really do think there's a mail-in option.
You can mail it. It's on the back.
If you trust that. But, yeah, I mean, if you go out to Vegas, you just have to cash it. I think it's valid for, over a year? I don't know how long those tickets are valid for. But, yeah, if it cashes, I mean, you just go out there and...
I don't want to go out there.
Yeah,
it has to be a mail.
It's
they
an
have to
excuse,
mail
though.
to
It's
me.
an excuse, though, to go out there. No.
It is an excuse.
You're clearly trying to avoid it. He's trying to encourage, hey, it's okay. You're allowed to go, Sean.
Imagine a morning show trip out to Vegas. We had the excuse to get your winning ticket, and then we partied up there in Vegas for the weekend. It's worth it.
Imagine being the operative word there. If it's over under 7.5, see where you can get it right now, Choppy. What the updated number is? I might be going about 500. 500
Damn.
on the over for them to get 8 wins.
I think so too. I think the over is in play. Let's see. This was as of 6 days ago, and they're going in chronological order of wins.
Keep going.
Yep.
Keep going to find the Cowboys.
Go down that
I
way.
would just ask Sean if you do it before I leave for the trip, because if I have to use the ATM out there, there's fees and all that. So
if I Venmo you 500, you're fine with that, or I need to go get you cash?
Oh, I can take cash. That's fine. Either one.
He knows that's fine. He's asking, can he Venmo you to make it easier for him? Not like, can he do you the favor
So
of
I have
going
to
out of
have
his
you
way?
wait downstairs while I run into the McDonald's or wherever there's an ATM.
Yeah, it's 7.5. It's
7.5. Okay, what's the lowest that you guys have seen it? Have you seen it at 6.5? No.
No, I haven't. I saw it at 8 at one point. 8.5. That was before like the draft and everything. Before free agency and everything. But yeah, 7.5. That's where I've seen it. Now, what's shifted is the odds you got to pay. It used to be minus, so the favorite was the under. Now the favorite's the over. So minus 120 on an under. Now it's like minus 120, 130 on the over.
So right
Depending on
now,
what you get.
today, if they get 8 wins, I'll get what back in return on $500?
Well, just on 100, you would have to bet 120 to win 100.
Okay.
So you would, what, $400?
Something
Okay.
like that.
I don't know if that's worth it, all this Peyton hassle. 877-881-1053. Let us know what you did yesterday evening, or maybe you were focused on the new basketball star.
This game is still manageable right here.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Bueckers on Skyler with the layup. Paige has 17.
All right, Paige Bueckers with the second game after the 0-1 start. They still lost to Seattle, 79-71. Bueckers on the evening, 19 points, along with 8 assists and 5 rebounds. But the Wings start off 0-2 and 0-2 at home.
The only starter in the positive plus minus too, Sean. That's a big deal. Look, I mean, she's actually entertaining. She's actually fun to watch. And so she's not Caitlin Clark. She's not out here making cheap shots, shoving people. She's not she's not just chucking things up like she's Brandon Jennings. She's
And
going
how
to play a
much have you
complete
watched?
basketball game.
Brandon Jennings.
So they had some really great highlights up here that they were running just now, Sean,
like
while
that?
we're getting ready to start here.
You like that?
So
So the Wings start off 0-2. Let us know if you have gone or whether you are going to go. Nick Sirianni gets an extension in Filthy
Yeah, he does. He's 48-20.
and about to be fired.
Yeah, he's about to be fired. Right, he's 48-20. But Nick Sirianni is. It's funny because he is like the coach that I think gets way less credit, and maybe the hate is personality versus actual performance as a coach. But you know, to me, like is he a good coach? Talk is out the door. It's out the door. Like he's inarguably a good coach. His manners, his mannerisms are one thing.
based
But-
on what? Like, I mean, I know they won, but like, I mean, there are plenty of people we don't
They
give
are
credit
a
to for
train
winning.
wreck of an organization. Largely,
They're a train wreck
largely
of an
because of him.
organization?
I'm sorry, because of like personalities.
Okay.
Right, their personalities, and largely because of him. You're right. Like that's fair. But he does. It does seem there's a method to the madness of keeping it together.
I don't know, because that's the whole, is that if it's teetering on the edge.
The method's Big Dom.
The
Yeah,
method's
that's
Big
exactly
Dom.
what it is.
His
If,
method's
if
Big
it's
Dom.
teetering on the edge, like, I mean, we it felt like we were an inch away from Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni just being an irreparable relationship over the last 18 months.
It seems that way, but somehow they make it work. You know,
Well, last year the reports were that they literally were separating the two of them.
That's what you gotta do.
They had to have a mediator, and the mediator's gone now.
Why then? Who's the mediator?
Kellen was the one that they said was mediating basically between the two of them.
Why then, if you were Howie Roseman and we're hearing things between Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni, you know that Howie Roseman has to be hearing those same exact things. Why sign him up long term like that?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know why they just gave him the deal. Like, I figure you would at least wait till you're a couple weeks into the season and see, all right, is this going to work now? Is this new setup going to work? Or do we need to take a look at this again? It feels just like, all right, you won the Super Bowl. Here's your reward. And fine, you can do it that way. But I mean, like, this was a guy that before last year, they were this close, it felt like, to firing.
I mean, 2 Super Bowls in what,
Because
3
of that
years?
collapse.
Yeah, 2 Super Bowls in 3 years.
Which was because of the reasons a lot of times people felt like were the dynamics that existed between them.
Yeah, but they were like 9-1 or 10-1 before that. So you have to factor in the great win-loss record, the great Super Bowl appearances, that second half collapse, and then whatever else goes on between him and the locker room.
If he's available tomorrow, how many teams pick him up? Would fire their coach? Let's just say all the coaches in the NFL are on expiring deals, right? So they don't have to do buyouts. How many teams, if they're are moving on from their coach for Sirianni?
It's a great question. He's the hardest one. Ooh,
15?
It depends what the rest of the league thinks and says about him behind the scenes. About what he's the hardest coach in the National Football League that I can't get a grasp on what he actually does and whether it's good and bad and how much bad versus how much good. I don't know.
Like generally, like
win-loss wise and success wise, it would be a no-brainer.
No brainer. Like
and he is winning with Jalen Hurts.
There's the thing.
That's impressive.
A lot of coaches will say, well, the coach is winning because of the quarterback, right? Well, if you don't think much of Jalen Hurts as a quarterback, then
I don't even know if it's not thinking as much. It was just like it was a project.
Yeah.
It was a big transition for Jalen Hurts. It felt like to be an NFL quarterback versus just running around and being a backup from college.
Maybe like a dozen. Looking at the list of teams right now, because you on the surface would think it'd be a lot more, but then it's like, all right, Baltimore's not moving on from Harbaugh for him. I don't think Sean McDermott is getting fired in Buffalo for him.
But a dozen is positive.
No, I mean to think that more than half the league, like you're the Super Bowl champions, and less than half the league is going to move on from their head coach for you. I don't think that's true. Usually, most coaches that just won a Super Bowl.
I don't know, man. Like that, I think you're under. I think it's. Like,
I think if you look at the list of teams, you're going to go.
Like
you're going to be surprised.
I
mean, just go to Sean Payton, Dan Campbell, Matt LaFleur, right there. None of them are moving on.
They're not.
D'Amico Ryans. I don't know. They really like D'Amico Ryans there in Houston. You go down then Shane Steichen in Indianapolis.
Get rid of him. Sirianni.
Probably, but I mean, like again, you're talking about from the same coaching tree already, and if they like Steichen. Liam Cohen, sure. Jacksonville probably moving on from him. They weren't in love with him.
Tampa will move on from Bowles.
Andy Reid, Pete Carroll, Jim Harbaugh, Sean McVay. I don't think all of them are moving on.
None of them would.
Maybe McDaniel. I don't know. Kevin O'Connell, no. Vrabel in New England, no.
No, not these two.
Like, I mean, this is like you go down the list, you're going to start finding.
Those aren't knocks to me that a team who has a really good coach and someone who's established isn't kicking that person out the door for Sirianni.
But then we're still saying Sirianni's the 18th or 19th best coach in the NFL. If that, like, by the idea of just if it's just who's better.
Staying power doesn't mean that you're better than that person. In my opinion, just swapping them out. Anyway, this isn't going anywhere.
I agree with that. Like, just because you wouldn't fire your coach for him
doesn't mean he's the 18th best coach in the NFL. But whatever. DC is getting a new stadium, and apparently they're going to put a roof on it, but they're not. They're trying to give us a Super Bowl, help us get one back in Arlington.
Dude, this is weird. So, the president of the Commanders.
Who's that, Magic?
It is. It is not Magic.
Wasn't that funny?
Is Mark Klaus.
Gave me a reitman there.
Mark Klaus is his name. He was talking about the new stadium and all the events that are going to be at the new stadium. And I'm like, I'm listening for one, and I'm like, I don't hear it.
Through a lot of arm wrestling, there is a roof on the stadium, and I think that's going to enable us to bring, 30 to 40 world-class events. I mean, we will be the only roofed facility of this side in the Mid-Atlantic, and so, whether that's Taylor Swift or the Final Four or any WWE wrestling fans out there, WrestleMania could come, but we are going to be able to host everything that's in the city on a national stage, and because of that roof, it gives us a chance to actually create a pipeline of jobs and development.
All right, he mentioned all those events, great events. No Super Bowl. The whole point of you're an NFL team, you would want to host the Super Bowl.
What's the year in which you think we're getting it?
It was 20. I can't remember if it was the 2029 Super Bowl or the 2031, but it was that. One of those two was either the 2029 season or the 2029 Super Bowl, but they had gotten rid of the Final Four. The Final Four, or the college championship was supposed to be here. The national championship in college football was supposed to be here, and they moved on from it because the thought was the NFL needs the building a month in advance, and that would have been within that time window. So, Washington, they're building a brand new stadium with a roof, but they didn't mention the Super Bowl.
And Cam Scadaboo and Jackson Dart already bros in New York, Bobby, as they got the early morning headbutt every time they see each other there in New York.
Yeah, that's
the new bros backfield.
That fits the meathead persona for those two to just clank heads every morning because there's nothing inside. They don't have to worry about anything rattling around in there. Jackson Dart, who literally doesn't have a snap count, all he does is clap, and he can't tell Gruden what a cadence is. And then Cam Scadaboo, who is everything
quads.
that we've talked about.
Big quads.
Yeah,
Huge
that's it.
leg,
That's
huge
that's just about it.
Rangers are off because they're getting ready for the New York Yankees. You thought you had a football battle between these two? Wait till you hear the baseball battle while we get you set for the series that starts tonight on the home of the Rangers and where the Rangers now in the power rankings with this awesome staff and this questionable offense. All that is next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
State Farm score? They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and electric attorneys in Dallas.
Sports actually returns tonight with a 5:30 pregame on this radio station, your home of the Texas Rangers, as they are in the Bronx to take on the New York Yankees. The Rangers are 25-23. The Yankees are 27-19. They're 4.5 games up in the American League East. And before we get to the drama there in New York, it's really the other New York team, but the Yankees are a factor in it. Where are we with the power rankings and where the Rangers stand right now?
Oh, the Texas Rangers, they're moving on up. That's a big positive.
Yeah.
In fact, they're the biggest mover this week, according to CBS Sports. They went up 6 spots. The bad news is that puts them firmly in the middle of the pack of Major League Baseball, puts them at 15. So they moved up from 21 to 15, obviously getting a lot of credit right now for their starting pitching, but the offense needing to come around at this point. But a 6-spot move up, according to CBS Sports, put the Rangers at 15.
All right, let me give you a pop quiz, I think very difficult question.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
You can get a difference-making bat, but you got to trade one of the starters. Who is it?
Can I ask who the starter is?
That's what
No,
you're
I'm-
supposed to answer.
I'm asking you that.
Jack Leiter.
No, that doesn't count.
What? So it's got to be Evaldi, Malley, or DeGrom.
You know, someone that brings you back
it's-
actual value.
Well, you know, a lot of people like Jack Leiter.
Yeah.
Ask Sandler.
I would trade Malley.
Malley, yeah.
Easy.
Okay.
I mean, look, I think a lot of people are.
And again, web team, don't make that the headline. RJ Choppy would trade Tyler Matt. I'm making him answer a hypothetical for a bat.
If you're making me trade one of their pitchers that would bring back something, which obviously you got to give something to get something, and Jack Leiter's not an option. If you're saying Jack's not an option because the return is going to be very, very low, then the easy answer is Malley.
Why is it the easy answer?
Well, because he's not as good as DeGrom or Evaldi. DeGrom and Evaldi in a playoff series.
DeGrom going to survive?
Well, you're betting.
Get off that contract.
You're betting on hope.
Do they all get me the same bat back? Or are you telling me like the DeGrom one will get me a better bat?
Well, Malley's. I mean, it's difficult to.
Malley's getting you a 7 out of 10 bat. Evaldi an 8.5 or whatever. Just
Yeah.
Yeah, Malley for a 7. Then. Yeah.
Because there is, I mean, Malley's is a good pitcher, but his career has not been holy cow.
Yeah.
This guy in a playoff series is going to carry you to a World Series.
But if you could get away from DeGrom and get that equal return in a bat and not have to worry about all the DeGrom stuff with the money and the injury, would that entice you?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a player. Ooh. Yeah, like if you were to tell me that, you can get a
Malley's 30.
Yeah, if you were to tell me, now look, obviously, I mean, they're not trading Freddie Freeman, but you get me a player like a top 15 hitter.
Yeah,
I could really get down with that.
All right, couple of other Ranger notes. We have not talked. Maybe you guys did while I was out. Sing Young Kim. They finally got one of these international prospects. He's a high school kid who pitches and plays short. He's apparently hit 95 on the gun, and they got the deal done.
It's good. Look, they call him a world-class competitor, and that is great. Now, this is odd because for years the rule was like you couldn't, like players in the Japanese league, like they played there for a while, right? And then they posted. Now they're signing these kids. I mean, this kid, he's basically a high schooler, right? You know, like they're signing. Roki Sasaki is an infant with the Dodgers, right? So it's different. It's the ultimate projection. I have no idea what youth baseball and high school baseball in Japan is like. I have no idea. I mean, it's a risk taking high school kids here,
sure,
in the draft. And again, I don't know what the baseballs. I've seen videos on Instagram, and they look as it looks as good as American high school baseball. I have no idea though, but this is great if you can get, because you got to start with one, and then you hope, like the Dodgers have.
They have friends.
They have. it becomes a pipeline where they all want to sign.
Yamamoto, Ohtani, right. Apparently a lot of that came from a friendship.
Absolutely, and then you add Sasaki into the mix, and now here you go.
Yeah, look, I mean, I know nothing about him other than obviously the hype that you get coming out of this. But how do those two compare as pipelines, though, typically between just Korean players that have come over here versus the Japanese leagues? We've had there's been a lot more
countries.
No, I know. The one we're talking about here is Korean.
Yeah.
You said Japan for the last 2 minutes. So what I'm saying is that the Korea, what have we seen typically from, because a lot of the success that we've seen when players have been brought over here have been Japanese players from those Japanese leagues.
The Korean league has been known as a really good league too. Was it the KBL or whatever it is? So yeah, the Korean league is a tremendous league. But here you go. I mean, I have no idea what high school baseball in Korea is like.
Bochy said Evan Carter's injury is worse than they initially thought. He has a grade 2 quad strain and could miss multiple weeks. So the up and down for Evan Carter continues.
Yeah, and I mean, when he first got up, he had started kind of putting things together at Round Rock. He was showing a lot of patience. He had started hitting the ball harder. He had a couple extra base hits in Round Rock, and then he got up to the major league level, and he got a home run while he was up here. But still, it was he's in just a couple games he was up here. His OPS was like 5-something. I mean, you've still got the issue of just it doesn't look like the same guy we saw during those 6 weeks or whatever that he came up in 23. It does not look like the same guy with the same mindset and the same, pro approach that you had seen that year.
We got some drama in New York as the Rangers get set to take on the Yankees. The Juan Soto thing feels like it's already falling apart.
This is from Bob Clappish, who is he's like the Evan Grant of like Yankee beat writers type thing. Been there forever. He said this about Juan Soto. He agreed to be mic'd up by ESPN the second inning, but changed his mind minutes before the game. Soto told the Mets officials he was tired of answering questions about the Yankees and Aaron Judge and sick of explaining why he chose the Mets. He turned his back on ESPN, did the same to reporters who were waiting to speak with him in the postgame. He got dressed, began walking towards the door, said he'd be back to answer questions after seeing family. He never returned. That's not the same stand-up guy who was always at his locker last season. After being skewered on Friday, he spoke the obligation to take it like a man 2 days later running for the exit. The Mets hierarchy is concerned about his lack of enthusiasm for his new team. The only time he seemed happy this weekend was when he interacted with Judge and Aaron Boone and Jazz Chisholm. Quote, the man is downright miserable. Although he said he was ready for the homecoming, he was shell-shocked by the time Sunday night rolled around. 3 sellout crowds broke him.
Yeah, the Yankee fans, I thought this was cool. They all turned their backs on him.
In right field?
In right field. They all turned their backs. And Michael Kay, who Choppy knows and Bobby absolutely loves, Yankees play-by-play voice, he had the commentary.
That's the series that I'm looking forward to. And the reason I'm looking forward to it is because I'm anticipating the reaction that Juan Soto is going to get at Yankee Stadium. And I think that the reaction, if I'm a Yankee fan, would be constant booing of Juan Soto. Now, nothing profane. It shouldn't be that. You should be ashamed of yourself if you say anything like that. He should know that you feel jilted, that you did not like his decision, and this is one of the few times that the Yankees actually wanted a player, and they lost him.
Michael K's the worst. The absolute worst. Like, first off, he was getting mocked all over the internet for the phrase, if I'm a Yankee fan. Oh, if you're a Yankee fan, Michael K. Really, you haven't made that perfectly clear enough. This is the most melodramatic, entitled group of fans in professional sports are the Yankees fans. It's so bad. You should boo the hell out of it because this is the one time that we wanted somebody and they didn't come back
You
here.
sound like Doug Greco or whatever his name is.
Exactly. It's
Don LaGreca.
so whiny.
Not the kicker, Doug.
Not the
My
kicker.
gosh, you should just destroy this guy because you wanted him and you didn't get him. It is the most entitled, bratty, petulant group of sports fans in existence. And I love that they lost him. I hope they continue to lose players, and I hope that Michael K has to sit there and cry into a microphone for 3 hours every day until his crappy show gets taken off the air.
They're talking about a loss of swag for Soto. They're talking about a weight gain for Soto. Last night he did not run out of the box. They're talking about a hustle there for him.
Now, look, listen, I agree. He was getting thrown out at second last night, right? That fly ball to the green. Now, he didn't run out of the box great.
Yeah, he didn't run hard.
He's not a fast runner. He might have gotten nailed at second anyway, but he has not run hard. He didn't do it on Sunday night.
Yeah.
He has not played. He's still playing a decent season. His numbers are still well above league average. They're just below his career numbers. And that's obviously going to happen. Last year, he had Judge hitting behind him. This year, he's got Pete Alonso. Now, Pete Alonso's really good. He's having a good year, but he's not Aaron Judge. It's just a different world. And also the park that he plays in is more difficult to hit in.
This just appears, I don't know the ins and outs, right? This appears like a lesson in not always just taking the most money. Don't just take the highest dollar if it beats the other offer by a buck.
I think it's also a lesson
because you could see last year he fit in the Bronx.
He fit.
He fit as a Yankee. The whole thing came together. It felt like a match.
Yeah, it was a
felt
World
like
Series.
he was there. He was built for it. And he went to the highest bidder, even though the Yankees were right there on the doorstep. Now, you had stories and rumors about family being disrespected and not getting people in suites. But the word is that, Soto was fine being a Yankee. His family wanted him to be a Met.
Yeah, and the other kind of lesson is if you're going to leave a place and you're going to sign a place you've never played at before, maybe don't sign for 15 years.
Yeah.
Because that's the last contract. That was the last contract he's ever going to sign. Now, he has an opt-out in 2029, but he'll be over 30 or he'll be 30. That's a long way away, and, you might not get the same kind of rate. You might not get $55 million a year or whatever it is. So are you going to opt out for happiness? He might. I mean, he'll have generational money at that point, but it clearly shows that right now he's not enjoying. He doesn't Soto shuffle. He doesn't do this. He does the wiggle. He'll do a little butt wiggle.
What was the Soto shuffle?
That's he
Show
takes
it to us.
It's 2-0 and he takes a pitch. He goes down and he kind of looks at the pitcher. He stalks the pitcher. He's not stalking. He's not a stalker anymore.
No, it's also 6-7 weeks into this. Like, that would be the thing I'd be telling him. If he's
Same thing with
miserable
Lindor.
and I've got his ear, I would tell, dude, you're 6 to 7 weeks. Give it a chance.
And they're
to
10
actually get
games
comfortable.
over and a half game back.
They're like the second or third best team in all of baseball record wise. Lindor did not have a great start when he went to the Mets. I mean, he was terrible, and he's turned into Francisco Lindor again.
So there's the drama in New York as the Yankee fans apparently breaking down Juan Soto. I do like when crowds can have that type of effect. I'll disagree with Bobby on that, but Soto appears like shell-shocked. You played there, bro. You didn't think that they were going to do something like that, and it really got in your feelings, and you were able to take it. So Juan Soto, a baseball topic. Rangers, Yankees, 5:30 pregame. First pitch at 6 o'clock here on 105.3 The Fan. Prisoners are escaping. Antonio Brown is firing guns. And what's up with the pirate ship? We got to catch up on what's going on in the world as the Tolo Tuesday edition continues for the 6 a.m. club. We have an Ice Cube ticket giveaway around the corner as well. Next on The Fan.
remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me. I keep it.
Chevrolet together. Let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Ice Cube tickets are coming up at 7:20. We want you to win them as part of the 6 a.m. club. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station, your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Adam Schefter 10 minutes ago said that the league vote to allow NFL players to participate in Olympic flag football is expected to pass.
Oh, wow.
Good for them.
Vote to allow NFL players to participate. 2028 Summer Olympics expected to pass.
Good.
Wasn't Jalen Hurts like in the commercial? I think he was the one throwing the Olympic torch. He should have just run it there.
Should have. So,
I mean, commercial.
The one.
Get up the steps of the Coliseum.
Yeah, the one player you get. So the rule is one player per team. No more than one player per team. So they want one team to lose all their players to ACL injuries. Robert Edwards was the guy we were talking about on the beach at the Pro Bowl. Or
yeah, ruined his career.
So does one team have to put someone
No,
on?
I don't think you have to put somebody on the Olympic team, but the way it was written, the way it was, I read it was no more than one player per team.
Who would be your first pick?
For the purpose of like being good, or for if you're Dallas and you want to like maybe get out
for the
of
purposes of being good.
Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek.
Probably.
Can you run? Can you, as a quarterback, can you run in flag?
I assume so.
Or do you have to stay behind the line of scrimmage? I have no idea.
I don't know the official league rules. I know that a lot of the whole thing there is just.
Otherwise, it's Lamar.
Right.
And Lamar would be the pick at that point. I would say Tyreek. I mean, unless you want to throw Lamar at receiver and then toss him the ball and then let him run around.
Lamar quarterback, is that an easy number one? I mean, Josh Allen would be pretty good too. I'm trying to think of anyone else who's in that Tyreek younger dynamic.
If you can't run, Mahomes scrambles and throws as good as anybody. But I also feel like, part of his ability to scramble is the threat of running too. But Mahomes.
Jaden could be dangerous.
Yes, very, very.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like all the shifty players I'm thinking of, like the top ones are all quarterbacks right now. So if they can't run, like that's why Tyreek is the one that just first came to mind for me. It's like, okay, that's super speed and shifty
But you should be able to run, right?
Yeah,
some flag football experts let us know in the fan text when the NFL Network was doing that tournament. I seem to remember the quarterback being able to run and
if they rush. 817 says if you rush, you can run. To my knowledge,
okay. Then you got to rely on Lamar with the gold medal on the line, passing to beating you the same exact question.
Yeah, I'll let him run at that point. It is. It will completely neutralize who you pick though, because obviously Saquon Barkley would be way further down this list, I would imagine. When it comes to picking flag football as opposed to the actual game. And so, the guys that stand out, receivers. So plus, who are the really good contested catch receivers? Who are the shifty receivers?
Well, plus we're talking about 3 years from now.
Turpin's a good answer. 214. Turpin's a good answer.
Kyler Murray, 817.
Oh yeah, Kyler.
Yeah, Kyler doesn't want to run anymore.
There's so many conflicting takes on whether you can run or not. Some of you, if they run, you have less than 5 seconds to get rid of the ball. Others are saying you can only rush if you're rushed by a pass rusher, so who knows?
All right, what happened with this pirate ship in New York as the Rangers are there getting ready for the Yankees?
So this was like a Mexico pirate ship that is in New York for the 250th anniversary of the nation next year. But it was for some reason it was heading up there. It was a Mexican Navy training ship, and 2 people actually were killed in this thing.
Slammed into the Brooklyn Bridge. Now this was not like, oh my God, it nicked it. Like this clearly was going to hit it.
Yeah,
it was being tugged in by a tugboat shortly before. It had lost power, struck the bridge. It was on a global goodwill tour. It was eventually en route to Iceland. So it was moving in the wrong direction and mechanical issues, but the mast of the ship, it had 277 people on board. The mast of the ship hit the bottom of the Brooklyn Bridge. There were people up there.
Is that who were the people that died? Were the people on the bridge that got hit, or was it the people on the boat?
I think it was the people on the boat.
Multiple crew members seriously injured.
Yeah, there was 19 people all together injured. Two of the people lost their lives. And I don't know if it was the people that were up there on that little crow's nest thingy that fell.
So this is because the ship lost power. Kind of like the Baltimore incident.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not even thinking of these boats having power. I'm like, rely on the wind. Rely on the sails.
Right. It had sails. It had sails.
Which, because
it was a fake sailboat.
Fake sail.
The Baltimore one, that was... Luckily, this thing didn't the part that actually hit the bridge, because the Baltimore, when it hit the Key Bridge, that was the big, the mass of the thing just hit. This was the very top of the boat, just kind of hit it, but it wasn't enough to actually take down the bridge or do anything to really rattle the bridge. That one that hit in Baltimore was just they're lucky more people didn't die in that one.
The Diddy case is bringing out crazy stories. Take us to the courtroom, Judge Choppy.
Week one of the Diddy case was in the books, and you had, Cassie was up there, which was, I guess, his girlfriend at the time, just absolutely detailing this Caligula lifestyle that Diddy was leading. And you have people here on this stand talking about horror stories about how Cassie's could not stomach another freak off. She was she would give back every cent. That's what she said. She would give back every cent of her $20 million settlement if it meant never having to go to another one of these parties.
She performed acts with escorts, dancers, or strangers that he allegedly hired. That was his fantasy.
Yeah, and apparently everyone in the courtroom just absolutely broke down when she said that. But Diddy's bodyguard, who goes by the name
By the way, before you leave her, she started dating Kid Cudi. And apparently, Diddy started issuing the threats, like, I'm going to blow his car up. Well, guess what? Kid Cudi's Porsche exploded randomly. And they're like, okay, I don't know. There was another past Diddy girlfriend or wife who passed away.
Yeah, there's a lot of like
he really,
sketchy history stuff.
He really seems like he believes he is Tony Soprano.
Yeah,
He is a real life mobster ordering and handing out hits.
Yeah, was the movie Made? He was in the movie Made.
Was Diddy?
Yeah, he was. I think it was maybe Made. It was one of those Vince Vaughn, John Favreau
he's
movies.
gotten away with a lot of gotten away, quote unquote. Like, I mean, he's had a lot of charges that have been dismissed or that he's beaten.
So this is his bodyguard, named Big Homie. He was on with Piers Morgan.
Jamie Foxx said out of his mouth that his partner handed him an Advil, and after he took that Advil, he woke up 22 days later. That's what he said out of his mouth. I feel like us as a species, I feel like human skepticism has become a virus, because if we don't trust the words of our peers, where are we as a species? You know, eyewitness testimony and circumstantial evidence is enough to get a person a life sentence in any court on the earth. Why is it that when people are whistleblowing and putting their life and livelihood on the line, they receive so much scrutiny? I don't think that's by chance.
Why would he want to take out Jamie Foxx?
Great question. Was he a threat?
Is it take him out, or was it like, here, take this, and then you're blacked out and partying for the whole time? Like, here, this is just to make sure you get
That
through.
could be it.
And then he gets to stay there. So, whatever punishment Diddy gets, I don't think he's going to see. Like, I just...
You think he's going to get off?
I think somebody's going to take care of him, or he's going to take care of himself at that point.
Oh, really?
There's no way he wants to sit inside a prison for the next God knows how long, dealing with the repercussions of that with behind the scenes. No chance.
Apparently, he messed up her eggs. She messed up his eggs one morning. He tried to hit her with an iron skillet. He missed, so then he allegedly grabbed her by the hair, dragged her up the stairs like a lunatic. So all the stories nonstop, and that's just week one.
It's awful, man. Like the whole like you said, week one. They went back, I guess, yesterday to start week two of this. But apparently, everybody's saying he could get enough baby oil. Like if you were a part of his parties, it was just like, I want to see more baby oil,
more glisten.
Yeah, he legitimately. Cassie's testimony said he would bring a like child's pool, fill it up, and like make people roll around in it. Like he's just. Every few years, we get a story about him or somebody like Bill Cosby or Harvey Weinstein or somebody like that. And it's like, how many more of these people exist in that community that we're never finding out about?
Yes.
That never get caught?
How about the Antonio Brown story? Over the weekend, you wake up and Antonio Brown is apparently firing a gun outside of this boxing match.
Yeah, well, this was an Aiden Ross.
Yeah.
This was some sort of Aiden Ross event, and then he's getting mixed up. Now, to his credit, I thought when he was getting jumped by like 3 security guards or whatever, I was like, well, he's done for. He wasn't. He kind of rolled out of it, jumped up, got a hit in, and then everybody broke it up. He's tougher to take down than that, I guess.
He's tougher to take down, man. Like that was you got 4 or 5 guys around you.
Antonio said that he was jumped and they were trying to take his jewelry, and apparently no arrests were made.
Yeah, that's the strange thing. How is there no arrests made? You have a gun fired. And you have video evidence of people getting beat up.
Is it one of those things, I guess, where just police show up and they go like, we can't figure out which one of you idiots did it, so
I don't know.
We can't
We're
charge
gonna let
anybody.
everybody go?
We can't charge anybody because we can't figure out who
hope
actually was responsible for this.
I know he's still crazy, but it feels like, at least on Twitter, Antonio Brown has kind of become a good guy. He's not just crazy nut job. People love his humor.
Oh, yeah, they think he's funny.
The CT ESPN thing. I mean, that's...
No, but he goes after
he goes after
Shannon Sharp, the memes.
Yeah.
He is not afraid of offending anyone. And whether it's him or someone else, like, did anyone know Antonio Brown had this type of humor? But people find him hilarious. He's like the people's comedy champ on social media.
He's got like a obviously he has a platform, but he has an awareness with himself too, that he's kind of leaning into the character.
Yep.
And it is funny. It really is.
I think he was quoted out there in the melee of like, I have CTE, I don't remember. You know, it's like,
Some of the stuff, like if you just
It's like, prove it.
yeah.
Prove it.
just go pull up his Twitter account and just start scrolling and seeing all the random S he throws up there. My gosh. And like half this we can't read on the air.
No.
But that's why people love it.
That's why you love it.
I feel like he's turned. He's kind of turned a little bit.
I think he has. It's not like he'll never be.
I'm not saying he's sane. But
Yeah,
his
it's not-
likability.
He's not, ESPN's not hiring him to be an analyst.
No.
Right, but he can. I would tune into his podcast.
Just another reason to love Pete DeBoer. With Stars Game 1 tomorrow night, the hockey continues along with an Ice Cube ticket giveaway next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But let me get...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Free Club?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Did anyone actually get hit with weather in the storm yesterday, or continue to be that little tease?
With some wind. We had some wind. We had a little bit of rain. But not much.
Nothing. No rain at all. It continues to just be muggy and teasing and gross.
I got destroyed. Hail. Big time hail. It woke me up, woke the dogs up, woke Mackenzie up. Big time hail.
Raise your roofs and gutters if you have any problems, Peyton.
There you go.
So Rockwall got hit harder. Okay. I was just waiting. I was like, come on, bring it. It was sprinkling a little bit on the way home, but nothing.
Surprised your weather and Rockwall's weather aren't much more similar. You're on the same side of town, not that far.
You'd be surprised how many times like Rockwall gets weather and Heath right on the other side of the highway gets nothing. Or Heath gets hit and then Rockwall doesn't. It's crazy.
Lake effect right there.
You got screwed up with the storms in Denton when you were over there, and they're just north of us, and we didn't get anything.
Yeah, that's true.
Game 1, Stars-Oilers tomorrow night. Just another reason to love the great Pete DeBoer as he was mic'd up for the handshake line against the Jets after Winnipeg was eliminated. And listen to the class.
So sorry, Shife. Thank you. Hey, your dad would have been so proud of you tonight. How you played, he would have been.
Thank you. I appreciate the job, man.
Jenner, great job, man. Go get yourself a cup. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you. Good job, Cole. You played a great year, eh, man?
Thank you. Good luck. I'm rooting for you.
Good job, hey. Thanks, Tommy. Great job. Great job, guys. Hey, you had a great year, man. Played great. Hell, love you, buddy.
Love you too. Good luck, man.
Played great.
Thank you.
Yeah. What a goalie.
Thank
You're
you.
awesome,
Thank
man.
you. Win it for us.
Right. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks, guys. Jenny, thanks, buddy. What a fucking
next round.
What a job you guys did. Unbelievable. What a job you guys did. You guys did such a good job.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Arnie, coach of the year, man.
Do me a favor. Go get the cup, all right? Go get the cup, please.
So a lot of people on the Jets in that handshake line saying, go win it all.
Yeah, which is, when I was watching that, I was trying to think, like, usually when you hear that, I feel like there's just like, all right, this is the pleasant goodbye to whoever. It felt like there were a lot of those players and different people who really like Pete DeBoer and who really do like, hey, I hope you go win this.
It is got to be an awkward thing, like just the coach handshake line when you're the winning coach. Like, what do you say? Hey, yeah, we're better than you. We're sorry, we're better than you. Like, hell of a job. You guys weren't as good as us, but hell of a job.
Yeah, there's a little bit of probably them just going like, oh, sure. Yeah, it was a hell of a job losing to y'all.
You're a hell of a goalie. You can't win on the road, but you're a hell of a goalie.
And then Spittle sent over some more notes on DeBoer.
I mean, there's tons. He's appeared in the playoffs 10 times as a coach. 8 times he's advanced at least as far as the third round. Ooh. Now, if you go back and you look at his history of his career. So he started with Florida. Wasn't great. That was back in like the 08s, right? 08, 09, so whatever. Missed the playoffs. Then he goes to the Devils. First year he gets to the Devils, they go immediately to the Stanley Cup Finals. They lose to the Kings. That was the start of those great King teams, right? Then they miss the playoffs. He gets fired. He goes to San Jose. First year, loses Stanley Cup Finals to Pittsburgh. And then 3 straight losses in the postseason, including one in the conference finals. He goes to Vegas, back-to-back conference finals losses. Loses to the Stars, loses to Montreal. And that was back in that bubbly kind of thing, right? And then you get to the next year, they miss the playoffs, and he's fired. The other teams, and this is the only place where he's like been near the top and kind of stayed there the entire time. And if you look at the other teams, San Jose, smaller market, don't the money. The Devils, they don't spend any money. Vegas, that was I was talking to my buddy the other day, who's a big Knights season ticket holder fan, and he said he's what Bobby went to the game with me, and he stayed for 10 minutes.
Yeah, it was awesome.
He's like, we are the only game in town here. Forget the Raiders. This is all the fans care about. They're like New York sports fans, and they have zero patience. And he's like, we never should have gotten rid of DeBoer. The only thing they didn't like is the power play when he was there. Half the fan base is still a little bit kind of upset they moved on from him, but Stars have money and patience. So it's like they're not itching. If they lose in the conference finals again, I don't think we're itching to get rid of Pete DeBoer.
No.
And look, the respect that he has from his peers, and like we pointed out yesterday, the only other coach who has taken more teams to the conference finals is Scotty Bowman. And Scotty Bowman is one of the all-time great head coaches in league history. So this is a coach that it's a gift It's a gift to have someone like that here.
The Eastern Conference gets underway tonight with Florida and Carolina, and then Game 1 NBA playoffs in the West with Oklahoma City against Minnesota.
I think.
Who are we rooting for?
I was going to say, I think I'm actually watching more hockey tonight. I think I'm going to be more interested in, like, potentially scouting ahead and trying to get a sense of who we might be playing, Sean.
Have fun with that.
I'm going to be on both. I think I might end up watching
I'll
a little more
the
hockey.
NBA. You guys can do NHL. I want to see Edwards and SGA.
Yeah, I'm really rooting for Minnesota. Like that's this. I think the best storyline left possible is Minnesota, New York.
Because of Cat?
Just because of the Cat, New York whole tie-in with Minnesota and just getting Anthony Edwards into the finals, I think would be huge.
Because of Cat? I mean, who cares?
But I mean, just in general, like if you're talking about where's the juice for OKC versus any of them in terms of other than just it's OKC. So if you're just talking about any sort of alternate storyline, so you get Ant and you get the juice of Ant versus New York, which him in the NBA Finals talking S to Knicks fans or whatever is going to be.
The poor Oklahoma City, by the way. You had no days off. I mean, you finished your series on Sunday. Meanwhile, the Knicks and Pacers have been sitting around for a week.
Be better.
Who do you want to win each series? You hate the Knicks.
Oh yeah, I want the Pacers to win it all. I want the Pacers to win it all.
Coach
Easy.
Carlisle, baby.
I bet them. I have a ticket on them to win it all now.
Whoa.
Yeah, I took them. It was like 7-1 or something like that.
Should have been better odds than that.
Let's see.
No one's going to pick, I don't think, them against any team in the West. Anyway, you want Indiana. What about the West?
Minnesota. I don't really care. If either team wins, I'll be fine. Tonight I'll be in on Rangers and hockey a little bit more. I mean, I'll probably pick up the NBA game in the second half after the Ranger game is over.
Yeah.
But I would guess if I had to pick one, I'd go with Minnesota.
Yeah, give me the in the East, the Knicks and that 2024-2025 NBA Trainers Association Athletic Training Staff of the Year.
Yeah.
Shout out to Casey Smith as his staff wins Training Staff of the Year for the New York Knicks. Fantastic job. Nobody could have done it better.
While we have, unlicensed people running things here that Nico just got done firing. By the way, that Pacer fan that New York pieces of crap threw garbage at, multiple bags of garbage, Halliburton got a hold of him and said, "You're coming to Game 4." So that's awesome from Tyrese.
Tyrese Halliburton, he's so like he's becoming really likable. I know he had the most. Maybe it's partially just the overrated tag, but for a guy who's got such an unlikable dad and how it's usually difficult to divorce from that, he did a really good job of handling that situation in the fallout, and he's just been great every step of the way.
His name is Hans Perez. And he's coming. He's coming to the game.
The most enjoyment I get is watching the Knicks at the Garden. The Brunson bitterness, is that gone for everyone? I'm not. Has it just gone all over to Luka and the Lakers?
Yeah, it's what's most recent. Like I think people are still bitter about a lot of different things, but this is also one where I think it's hard for a lot of people to kill the Brunson one completely because there was a lot of fans who were just also like, yeah, don't pay him that money. Like, I think people are frustrated that it turned out the way it did, but there were a lot of people who agreed that, like, no, you don't pay Jalen Brunson that much money.
I'm not. I like my rule as a fan. I don't have a right to be bitter if you go home. If the player goes home.
No, I'm not talking about mad at Brunson. Like, you could be mad at the Mavericks.
Yeah, no, I'm not mad. I mean, they could have. I guess they could have signed him earlier, but once it got to free agency, I mean, he went to go play with his dad, and his godfather or whatever. How am I going to get mad at that? Like if I had a chance to.
Well, you can get mad at the Mavericks, like I said.
You get mad at the Mavericks, but like
they ended up. I was wrong on it, but they ended up undercutting.
Well, yeah, and Brunson consistently said, like, if they would have just given me the deal during the season, like if they just would have shown a little faith, he would have signed for like 15 a year or whatever it was. It was supposed to be like 4 for $60 he would have signed for.
At the time, revisionist history, he just wasn't that player before the playoffs.
I know. I think I'm rooting for New York, Minnesota, even though I'll be happy if Coach Carlisle gets there, all because he gave us one compliment during COVID. I'll never forget where I was. I was sitting in Ollie's room with the crib on my right, and he's like, how you guys keep doing a show and talking about sports with no
nothing
sports going on?
So have you just named that your Todd Haley theory? Just in general, just like show some appreciation for know their name, give them a compliment. Yeah. It ends up going a long way.
And I'm in. Meanwhile, LeBron James
LeBron James
is being called I haven't heard this phrase, a race traitor.
A race traitor.
A race traitor. And you got RG3 and Ryan Clark all fighting because of one foul. One foul in the WNBA.
One foul. So this is LeBron. Triple dub, CC. Great way to kick off the season. And then 4 clapping emojis. And then a lot of people on social media, X, clap back. You know what I'm saying? Kobe was a star that seemed to become a better person with age. Stay out of this. Had projects he was working on. Actively invest in the WNBA. Some stars become trash over time, and it was a repost of LeBron. And then other people are saying LeBron's a disgrace to the black community. Talking about extramarital affairs. And, between Halliburton and LeBron, who loves white women more? That's another one. Like, they're calling him a race traitor. That's what are we doing here? What are we doing?
Oh, this is part of what's wrong with society.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people,
No one's dying.
like LeBron has to like the black woman. I mean, it's ridiculous. RG3 and Ryan Clark are getting into who RG3 is married to, a white woman. I had someone yesterday He tried to pick the fight. He probably wasn't expecting the response.
I didn't see the response.
I responded.
I didn't
to
see
him.
that. I didn't see that.
Like, you're using a lot of words associated with. I'm not afraid to use common words for any color. So if you think that I'm going to like sit there and quiver publicly or on Twitter or social media, I don't allow that stuff to become a factor because that's not how I try to view things. So when I said that Angel Reese appears bitter towards Caitlin Clark or she hates Caitlin Clark, I'm not afraid to use that towards a brown person, a black person, a white person. So if you want to continue to try to pick that fight on social media and think that I'm going to cower or get worried about some type of media debate or public debate, you got the wrong guy. I'll engage back and forth nonstop. I've done it for 15 years, and I'll continue to do it. I'm not afraid to use, if a certain word applies to a person, then I'm going to use it. I think Angel Reese despises Caitlin Clark. That's my opinion.
That's not racial.
It's not a fact. Yeah, but it's angry black woman. She can be angry. A white person can be angry. A black person can be angry. A brown person, any person can be angry or bitter. That's just the way it is. I'm not going to allow this political mess and racial mess to sit there and influence the way I talk about athletes or people. I say things about white people, things about black people. And that's the way it's going to be. Deal with it. 877-881-1053 on the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. But this is what that story does. It has Ryan Clark and RG3, and you're a sellout to African. RG3 can't support Caitlin Clark or take her side.
No,
come on, man. Let's try to progress a little bit.
Yeah,
not allowed.
It's ignorant.
It has to be. It has to be created. There has to be some kind of a people. We love rivalries, all right, and then you add in a racial element. Now you've got a racial rivalry. Yeah. Now you're creating an us versus us or us versus them.
That's
or
why
whatever. It's
that's
so
why
stupid.
I've always respected Stephen A. and Michael Wilbon with these types of subjects. Like I feel like Jason Whitlock goes out of his way to stay in a lane to be opposite. I always feel like Michael Wilbon doesn't see color, in my opinion. Like he gives it to you straight. If someone of his race does something stupid, he calls it out. Same thing with Stephen A. Smith. He fights with LeBron James. He fights with Kevin Durant. I respect that about them, trying not to see the skin color. That's just my take on it. And that's what happened yesterday. And that's what will continue to happen every time these two get into it to any nth degree.
Yeah.
Anytime.
If this was reversed and the demeanor of Angel Reese is the one that Caitlin Clark had and the one that Caitlin Clark had. Caitlin Clark looked I'm unbothered by it and just I'm basically in the post game was like, yeah, it was just a take foul, you know. Whereas Angel Reese is going like doesn't want to talk about it.
Well, she
and
wanted to fight too.
And clearly, bowed up. And like, I mean, yeah, one of them looked angry, the other didn't look angry. Like it had nothing to do with anything else other than what's their demeanor? Do they look mad or not? Like that, it's something that should be very easy to interpret.
It also feels like I'm not going to say the rivalry is a one-sided one, but it feels like Caitlin cares less.
Yes.
Than Angel does. Angel is like it's like try to think of
Angel made an overall mistake, or maybe it wasn't a mistake. Maybe she believes it. She doesn't seem to think Caitlin Clark is the face of the WNBA, right. And everyone rushed to women's basketball last year mainly because of Caitlin Clark. Angel has never really accepted that, and she She seems ticked off about it, like it's a pebble in her shoe.
For the last,
and she's been wrong.
Prior to Jaden Daniels, Caitlin has been the Cowboys, and Angel has been the Commanders. We're like, the Commanders care way more about Dallas week than Cowboy fans have cared about Washington week over the last 25 years.
And Caitlin may care. She just does a better job of making it seem like
she doesn't project it.
She doesn't project it whatsoever. 877-881-1053. Fun text coming in on the Franklin and Frankel injury attorney text line. Let's hear from Will McClay on what he saw from George Pickens and his A.J. Brown worried and filthy about the new wide receiver duo in the NFC East. Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys with the commercial-free expressway and an Ice Cube ticket giveaway next.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it cinnamon pastilles or
Razor waves.
saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's brought to you by the On Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
What did Will McClay think of the George Pickens deal? He sat down with my guy Jesse Holly on DLLS, and the man who picks the Cowboys players for the most part gave his Pickens eval.
Well, I mean, we went into the offseason. We always go into the offseason with needs. We're going to look at it and say, okay, where were we short? What do we need? How do we make the team better? So another receiver was part of the conversation. Happy with what we had, but we always feel like we got to get better. Like we started the conversation with, my job is to replace you. Well, it's dog eat dog. It's competitive. So when we went through the process of looking at how we feel that, where there were a number of options in the draft, not as many as in normal years when you talk about receivers, as far as the depth of like a number one or a number two guy, a guy that you can develop quick, at least in the evaluation process of it. And then you start to go around and look at what's available from the trade market. So those conversations started, and we went through a number of different names. And then the Pickens thing came up. We did our research along with the other guys. And, sometimes when you're buying property, it's not just what you got to spend, it's who's selling. And so we found a partner that was willing to, they were willing to move something that we were looking to gain, and the price fit. And we're excited about it because it adds another weapon. The more, football is a math problem, and the more that you can add that somebody's got to take away from, the more you get that equation in your favor.
Who's selling matters. So that means other teams they talked to, they didn't like the price gouging that existed. And they felt like Pittsburgh was willing to give them something a little bit more amenable to what they wanted to invest in the position. And so for anybody who feels like they overpaid for George Pickens, they're telling you that the market said similar players were more expensive.
Do you think they preferred Rashad Bateman?
I think that they were I think they went into things and said, we're going to figure out, their preference was going to be cost plus fit plus all the sort of thing. And I think they thought, these are the guys that fit. Who's going to give us the best price? And so I think Bateman and Pickens, I think to them, they thought could be similar.
Let's see what Bart Scott and Schrager and them are saying about Pickens and Lamb live on ESPN.
They had to fortify that offensive line. And once you fortify the offensive line, it's going to allow Dak to be able to push the ball down the field, but they have to have some type of threat of a run game. And I think it's still a lot of sneaky guys out there. I can see a guy like J.K. Dobbins, baby, coming in and being able to get him some explosive productivity as well.
NFC East going to be an interesting season. We'll get back to the NBA as we can.
He also said, I've seen Schottenheimer make two alpha receivers work with the Jets. Who was that?
Santonio and Plexico? Oh, Braylon Edwards?
Okay.
I guess. I'm sitting here trying to think. Yeah, I thought the Jets, I don't remember ever having
receivers.
One alpha receiver.
Yeah, they had Santonio and that 09 team. They had Santonio. I think they had Braylon.
Yeah. At some point, they signed Lavernius Coles or something.
Yeah, they were trying to throw anything against a wall and see if it would stick.
Will McClay, how much homework did you do on the negative Pickens stories?
No, I mean, we looked at it, and, every player that we go through, you go through the number of different steps to find out who they are, not only on the field, but off the field. And you talk to a number of different people, and we gathered all that information, and we did something that we're comfortable with. At the end of the day, it's a 24-year-old young man that's continuing to grow, and they have to be put in situations to help them grow. And hopefully we can continue to help him grow, and he can help our football team grow with not only his ability, but who he is as a man. And we're going to try and help him do that.
So far, everything is just, I mean, you can't really script or imagine a better start to the Kumbaya partnership where Pickens doesn't need to have a new deal. And he wants to work on the culture here. And CeeDee Lamb's putting his arm around him, and he's celebrating on social media. And they're at the softball game, saying, here we are. We're going to be a problem for you guys. So far, so great.
Yeah, and I mean, we've heard pretty consistently so far that even in his time in Pittsburgh, like, teammates never had an issue with him. Teammates always liked him. That he's kind of a buck authority guy, and he'll cause problems there occasionally. And so coaches don't always love him, front office people don't always love him. But if he's going to play ball and say I'm going to be on my best behavior, I'm trying to get a deal, then a lot of those issues I think are going to disappear this year.
Peter Schrager, NFL insider now at ESPN, said he is loving everything that he is seeing when it comes to these Cowboy wide receivers. And he was really, first off, he nailed the draft pick. He got that right. And then Schrager said, he was the first one to say, word out of Pittsburgh is they actually like him in the locker room. Here's Schrager's latest.
The motivation of, hey, you're going to come to the Dallas Cowboys and you're going to make career life-changing money if you have one good season, that this makes sense. And from them, they went through the draft inside and out. And there was probably one player that they viewed in the same breath as George Pickens at that position. And Teteroa McMillan went to the Panthers 8th overall. So they pivoted, took an offensive lineman. But this was better than any draft pick that was possible at the wide receiver spot. As for CeeDee Lamb, I love this. This is CeeDee Lamb saying, I have no problem sharing the spotlight. I have no problem seeding some of my targets. CeeDee Lamb had 73 more targets than the next leading wide receiver in Dallas last year. He's probably looking at this as relief. And wide receivers, they could be prickly. They could want their balls. In this case, CeeDee Lamb showing a lot of leadership saying, no. It's the two of us. It's not just me and then him. I love this on all fronts, and if I'm a Cowboys fan, whether it was said in May, June, July at a Kyler Murray softball tournament or what, I like having this out there and CD saying, you know what, we're going to do this together.
Love it, and I agree. I think the aggregators got their hands on this next clip and hyped it up a little bit too much. I think this is more respectful than fear. This is A.J. Brown talking about a new wide receiver duo in the East.
Now, we're going to have to worry about him, for sure. Hey, we're going to have to worry about him. No, I like the trade. I do like the trade. I like the competition, And I like George Pickens. I like CeeDee Lamb and that collab, And it's gonna be exciting to watch, bro, because all that does is bring the best out of us. So if we know how they coming, we know we gotta step it up, You don't think the Cowboys got? I should tell you this, bro. Regardless of the scoreboard, what the scores say, those be one of the hardest games, bro. Every single time. Cowboys, Washington, like those be dog fights, bro. It may look easy, but it ain't easy, bro.
Poor Giants.
Poor Giants, man. Poor Giants.
It may look easy.
They look easy. That little dig right there.
Which it's not a look easy thing. Like Philly and Dallas generally have split A.J. Brown's entire time here. Yeah. But no, I mean there's a legitimate chance for Dallas's passing game to be right back near the top of the NFL if Dak's healthy and if they're blocking things up.
They won't be, 15th, 20th, I don't think, in points per game like they were last year. They'll be back to where they had, maybe not back to where they have been, where they're number 1 or 2 or 3.
So that's improvement.
It's gonna be really hard unless the offensive line is just not what we think it can be. It's gonna be really hard for anybody else to be responsible for a poor year passing the ball other than Dak if they have that happen.
I mean, if I could know that Dak Prescott's healthy, I'm waiting to draft him in fantasy. I'll just go ahead and give that away.
Well,
I would feel excited about getting him, but got the health factor, which is maybe why Vegas is continuing to talk about 7.5 wins over under.
It's like 5 significant injuries in 5 years, and that's something that you have to worry about.
Speaking of the Eagles, Frankie Louvu.
Yep.
He was the Washington defender that kept going over the top, and then we found out about that not even unknown rule that if the referees can just decide this is a touchdown.
That's a completely unknown rule.
If you keep trying to jump the snap count. Frankie was on the NFL Network, and they asked him what should happen with this latest tush push vote that is coming.
Yeah, I think they should ban it. You know what I mean? But I know the argument is going to be about like, hey, well, you guys have to stop it. Don't get us in short yardage and whatnot. But I mean, it's kind of like a Chico play, man. You got Jordan Mailata on the right. You got, it's pretty much a scrum in rugby. That's how I kind of look at it. And we got to have a scrum too on the other side. And the scrum is, we have a cadence where we all go at once. It's not like you hard count and this and that where, now you getting us or myself jumping over the pile thinking that they're about to snap the ball. And that's just my own personal opinion, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Look, I mean, the whole thing, there was the irritating factor of the officials trying to say, we're just going to give you a touchdown if you keep doing this. But B, it's also like, snap the ball if you're Philly. If you think this play is as unstoppable as that, what are you up there doing this stupid hard count, 8 snaps in a row, drawing them off sides over and over? Play the ball. It's cheap. It's such chicken ass. I hate it.
I'm not going to knock them for that. I'm going to give them credit. They took advantage of their personnel, and they found an unstoppable play. I happen to believe it's not a football play, so props for taking advantage of it. You got a Super Bowl, and now it's time to get rid of it. That's my take on it.
They're calling around and lobbying NFL teams trying to say they're placing phone calls to other teams. Hey, come on, we got to keep this in place, which is hilarious because they've kind of thumbed their nose at everybody for the last 3 years and gone like, well, stop it. Stop. Like you guys can do it too. Stop. And like, they've been kind of like arrogant about the whole thing. Now you're groveling and calling behind the scenes, go like, please keep this in place. Please let us keep doing this.
Whether it's a football player or not, I think it's largely sour grapes. It's by teams who can't stop it or are competitors of them and think it's unfair. But if the Cowboys were the ones that invented this, we would have no problem with this play because we would love it.
But it's also about consistency across the board, like with the rules.
I get that.
Yeah, I disagree with what you just said personally because you and I did sit in here and say the Dez catch by the letter of the law. Like we're not these kiss ass homers.
No, by the letter of the law. But you would.
And I would be happy about it, but I would still say, as a football fan, I don't like that it's just pushing and shoving.
That's fair. But we wouldn't be sitting here saying they've got to ban this. Like stomping our feet on the floor, right?
DFW and Cowboy fans certainly would not.
Right. That said, I mean, whether or not it's a unstoppable play, it's just. My concern is, are we doing this because we don't like that? If they weren't a good team, if they weren't one of the best teams in the league the last 2 years, if it was the Cardinals that were the only ones doing this, would we be trying to stop it?
No.
I think there's your answer.
That's not my answer. I think it's a stupid play in sport.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying is,
do I think all these things factor in? Yes. A more high-profile team doing it contributes. Is it probably some sour grapes? Yes. Is it because people can't stop it? Yes. But I take it back to Matt Leinart, okay? You're not supposed to be able to shove the quarterback from behind. Sneak it all you want. I just don't want the running back aiding and abetting in shoving the player forward. That's it.
And they keep saying that, like, well, it's the style, the way we block it. It's not just about getting pushed in. Okay, then you shouldn't care if the push is out of it.
Here's how they're going to
just keep blocking it the way you block it then.
This is what Philly's going to do. They're going to line up exactly the same. And instead of pushing the ball carrier, they're going to push the offensive line.
Well, you're not allowed. I don't know if it's pushing a ball carrier, just pushing a player in the back, helping a player.
So I think the language that they're saying is going to be reported as pushing the ball carrier. But even if you push the offensive line,
running back is not going to run around the quarterback to push the center.
It'll be to the side. It'll be to the side, right? They'll push from the side, and that's just they're going to try the same. They're going to try to do something similar to that.
Pepe?
Guys on the fan text, it's all over the place. 817 says it's a boring play. 972 says everyone can do it. Quit crying. 469 says if you can't pull a player forward, you shouldn't be able to push a player either.
All right, so there it is. Let's just vote on this thing and get it out of here. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. That's also the number to call to win these.
You get no love, man. I thought you knew it. Fool, you know how we do it.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Ice Cube on Thursday, October 2nd at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
We'll head on out to Edmonton for an Oilers guest to preview the Western Conference Finals Game 1 coming up at 8 o'clock this morning here on Sean and RJ. Right now, Brian Broaddus' favorite segment.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That is right. It is Tuesday at 7:40-ish. And we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. We want your thoughts, your comments, your opinions here on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We also want to hear you weigh in on the Twitch and on the YouTube. So all you in the Twitch, DFW Dad, McKeever Design, those of you on the YouTube, Jesse, Little Dallas Cowboy, get your answers ready here for Ask Reddit as we kick them around the studio. And we're going to lead off today with Sean Sharif. And this is a great question. This week, it's not the leadoff question, and one of the most popular ones this week is not a give a multiple answer kind of thing. It's a yes or a no. Sean Sharif, can a man in a relationship have a female best friend?
In my world, the answer is no. Jake Reitman is already back there shaking his head left and right. I've had this battle with my wife many a times. She's also Latina. I'll throw that in there. She just does not believe that you can be that close without some type of feelings developing.
On one side, generally, I think.
One side is going to have feelings for sure, yes.
Are you saying one side? You
like somebody
more likely, or you're just saying one side's going to happen?
Yeah, you may be completely secure, but that means that probably she's not.
Yeah.
Or now, I don't think it's completely impossible. But if you're talking about best friend,
you're talking about a best friend.
You can have female friends. If you're talking about best friend, like somebody you.
My brother has so he dated this girl in high school, and
coitus.
I don't know. I don't think so. It was like a sophomore, junior. Well, I guess these days
he was too big of a loser to do that at sophomore.
You're behind. No pun intended. But he was talking to this girl 2 or 3 times a week, and I can see how that's weird. I can totally see how that's weird. So in my world, in the Shreve household, that is not allowed.
Some of the answers really quickly. 2K Ask You on the YouTube says no, there's no such thing as platonic. Over on the Twitch, DFW Dad says no. Watch When Harry Met Sally. Chop, what's your answer here?
Friends, yes. Best friends is
like the confidant, the person that
you can't talk, you can't confide in someone of the opposite sex on your relationship.
Have you even
that doesn't work? That's the shoulder to cry on, and all of a sudden you're Nikki Santoro in the trailer with Sharon Stone's character asking you to be your next sponsor. It just doesn't work.
When you've not been in a relationship, have you ever had a female as your best friend?
Yeah, when I've not been in a relationship, I have, but.
As my best friend? No.
I think it's been close. I had somebody that I was close to in the past that she was probably right up there as my best friend.
But when if you're married, generally your best friend of the opposite sex or best friend period is your wife.
Yeah.
That's generally how it works.
Okay. No, we maybe need to say that for Jug Drawer because I know people want to get into this, but there is a new study out that says the wife as my best friend is not common. It's not common.
I think that study is full of crap.
Well, we're gonna get into why it's a little bit of I think a misnomer. Peyton Russell, if you're in a relationship, can you have a girl as your best friend?
No. Mackenzie has said before, she's like, well, I don't care if you text a girl, whatever, have a friend like that. And I go, nope, that's a trap. I'm not gonna fall for it. Nope, it's not even worth it. You don't go to someone because again, like Chop said, a friend
Mackenzie's
is fine,
letting you go on bachelor parties and flying to Vegas and going to the casinos alone. She seems pretty cool with anything.
Right? No, she is, and she has said, if you want to go to strip club for your bachelor party, go to that as well. So it's like I'm writing this stuff down, but then it's like it's kind of.
She have a sister.
But
yeah, best friend.
The answer is no, 100%.
By the way, a lot of the answers here on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text are saying it's completely dependent on.
Is she attractive?
Are one of you ugly?
Yep. That is true.
If one of you are ugly, it's okay.
That is true.
If the member of the opposite sex that you're a friend with, so if it's a girl friend with a guy, right? If that person is not into
gay, yeah. So I was thinking vice versa. Right. I was like, all right, does your girlfriend or wife have a best friend who is a man, and how many of those men are gay?
That's it. Mixed orientation relationships are on the rise. That's where
explain that to me. I don't know the terminology.
So that's where let's say a heterosexual woman is married to a gay man.
Those are on the rise?
It's on the rise.
How does that work?
It's more of a friendship thing.
Okay.
But they
like hover, like a beard.
No, they're
just a companion.
I follow this couple on social media. Dude's hilarious. He's a comedian, but they talk all about how it's like one of these things that's kind of on the rise.
Oh,
probably not around here.
Interesting.
I don't see it happening in Roanoke, but it's like it's on the rise.
We're doing Ask Greta here on 105.3 The Fan.
You ain't getting out of this. What is
I thought I
Kristen?
did answer.
What?
I thought I'd said at one point I had a female best friend, but in a relationship you can't do it.
Okay, so Kristen would not be cool.
No, like she's cool with me having female friends. Like Jane's a really good friend. She's fine with that. Like I've got a friend Bethany that she's cool with. But yeah, if it was like a tight best friend that because there are going to be times you tell your best friend something that you're not necessarily going to go to your wife with right away because you're venting about something.
Sarah seems like she's pretty cool. She would be okay with it more so. Like something's been happening here behind the scenes at the station with Choppy getting requests from a female, and if Sarah's like, just go ahead and do it, just help out. If that,
now I know. I was like, what are you talking about?
I wasn't sure.
I wasn't sure where you're going with that. I was like, now I know.
If I took that home, oh my God, it'd be an explosion. But Sarah's like, just go ahead and do it. If I propose that same thing, hey, I need to go over here and help out, someone that we know. Amanda, no.
Yeah, if I got and see that's the thing.
You'd be seeing another Deep Ellum story.
It's also if I got the request Choppy did from the setup that Choppy did, it would be no. If Jane asked the same question, Kristen would say go do it.
Yeah,
like she would be mad if I told her I'm busy.
comfortable enough to like I almost texted Kristen this morning when I was having behind the scenes issues with Bobby. And that's cool. Like I'm not gonna be worried about Amanda or that. I'm about to text Kristen to find out what's up, and I have that type of relationship with Kristen.
All right, we're doing Ask Greta here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy, what split your life into before and after?
It's either divorce or kids. I think it's
for me.
Man, I don't know. It's probably divorce. Like I think it's a lot of like before and after.
More than the kids, the divorce did.
Tell us elaborate before and after.
Well, before, it's like your life changes when you have kids, but now you have like a scarlet letter when you have a divorce. You're you're looked at differently. It's a failure.
Can't even have another bachelor party.
I know, right? So it's just, I don't know, it's just something like that seems to be my line of demarcation in my life because at the same time the divorce came the midlife crisis, came all kinds of things. So
and that still hasn't ended.
I'm on my third one. My third one since then.
It's for me it's my mom died. That literally was like kind of almost at the midway point of my life too. So it's like before when mom was around and then life after that, it kind of it completely changed it up.
No, we're staying on this for a second.
Yeah.
I'm tapping in. Do you...
Careful, Sandler doesn't like my therapy.
Yeah. He doesn't like a lot of things recently. Like baseball questions. How often do you reflect and think about how you have not been affected by your mom not being around, or is that impossible to answer because you don't know how the life lessons would have gone?
Like how often do I just think of her in general, or how her absence has impacted?
Impact.
Weekly, probably. Just in general, it usually comes up in life events or something. Like
you have a top.
What would mom have thought of this? Or no, just in general stuff, usually parenting stuff. How would she have thought about how we're handling the kids here? Would she have given different advice? Would I have done things differently?
The answer is kids. It's not even hesitation. The sleep is over. Your bed space is over. Your hangovers, waking up are over. You're staying out as late as you want is over. All these things are over. I told Amanda yesterday, I said, next time we go out, I'm getting a babysitter for Ava. And Ollie almost, the boy, he tried to break my heart. He goes, all right, Dad, I'll stay home too so you can enjoy yourself. I said, oh. I said, no. I'm talking about your sister. Your sister's annoying. You can come. You can come with us. I'm getting a babysitter just for the girl, like we used to do Ollie solo. I can't, she's so much to handle right now. It's out of control, but it's kids as the middle line.
Yeah, some of the answers really quickly on the Twitch. DFW Dad says 9/11 for a lot of people. 682 on the fan text says quitting drugs. Congratulations, 682. Camo on the YouTube says, my kid made me a better man. Peyton Russell, what's your answer? What splits your life into two parts?
Yeah, I don't have kids, so I can't use that yet. But yeah, it'd have to be before and after college. I mean, going from school full-time to then just working every day full-time, that really changed me. It just felt different, I guess. Even though I still, went from college, apartment and living on my own to then, I guess, parents to save some money. I wasn't living on my own right after college, but going from school to work, that changed.
214 career change 559 my son died. I'm sorry to hear that. 559 469 easy answer before and after getting sober 14 years ago. Congratulations on 14 years. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, what's the worst city you've ever visited?
Shreveport, Louisiana.
Oh God! Did you go to Larry Flint's?
Just awful.
Did you go to the Hustler Club?
I was there for not even 48 hours. A little over 24, I think, and I was there December of 23, and it was just awful. I mean, we stayed at a hotel there. I think it was Bally's, and then just tried to walk around the city, but couldn't do it. Just trash everywhere, awful. And no one's there. That's the thing. It was the weekend, and no one's walking around the streets or anything. It's awful.
I've never been.
It's Shreveport. I mean, it's the closest thing. Like, because they have at the time they had actual dice, whereas Windstar and Choctaw didn't have dice. It was like traditional. There was no vig that you had to lay to begin. Each hand. So I used to go a lot. It's 3.5 hours. But Peyton's right. I mean, it's not. I chose Lubbock.
You don't like chimneys?
I went there once. It was a terrible experience. It was a west wind that weekend, so all you smelled was the cow farts. The car got towed. Nobody knows where anything is there. Nobody knew where the lot was. The street lights at the time were all this kind of weird yellowish color. The roads were that crappy West Texas gravelly kind of pavement. You know what I'm talking?
Mm-hmm.
It's just not smooth. You had to drive out of town to get booze to this little strip where it's like the Vegas Strip, and I'm like, I can't wait to see this thing. And it's like 4 little spots with lights on it, and I'm like, get me out of here.
This is it's Jacksonville. Jacksonville is the city I hate the most. A runner-up would be New Orleans. Because, like I said, after we went to Super Bowl, it's Jacksonville with Old Bay seasoning. That's what New Orleans is. New Orleans is just, and it's got that creek water smell to it. It's just not about it. Sean, what's your answer here?
Rockford, Illinois.
The peaches.
I had to live there for a year while I was a CBA broadcaster.
Was there anything good about the city, or was it just the entire time was miserable?
I can't think of many good things about it. The people were ugly. The city was ugly. I've discovered Thai food there. That's a good thing. I drove to Chicago for Giordano's. I'd go to DeKalb to party at NIU a little bit. But no, I could not wait to get out of Rockford, Illinois. Weather sucked. People sucked.
We're getting a lot of answers on the fan text here. 682 Fort Wayne, Indiana. 469 Sandusky, Ohio, and it ain't close. 903 Orlando. I liked Orlando.
It's hot. It's hot.
It's muggy. It's gross. Hot. But 970 St. Louis, 214 Midland, Odessa, 469 the entire state of Oklahoma.
Dang.
All right, we are doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, what task can a woman ask you to do that makes you feel like a man?
It's not the trash. Maybe a power wash.
A power wash, okay.
Just because the word power is in it, even though it's just really a more accelerated hose. That's all that it. Moving something, probably moving something.
Opening a jar, in general. To me, it's there's no better quintessential thing other than just I can't even open sustenance. I can't get to my food. I can't feed myself. I would starve to death if you were not here to open this jar for me.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So I got that one. Also, anytime this is such a backwards thing. I got to be careful the way I say this. Anytime she wants me to pay for something, buy something. Anytime I can just buy something that she wants. She just says she wants it. It's like, here, I bought it. I can handle that for you.
I'll probably also say, getting up with the sound in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the guy duty. Yep. I don't like when she goes, you go. Because it's all right, you're willing to sacrifice me. But killing an animal, a bug, a bee, get out of here. You stand up when the hornet's flying around or checking on the sound in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I think that's a good one, Chop.
They're all great.
When she says, take me to bed.
Gosh. This is last week of school.
They're in school
This is
now.
the last week of school.
Only the high schoolers are not in school right now. We're good. And they're in. I mean, they're in. My kid's in school. He's already in the classroom. He's already in the hallway.
Peyton, what's your answer for this? What makes you feel like a man?
I mean, just putting anything together, around the house. Like, I talked about yesterday in Best of Worst, putting together drawers and stuff. Even though Mackenzie was helping me, I was still doing a lot of the, using the Allen wrench and all that, use all these different things, all these different tools, and it's just putting anything together. Even though there's directions for any human being to follow and could easily put it together.
No.
But me doing it,
It's not easy. Not for me.
Gregory on the YouTube, he says work on her car is his answer. Some of the other answer, 214, fix her car. 956, when the wife asks me to smoke a brisket, I feel like a man.
There you go.
I wish I got asked that.
Dude, you'd ask not to cook whatever parties are going on.
Trying to kill my grill game.
All right, we are doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy, what became so popular it ended up being ruined for everyone?
Social media? Going to college? Everyone now going to college, and now it's so expensive you can't afford it, or the degree is devalued. Everyone has one. Now it's like you need to have a master's or PhD or whatever to separate yourself.
I think it's very particular, and the answer always shit. But generally, it's any like restaurant or anything else that like it becomes so popular that it's like it's no longer worth waiting for.
Yeah.
It's no longer worth.
Keith Lee blows something up. Portnoy.
Yeah, gosh, did you see Portnoy over the weekend?
The place in New York.
The 9.2 he gave out, and then that place started. They're selling out way too fast. But he gave a 9.2, which
that's high.
If you don't know his scores,
we got punished by that in
Arizona. Yeah, well, I can't remember the place.
It was a place on Netflix.
Yeah.
It was a pizza place, right?
Bianco or something.
Yeah,
but that
Bianco's,
was because of Netflix.
Right, and we tried to go, and it was like a 2.5 hour wait.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of barbecue places that if you want to go check
San
out.
Antonio, the place I went.
They ran out of pizza or something.
They ran out of pizza.
Yeah, there's a lot of barbecue places where it's like, we're open till we sell out, and then they sell out so quick that it's like, I'm never going to get a chance to try that because I'm never going to wait in line for that. Peyton?
It's Netflix with the account sharing. People back in the day used to do it all the time, and Netflix never caught you. But now it's like it's impossible to try and do that. Everyone's having to create their own account.
All right, there it is. Well done, Roberto, gathering the topics for Ask Reddit every Tuesday at this time. And thanks to all of you for the participation. Congrats for winning the Ice Cube tickets. We'll have them tomorrow during the Hump Day program, along with Chopping It Up at 7:40 here on Sean and RJ. This HOV portion of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. Let's go ahead and preview the Western Conference Finals as we go behind enemy lines with the Edmonton Oilers. Jason Greger previews Stars Oilers next.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on a Tolo Tuesday. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. DFW Sports Station, home of the Cowboys and Rangers. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and we're live all over the place on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals is set to kick off tomorrow night at the AAC. Where are you on the trying to get tickets meter?
Well, tomorrow, I got the kids tomorrow night. On Wednesdays, I have my kids. And then Friday, it's my weekend. So I'm out for game 1 and 2. The earliest I'd be able to go would be game 5. I can make a call, try to get some tickets. But I don't know. It's really enjoying watching the games on TV, too. And avoiding it is like the last 2 times we went to the AAC. I don't know if it was the construction around there, and I haven't been down there recently to see, but it was awful getting in and out.
Yeah, I want to get tickets. It's just a matter of, do I want to try to find a good resale market deal, or do I want to cash in a favor?
Oh.
Like, you know what I mean?
Do you have a favor to cash in?
Yeah, like I know there are people that I could call that but you also go like, would I rather use that favor on something else later? Like, I don't know. But like, yeah, I think I could if I needed to, but otherwise I may just get resale market.
Game 2 is Friday night?
Yep.
How many tickets do you think you could get?
Probably like 4, I would guess.
Well.
Yes.
Why? Are you looking to go?
I mean, if I get free tickets on a Friday night, it could be a possibility. So right now on Game Time, the super deal is section 104, row E, $457 a piece. The amazing deal, section 328, row T, $186 a piece.
With fees, or is that like the secret?
That includes the fees. No.
Okay.
Game Time.
They include the fees.
They include the fees. They do a nice job there.
Game Time does it right.
Jason Greger is joining us to preview. He is the host of the Jason Greger Show in Edmonton on Sports 1440 here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Jason. Did we get the last name correct?
You did. No emphasis on the or, so that's perfect.
Okay, I thought that you knew RJ because your background photo is you power cleaning. And RJ,
deadlift, yeah.
Sorry, this is deadlift. So I thought you guys were the friends, but you know him through someone else.
I know him through my friend Chris. I was like, he's from Edmonton.
Okay.
And I was like, you got anybody up there? He goes, yeah, hit my guy Jason. So thanks for coming on, man.
Hey, no problem, fellas.
What's the weight on here?
I think that picture's a few years ago. I think that was like 400 back then.
All right, are you up or down from that?
Oh, I don't lift heavy weights anymore.
Okay.
It's not
Get old, man. You get old.
More, you lift more reps, and they say it's better now. So, yeah.
Jason, how is this matchup different, just kind of overall with your summary compared to last year when these two teams faced off?
Well, every year it's obviously different, right? Like there's Mikko Rantanen. Let's start there. You got a superstar player on Dallas that wasn't there last year, so that's going to change it. Coming into the series, everybody says Dallas has more depth. Well, they got more paper depth, but on the ice they don't have more depth, at least on the playoffs, right? Like their depth guys, it's fallen off, right? Like so, I would say right now, Edmonton, funny enough, isn't relying on their superstars as much as they were last year, and right now it's Dallas relying on a superstar. And you can win when you have a superstar. That's the advantage, right? Like it's why Carolina never wins, because when push comes to shove, they don't have a game breaker. So I think that's the biggest difference. Dallas has that. Heiskanen coming back is obviously huge for Dallas. I watched Game 6, and he looked like the Miro Heiskanen that we've known in Game 6. He was flying up the ice, and so I'm curious if Dallas is going to go with 7 defensemen, or if they're like, okay, Miro's good, we can go with 6, and then because I think Dallas, if I've looked at their first 2 rounds, and you guys watch them closer than I do, but the Ben Sagan Duchesne line isn't working. Okay, like they've done literally jack squat at 5-on-5. So I don't know why you wouldn't put Ben back with Robertson and Wyatt Johnson, because that line was great in the regular season, and put Marchment back with Duchesne, because they work. So I'm curious if we see Pete DeBoer switch that. Edmonton's, the biggest difference for them is their defense. It's way more mobile. They got puck movers all over the place. Jake Wallman has come in and been great. And John Klingberg, who, Stars fans know, when Klingberg's on his game, he's a hell of a player. And you know what? In the regular season after Edmonton signed him, I'm like, geez, I'm not sure this guy can help. He didn't look very good. Then he got an infection, was out another 3 weeks. And since he's come back, all of a sudden, John Klingberg looks like a really good player again, and he's moving the puck. And he still doesn't have the straightaway speed that he had in Dallas, but his lateral movement is where he creates space on the ice, and he's been excellent. Him and Wallman as a quote third pair, they play more minutes than the third pair, but they've been the best third pair in the NHL playoffs by a mile.
Jason, McDavid hasn't scored a ton this playoffs. He's been in a lot of assists, so he's been in on the action. He just hasn't gotten the goals. Has he been trying to change his game up and be more of a facilitator, or it just hasn't come to him yet?
He's never a big goal scorer. It's funny. I went back and looked through the first 2 rounds last year, and after going into the Western Conference Final last year, he had more points, but he had the same amount of goals. He just had more assists, right? McDavid will, as great of a player he is, there's still times where you're like, man, shoot the puck, right? Like he'll be right in the slot, and he'll dish it off. So McDavid's still dangerous. Obviously got Leon Draisaitl, both of them. Although, I'm kind of curious, Draisaitl's line, they shut down Eichel's line. It's a unique situation to have a superstar player and say, hey, we're going to have you shut down another team's best guy. And that's what happened in the Vegas series when they had back-to-back shutouts. So I'm curious to kind of see what DeBoer and Knobloch will do in line matching. Are you going to put Rupe Hintz against McDavid, or is Knobloch going to try to get Draisaitl's line out against Hintz and Rantanen? That, to me, there's always the gamesmanship there. Like, I'm sure Heiskanen's going to get McDavid just because he skates so well. Him and Thomas Harley. Like, that's the best pair, I would argue, maybe in the NHL, and when they're healthy, and definitely the best pair in the series.
Jason Gregor joining us here to talk Oilers Stars ahead of the Western Conference Finals. Jason, speaking of Connor McDavid, I saw a quote from him the other day where he was talking about the special teams are going to need to really get going, that the power play is going to be a big thing here for Edmonton. Yep. And Dallas has been great on the penalty kill this entire postseason. Is that where you think this series ultimately comes down to, is just who gets the advantage in those power plays?
Well, it will definitely help. The question is, fellas, what are we going to see? Are we going to see more than 2 power plays a game? It's mind-blowing how few power plays we see. At least, in the Edmonton series. I haven't gone game by game in the Dallas series, but, the games I watched later, we're not seeing a ton of power plays. So now, even if you only get 2 a game, if you can score a goal, that's obviously key. Edmonton's power play was only 9% against Vegas, and they still won because they're getting such great contributions from their depth. But historically, that's, I'm not sure that's going to last. So, you're going to need your power play. Like, they can't go 9%. The Oilers don't have a power play goal on the road in the playoffs yet, right? They didn't score one in L.A. and they didn't score any in Vegas. So, that would be a key tomorrow night, is if the Oilers power play can get going on the road and just get going in general. I thought they were too static. I thought at times they were a little bit too stubborn, looking for the perfect play, right? And that can be as great as their power play has been now for 5 years, because it's obviously historically been one of the best the league's ever seen. When they get into their little ruts, it's usually because they try to be too pretty and they're a little stubborn, always trying to force that one-timer to Draisaitl and just not shooting the puck. Like, they only had 18 power play shots in their first unit in the whole series against Vegas. So it's not enough. That's not even one shot per minute, because they had 21 minutes of power play time with the first unit on the ice. So they got to shoot the puck more. And, obviously power play can make a difference when you think about it, right? There's only 4 minutes in a game and you score one in 4 minutes. Well, your odds are pretty good of maybe winning. So they need it. And then their penalty kill, it's like the numbers look awful because they started so terrible against LA. Like, LA scored 5 of their first 6 power play chances. Since then, Edmonton's been better. I still, a lot of it comes down to Skinner, and when he's on, then their penalty kill's decent.
Jason Gregor from 1440 in Edmonton joining us to preview the Western Conference Finals. The over-under for tonight's game 1 in the East is 5.5 goals. Tomorrow night, it's 6.5. And someone who I respect his opinion said, be prepared. You got to win 6-5 games in this Western Conference series. Do you agree with that? And if so, why so high scoring?
Well, I definitely don't agree with that. Look at last year. Goals become less as the playoffs go along. The teams are better. I think the players are closer to their goal. People are cheating less for offense. Dallas scored 3 goals once in the series last year in 6 games, right? Edmonton, I think, scored more than three times, but if one of those was an empty netter for sure. So I definitely, I love offense. Like, if you ask me, can I watch a 2-1 or a 6-5? Give me 6-5 all day long. You got lead changes, you got emotion. It's way better. But, I'm not holding my breath for that. Like the Eastern Conference Final, God, you might have put it at 4.5. The way Carolina's playing, like, it's probably the most boring hockey. It's like they're the New Jersey Devils of 2025. Like, God, I don't know if you guys try to watch any of those games, but man, if you can't sleep, just turn on that series and it'll be lights out. So, there'll be a game or two where it's 4-3 in Dallas, but I think we'll see a lot of 3-2 games, more so than we'll see 5-4, unfortunately.
Jason, Skinner was not good in the first 2 games of the playoffs against the Kings. He was tremendous in the last 2 against Vegas. Obviously, in the middle, he was yanked in there. But what has been? How inconsistent has he been?
Yeah, the first 2 games, the numbers look awful because the team was awful. Like, they were giving Adrian Kempe 3 Mississippis wide open in the slot, and of course he'd bury it. Now, I don't think Skinner actually let in a bad goal in those 2 games. He just didn't make a big save, right? And you need your goalie at some point to make a big save. Stu Skinner's, he's consistent in the sense that he's inconsistent. So last year, started well, had 2 brutal games against Vancouver, got pulled for 2 games, came back in, and then it was lights out. Right, he outplayed Ottinger last year in that series. Right, he only allowed more than 2 goals once. He had like a 1.91 goals against average and .922 save percentage. And this year, those first 2 games, he didn't look confident. He came back in. They had a tough break, losing that game 3. The only game they lost to Vegas was when Vegas scored with 0.4 seconds left on an own goal by Draisaitl. But Skinner, I thought, in the last 2 games, usually when your goalie has a shutout, your team's not giving up a ton, and that's the case. They didn't give up a lot, and then they did. He made a breakaway save on Barbashev in the first period of Game 4, and his body, it just seemed like that was a boost for him. And then after that, he's just calm and net. He read the play very well. He was never scrambly, and since then, he's obviously looked really good. Go back-to-back shutouts, so he'll come in with a lot of confidence, and Skinner seems to have to. It's almost like he has to get disciplined by his coach. He's like, you got to sit down. And then once it goes, okay, coach. And then he comes back and he's good. So, because, if you go back to last year in his final 15 games after getting benched, all right, he only allowed more than 2 goals 4 times. And then since then, coming back against Vegas, you're posting back-to-back shutouts. He'll come in with a lot of confidence, and they're going to need him because they don't have an option, right? Like, Calvin Pickett's not even dressing yet as the backup. He's not even practicing with the team. He's still hurt, and so I think it's Skinner or bust for Edmonton the whole series. Because I don't if you got to go to Olivier Rodrigue, your AHL goaltender, you got some real problems.
What's your pick for the series?
Well, I picked Edmonton at the start of the playoffs. And I know people say, oh, you're Homer or whatever, but look at how many people picked LA. Look at how many people picked Vegas. Like, I think Edmonton's good. And what people overlooked was Edmonton's regular season was not really a reflection of their team, right? Klingberg didn't play very much. Kane didn't play one game. Trent Frederick played 7 minutes because of, that's true. Those two guys have come in and they've really solidified the depth. Like, you got Evander Kane on, your quasi third line right now, and he's playing great. He's big, he's physical, he's healthy. Like, last year, Kane was playing on like a half a leg, couldn't skate, right? Was really a non-factor after, I think, the first 8 games of the playoffs. He dressed until game 2 of the Cup, and then he was out. So, the Oilers, how do I word this? Not that they were holding back, but in a sense, like, they weren't physical at all, guys. Like, they set NHL record for the fewest hits in the regular season. Like, wow. Their head coach did say, he kind of told McDavid, hey, dial it back a bit, right? So they were saying, and people are going to say, well, they weren't trying. It's not they weren't trying. They just weren't exerting themselves physically. And you look at the playoffs, like, Zach Hyman is a one-man wrecking crew right now. Like, he's not scoring as many goals as he did last year. He's got 70. He had 13 hits in the game 5 against Vegas. He had 12 in the other game. Like, he is punishing guys, and not just little hits, guys. Like, there's you can rub a guy out, but Hyman's he's been rocking guys, and Kane and Frederick, they're way more physical, so they got speed. I think they're a faster team than Dallas. And to me, if Dallas wins, it's going to be Ottinger's going to have to be great like he was against Winnipeg, because I thought he was easily better than Hellebuck by a mile. And the one that's I think it's going to be a long series, and I do think the Heiskanen health, him and Harley, that can be that to me is what would concern Edmonton. Is those two, they're probably going to play 25 minutes a night, maybe more, and they're 2 of the best defensemen in the league. So if they can kind of limit Edmonton's top line, and if Dallas's depth, which was great in the regular season, right? Like, they had the second most goals 5-on-5 amongst any forward group with 157. But here's the stat. If I'm a Stars fan, that if this doesn't change, they can't win. Robertson, Ben, Duchesne, and Sagan combined have 1 goal and 2 assists 5-on-5 in the playoffs. Like, you can't win when those are guys, they're probably, forwards, 4 through 7. Those are kind of like your core forwards after your main guys, and they've done nothing. Now, they're capable of it. We saw their production. So I just think Edmonton's depth's playing better right now, and it's hard to just flip a switch in the playoffs. So that's why I'll stick with them.
Jason, this was absolutely fantastic, especially the end. We appreciate it. Enjoy the series. Hopefully we can have you on again.
Anytime, fellas. Have a great one.
Jason Gregor from 1440 in Edmonton on 105.3 The Fan.
What did he want to do?
Reitma got it.
What did he want to do?
Let's see if the Tolos and the Fan text.
Oh, they got it already.
Oh, they got it.
Hey, he was good.
He was fantastic.
He was very good.
He was very, very good. All right. Protect your Apple Pay, and would you ever let your ex have access to the bank account? It's PP in the morning.
Yeah.
Next on Sean and RJ. But let me go.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Injured in a car or truck wreck? Call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on the Fan, and there's no number two.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right, 8:20 on Tuesday. It's time for a little PP in the morning. After what Jason said last segment, I'm ready for this one. I'm ready for this segment.
Got you hyped? Yeah, it won't be a little
got me
PP in the
hyped
morning.
For a little
then.
PP in the morning, guys. All right, Apple Pay prank time. Look, last week we talked about the stupid TikTok challenge, the Chromebook challenge that people are doing on TikTok. Kids were lighting Chromebooks on fire. And it's just another week, another stupid TikTok trend that will probably get someone hurt. Now, this involves Apple Pay. Do you guys use Apple Pay? I've never been into it. I mean, I know it seems easier, but I've never done the whole Apple Pay thing.
Man, in Europe, exclusively. I just use because you link your credit card to it.
Yeah.
And it was instead of carrying, because, some of these places where they have pickpockets, you're wearing this belt under your clothes that are what's it? Is it RDFI or RFID? The
chips?
The chip. So you wear this chip protecting belt because they will go up to you and scan your body just to steal your chip. So I had it on the phone, and they just bring those little. They don't, when you give them the check, they don't give you a book jacket. It's it's on the little computer thing. They bring it around and you just tap it. It's great.
Yeah,
Game changer.
I use it for Underdog when I'm depositing money in, and I feel like some ride shares now. I'm paying with it with the double tap, the Apple Pay.
Okay. And Bobby, obviously, you can't do it, right?
I wouldn't.
He has
do
Google
it
Pay.
That's not Google Pay. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't use Google Pay either.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've always just been a credit card guy. I carry no cash on me. If I have cash on me, it's straight to the bank.
Well,
I don't have cash anymore.
You
either.
used to carry cash.
I used to carry cash.
Back when you had a man's wallet.
I used to carry cash like an old Guido, baby, like me and my people. And because my grandfather said, you don't need a wallet. You carry a rubber band. So your credit cards or that
Oh yeah, the broccoli wad.
With the cash on the outside, big bills on the outside, Bobby.
So with this trend,
I'm out on cash.
Aiden will have it up on the YouTube. The audio wasn't great, and there was editing and stuff in there. So we'll just explain it here.
God forbid he edits something.
No, it was the guy who edited the video, and it didn't really make sense. But whatever. But Aiden will have it on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. But how it works is you go up to a stranger, and the objective is to get their iPhone out of their pocket. So you ask for like the time or the weather, something generic, and once they unlock their phone, you hover your phone over it, and then you play the Apple Pay ding noise, and then say thank you for your money, and then you walk away. So you play like it's just like on YouTube. You just pay it, and so it makes a noise, and they're like, "Did you just take money from me?" And then that's what you say. Say, "Oh, thanks for the $20." You walk away, and then you proceed to get your ass whooped because the other guy is frustrated and upset that you just took the money and thinks you just took their money.
Man, someone's gonna get shot doing this.
It's the stupidest thing, man. It's like it's all just for clicks and likes, but it's like you're seriously, and it's teenagers doing it. It's
Fake
people
a
in high
theft.
school.
Fake a theft.
Yeah. Back in my day, we did real theft.
Like, man, we went in there like Chiefsaholics, started robbing banks.
Would you rather your kid be on TikTok, Snapchat, or Twitter? You got to get rid of one.
TikTok, Snapchat, TikTok.
TikTok
Get rid of
gone?
TikTok? Oh, I thought which one of them on.
No, sorry.
Oh, off Snapchat.
Snapchat off.
Yep.
Snapchat's where that's where the nudes go to disappear. Yeah.
The D's go flying.
Yeah.
That's where you get scammed.
Yeah.
You know.
Get off of Snapchat. Yeah. I mean, if I had a kid, they're old enough. I mean, Snapchat probably.
Because it seems like
TikTok's so
TikTok
bad.
results in the most deaths.
Well, it's the challenges are stupid.
That's
the
true.
challenges are dumb.
But like the thing is that people will post TikToks on Twitter and Facebook, like it's all over the place too. So it's like you can't really get away from the actual, because any trend, they're just going to keep posting it on all these social media platforms. So it's a never-ending effect here. And now the thing is, they're not actually taking, in case you didn't realize, they're not actually taking your money. It's just to make it seem like they take your money. So there's no theft rule. But yeah, you're at the moment, you're acting like you're taking their money, and then like I said, you're going to proceed to get your butt whooped because you're supposedly stealing from someone, and then it's all, oh well, no, I'm just playing, man. But that's how you get your ass beat. But okay, it is PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. Dave Portnoy. A lot of people have their opinion on Dave of Barstool Sports, and I'm about to have one of him after this. So here's a clip of Dave. He's talking with Shannon Sharp on Club Shay Shay, his podcast, saying his ex-wife still has access to his wallet.
Is it true your ex-wife have access to your bank account?
Yeah. I told you, I trust her implicitly.
I beg your pardon?
Implicitly. I trust her. If she wanted to take it, she could. There's very few people that you meet where you can trust implicitly. And to be honest, she was there when we were living at the in-laws' house. She was there when we couldn't afford a hamburger. She was there through the grind. She, to me, just like we kind of separated when we started making it. So she doesn't get to enjoy any of that. To me, that's not right.
Wow.
Hey, I'm a loyalty guy.
You are a boy. You loyal to the song for real. I don't know too many people doing that.
No, it surprises people. But she could have, if she wanted to do something with it, she could have done with it a long time ago.
If your ex-wife, is she married?
She's dating somebody, boyfriend.
Are you cool with that?
Yeah. I want her to be happy. It's true.
But then she can't get no more access, Dave. She got to cut off, cut her low.
I won't even notice if it's gone.
You mean to tell me she might?
I mean, if she takes it all.
No. But she might take like, you know what? I'm gonna have this extravagant wedding. I'm gonna spend, $500,000 on a wedding. You cool with?
Yes, 100%.
Dude, this is so bizarre to me. I don't care how much money you have. I might be stupid and naive to the situation, but
I love this. I love this.
I was going to say, I think more highly of Dave Portnoy right now.
It's the most likable thing he's probably ever done. Well, not the most, because he saved businesses during COVID.
I watched this full 2 hours with Shannon.
I mean, this is a very likable thing.
Loyal to the soil. So this goes back to the Ask Reddit of the girl's your best friend. Whatever 18-year-old Portnoy is going to run around with has to be cool with him and his wife have this relationship like it didn't work. And this is like a 1% between men and women. It didn't work. I respect you. You respect me. And you were with me through the grind and all the tough times. You have access to it. When my fiance got leukemia and she moved away to be with her son back in Maryland, I started dating again. And one of the girls I told, she was like, hey, how's so-and-so? And I was like, well, I still send her money and try to help her out with some of her bills. She was getting over leukemia. That became a problem. And I was like, no, I'm not going to change it. Like, I'm gonna help her out. We didn't have a bad breakup. It wasn't ugly, terms. She just wanted to go and be closer to her son, which I respected in Maryland. But I was like, no, I'm going to help out financially, for a good while. But it's a rare thing. But she has the access. I wonder how that works when he gets the notification of, okay, she's
sounds like he doesn't get the notification.
Yeah, he made it sound like he has no idea if money's coming in or out of his account.
Well, you can see when you go over your bank statement if a SUV is purchased.
Right, but he said like if she did the 500,000, he goes, I wouldn't even notice.
Yeah,
like he's got that much money
right there. Rich guy problems.
Look, he's I can't envision myself having this set up just because I can't envision things going amicably enough that I would then just be like, well, I trust you completely, but. Yeah, I think this is actually, if he has that level of trust in her and she's done nothing to blow it up, and he's just like, we were different people, and it's not right that she was there for the grind and none of the reward, then I owe that to her. I think that's a stand-up move.
I saw a lot of people yesterday saying on social media that she holds his, she's got something on him. She has deep secrets that'll ruin his career.
That's also possible.
Dave, it's possible, but Dave Portnoy does not have, he cannot be canceled.
Or
the base of the Barstool crowd doesn't believe in cancel culture. He's got money beyond God.
Been through a ton of scandal.
He's been through scandal. He is as untouchable as, I don't know who else would be more untouchable than him.
He's
more
pretty.
Teflon.
He's pretty blunt.
Trump. Right? Yeah. He just doesn't care. He doesn't care. Like, you can't cancel him because his base doesn't believe in canceling.
Now, his ex did mention in the clip that she did have a boyfriend right now, but I want to turn the question on you and the Tolos 877-881-1053. If your wife had access to their ex's bank account, but the money she takes out is for your family, her current family with you, are you fine with that?
Nope.
They're not talking to the ex, they're not hanging out with the ex, they're just taking money, but it's to support you.
Nope. On the flip side of this, I'm not cool with that as if I'm the guy on the other side. Because it's just like, no, I'm providing for us now. You can stop that.
I don't care. I think Sarah has like some her ex pays for. I don't know. Get some like
Please
TV accounts, like subscription accounts. She's still on the plan. He's like remarried. So I mean that doesn't matter to me.
But what does she get out of it?
A free TV or whatever it is,
like
right?
So it's like a peacock or something.
It's like a peacock or something. Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, because you're saving money.
Yeah,
you're
how do I care?
Yeah.
No, if I was in the relationship with Portnoy's ex and she's like, yeah, we're gonna get a new car with Dave's money, I'd be like, no, we're not. We're gonna get a new car with our money.
It's that thing where you feel emasculated when someone and your kid picks up the bill or your wife picks up the bill, and this is times 100. Where no, I'm gonna buy the car with that person's money. You can't do it. So yeah, I would not be cool like Bobby.
One last story, guys.
I'd feel uncomfortable. It's not like I'd be angry. I'd feel emasculated.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be upset with that. I think as long as
of course
you're not,
you would.
It depends how much money, you know.
These two.
Yeah. It's not cheap. It's just secure. I don't give a crap. Like, well, go ahead,
guys.
You have to make it seem like you're paying for everything.
Real quick, we have controversy at the funeral home. Once again, bad things happening in California. Very bad place where a funeral home put the wrong body in a casket. And the family expecting to bury their loved one obviously realized it instantly and made an impromptu to the worker there. But I've never seen this before happen. I guess a funeral home. Oh, RJ has apparently.
June of 1998.
Oh,
Grandpa died. He died in Virginia Beach.
Before or after the Jordan shot?
That's a great question.
Was that June 98?
That was June 98. We fly him back to New York because he was buried up. He was going to be buried in New York. Flying back up there. He had to connect through Philly. The flight had to connect through Philly. And we get to he gets to the funeral home. And fortunately, this was like a family friend who owned the funeral parlor. Opens the casket and said, this ain't him. His body was in Chicago. And the person who got delivered to the funeral home was set to be cremated in Chicago. So they almost cremated him.
Wow.
And I was kind of hoping. My dad was like, boy, I hope they do because we'll own the airline. He was kind of hoping they did because it was a lawsuit. He wanted a suit at that point, right? But no, we got the body back. But the only reason we got the body back is because the funeral director knew who he was and knew that wasn't him.
It's fortunate.
Yeah.
Maybe you can get free makeup funeral, like a future.
Yeah.
Clone them now. Nowadays, just clone the body.
Yeah, because that's expensive, right?
I can do it. Yeah, I can probably do it. I can probably
you
clone
could definitely
clone that body.
Have the ashes come through the 3D printer. All right, it's PP in the morning every single Tuesday as he is getting ready for the bachelor trip to Vegas and not Salt Lake City, but Utah, wherever the heck. Where is it?
St. George.
St. George in Utah. Have you checked out what the cuisine is? Are they known for any type of food in Utah?
Yeah, they have a Chili's there, an Olive Garden. So we'll be there.
There you go.
Perfect for you. Why apparently I should not place the bet through Peyton when it comes to the Cowboys over under. That's next. And below
the bell
on the
You got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Over under 7.5. Whether we're talking wins or we're talking draft position, Cynthia Freeland says take the under for your Dallas Cowboys. Let's talk about it here on 105.3 The Fan. Before we get into that, let's make this note really quickly, because this is just a brief throwaway thing that I'd seen, but it turns out that we might still have a shot at Giannis here in DFW. And the man you can thank for that, it's not Nico Harrison or Patrick Dumont or even
Cooper Flagg. Trade him.
Not Cooper Flagg, not new
Kyle
Dallas Wings
Yeomans.
super fan, Dirk Nowitzki. No, it's Jerry Jones. During a Q&A on Twitter, he was doing an Ask Me Anything the other day, Giannis was, and he was asked, do you have a favorite NFL team now that you've been in the States a while? And he said, well, first he said the Packers, but forget that. That's just because he plays for the Bucs right now. He said Packers and Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, man.
So can we finally use the Dallas Cowboys influence to woo someone to Dallas?
I mean, they don't, so
Might as well leverage it to somebody else.
Yeah.
No, because some of the other Q&As were, out of all the cities you've ever been to, which city made you the happiest to be there? He said Florida cities.
Florida cities.
Yes.
All of them.
What's your favorite city to play in on the road? He said New York. All those in the Eastern Conference, which Kendrick Perkins says he wants to stay in. And you also have Windhorse and others saying just don't totally rule it out that Giannis leaves Milwaukee. So
Yeah, and Florida, the Florida cities, if you wanted to use the, as I know we do like to use the, well, there's no taxes here. There's no taxes in Florida either.
Right.
So you get the same benefit. And if he likes, and a lot of people do like the Florida beaches, I understand that. You know, Miami is that one. Miami's the city you always have to worry about if you're an NBA. If you're an NBA team looking to lure a free agent, you always have to worry about Miami, because if you're super rich, man, there are few places that you can do better in. You can do it right. Miami's expensive. You got to do it right.
All right, let's take a look at the projected win totals here for the Dallas Cowboys, which we've been talking a lot about today in the last couple of days, because Sean is now firmly on the bandwagon of that 7.5. I want the over.
I want the over. Tolo Chris said, I'll take the bet for you since Peyton gave me such a hard time earlier, even though he's going to Vegas.
Well, can you give me
Made it
cash?
so-
Can you mail it in yourself?
Yeah.
Can you do? What's the point of even having Peyton?
I said Venmo.
You said cash
The
is cool.
question was,
I'm all in on the over. I think it's a solid
And it's the
number.
favorite now, right?
Favorite by a wide margin.
Well, not according to Cynthia Freeland. What are your thoughts on one Cynthia Freeland? I'll tell you, Cynthia kind of drives me nuts reading her score projections every week. She's like, according to my model, the Dallas Cowboys will win this 19-18. It's like, no, they won't. Nobody's ever won an NFL game 19-18.
Scorigami.
You need to round your numbers up or down, because this is not the way to do it. It makes your score seem really unrealistic.
This is where I think the analytics group loses their moral high ground. Not moral high ground, but their high ground. They're too dug in on this is what the stats show. It's not wrong. There's no such thing as being wrong.
Cowboys will score 19.3 points. What are you talking about?
Now, you're taking it literally, but they're also using it literally.
Yeah, she puts score projections in there of 16-15 will be the score.
Yeah, I saw this. Her score, her win total this year is 7.2. Well, factually, they can't win 7.2 games.
Right. But
It's 7 or 8.
Now, regardless, though, you are talking about where you're roughly projected to go, and that's fine. But here, because of that projection, thanks for spoiling it by saying it's 7.2, Chop. Here's the teams that you are slated to finish above, according to Cynthia Freeland's projection. The number 1 pick in the draft will go to the New Orleans Saints as the worst team in football.
Arch Manning.
Then it is
planning for Manning.
There we go. It's the whole lottery. It's like the rigged lottery. The New Orleans Saints, number 2 pick, the New York Giants. Then it's the Cleveland Browns, the Tennessee Titans, the New York Jets, the Carolina Panthers, followed closely by your Dallas Cowboys as the 7th worst team in football.
I'll tell you this.
Wow.
If the Cowboys pick 7th, if they pick in the top 12 again next year, and they select 7th, they have to take quarterback.
If things fall apart to that extent, that either means he got hurt or he was bad.
What the hell, man?
Yeah,
This is going to be one of the great us versus Vegas debates that I'll remember here.
2014, baby.
This is the first time
7th worst record
that I can recall where you guys have dug in so aggressively against what Vegas is projecting. Now you said what, 2014 was a similar one?
2014, I think the over-under was either 8 or 8.5, and we were actually I think we were bet the under that year because they were so bad. They had gone 8 and 8, 8 and 8, 8 and 8.
They got destroyed by San Francisco in the opener that year.
Yeah, and then everybody was disappointed. Not disappointed, but the Zach Martin draft pick was, all right, it's a good pick, but Romo's been injured. DeMarco was the running back. We knew about DeMarco, but it wasn't like, all right, this guy's going to be the next stud. So there was a lot of questions, and it turned out to be as good as it gets. That was maybe Tony's best shot other than it was either that or 2007.
Here's some of this is her brief write-up, and she doesn't really go into any sort of explanation other than she says the Cowboys' toughest 3-game stretch is weeks 12, 13, and 14, where they get the Eagles, the Chiefs, and then Detroit for a Thursday night football clash. It's important to remember that if Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons, who each miss time in 2024, are available all season, Dallas' ceiling increases.
Wow, what a hot take.
Especially if rookie right guard Tyler Booker is able to get acclimated. The first-round pick had the highest floor and was my highest-rated lineman at his position in this year's draft. So her model, and this is something that when we've been at the Super Bowl and we've talked to Thomas Dimitroff and Eric Eager from Sumer Sports, one of the things we said was, hey, where do you feel like analytics is still lacking? And they both said it comes in injuries. That basically the injury prediction model is not great and that they haven't been able to account for much of that at all. Well, it sounds like her model is projecting that Micah and Dak are just not going to be able to stay healthy consistently enough, which Micah is an interesting one because we've seen there's a little bit of the, as you've termed it, the Micah Doncic, like maybe selling my shoulder.
Yeah.
It hurts, got to come off, and then I'm going to warrior back out there after my can of C4 or my C4 powder, and I'm going to get 3 sacks. But it seems like her biggest issue with Dallas is she doesn't trust that their key players are going to be able to stay healthy enough. She says win total, she's going under the 7.5. Here are the odds for the rest of it. Make the playoffs, they're plus 190. Win the division, they're plus 700, which is twice as bad as the odds for Carolina to win their division. Obviously a worse division, but you're talking about a bad Carolina team the last couple of years. Win the conference is plus 2,800 and win the Super Bowl plus 5,500. So if you like the Cowboys to win the division or you like the Cowboys on those odds, you're going to be able to take advantage of that. Now, when we talk about the schedule strength and some of the issues that Dallas is running to on that front, because we had all said, hey, look, Cowboys have a really brutal schedule here. Not only is it one of the more difficult schedules by win-loss record, but just the way it's structured and the way that it's set up makes things really difficult. Well, again, over at NFL.com, Eric Edholm, formerly of Yahoo Sports, listed the teams with the toughest schedules. And he broke down the teams that just have from strength of schedule and the way their lineup or the way their schedule is structured, where they got to go on the road and different things like that. He has the 7 toughest schedules in football. And he does not have the Dallas Cowboys even in the top 7. So apparently we're whining a little bit, is what the Nationals seem to think, is that Cowboys aren't even in the top quarter of most difficult schedules in the NFL. They're not.
I thought it was 11th hardest, so wouldn't this add up? That you're not in the.
No, I thought it was.
No, theirs is
11th most difficult.
No, strength of schedule, theirs is one of the more difficult.
Yeah,
they're in
like
the
4 or
top 5. So what you've got right here, in fact, tied for 11th, it's the Kansas City Chiefs, who are listed 7th. So even though the Chiefs have the 11th most difficult strength of schedule, the Chiefs are still 7th on this list because of they talk about the way that their schedule is structured, the way they got to go on the road, do different things like that. But they've got the Vikings, they've got the Lions, like all these different teams listed on here. In fact, the number one toughest schedule on this list is the Detroit Lions, which they're tied 2nd for strength of schedule. But they say that basically the way that this breaks down in terms of where the bye week is structured, when they have to go on the road, the games that they have to play late in the season, this makes for the most difficult run for them. But this is, again, I'm finding that, yesterday we talked earlier about the power rankings for the Rangers, or we talked earlier about how the new ones came out for CBS Sports, and they shot them up 6 spots like that for the win streak. I feel like MLB writers and national MLB analysts are waiting for the Rangers to click. Like, they like them, they like their potential, they were talking them up before the season, they want it to go well. So when they get the first indication that things are going well, they jump on it. Similarly, it's felt like in years past, the Cowboys have been that team. When the Cowboys start doing things well, feels like writers and analysts are quick to jump on like, yep, this is the team we've been waiting for. it feels like there's a little bit of national analyst fatigue of the Cowboys. Like where they're like, I'm tired of banking on it coming through because all these different projections you have. National analysts are taking the under on these win projections. They're not moving them a significant amount from the George Pickens and draft, the draft that they had in the George Pickens acquisition. You've got people trying to downplay the difficulty of their schedule. It feels like there's a little bit of, we're tired of the excuses for the Cowboys. Either they're going to do it or not, but we're not going to buy into them.
They absolutely should be tired of it. It's been every year that they're like, we hear about this team, how great the roster is.
Fox declining the extra games, like we talked about.
Every year. Look, if there's fatigue in DFW for the Cowboys, then there has to be fatigue nationally.
Who says why is there DFW fatigue?
I mean, doesn't it feel like there is? Certainly does to me.
I mean, the games, there's no metric in terms of ratings, popularity, money, merchandise that shows there's any fatigue.
I don't know. I just
optimism, maybe optimism, like the sunshine. They still want to talk about them all the time, but there's a little bit of self-loathing Cowboys fans right now.
They're tired of the same thing. We already know how the season's going to end. It's just like,
well, you know how it's going to end. It's going to end in a Super Bowl. That's what we're going to feel like after today because OTAs get going today. We're going to get our first look at these Dallas Cowboys out on the field. I'll be out there at the Star in Frisco later today. Brian Schottenheimer press conference at 11:45, interrupting KNC for probably, they get a whole half hour off, I would imagine. Kevin Hagelin in there, and then he'll probably replay it at 1. But we are going to get Cowboys Open Locker today, so we're going to hear from players, and we'll also get our first look at some of these guys on the football field.
No better place to be than your home of America's team. That is our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt, every day inside the Star at 8:40 here on DFW Sports Station. Choppy has you covered with some Diamond Calves. He says the Rangers should win this Yankees series, and he's got some advice for the great Bruce Bochy. RJ Choppy, Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers with the Yankees tonight after this.
Get something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
On 105.3 The Fan.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about baseball? It is Diamond Cavs here on 105.3 The Fan. Is Bruce Bochy mismanaging Jack Leiter, or is he doing the right thing by trying to force him to learn how to pitch? Now, Jack was on MLB Network last night, or yesterday with DeRosa, and they had a graphic up about the lowest batting average against in Major League Baseball. There's 3 Rangers on the top: it's Mahle and Eovaldi and Jack Leiter right up there, and then Rodon, who the Rangers will be facing later on the series, is the number 1 guy. Max Fried's another one on there. So you've got 5 guys in this series, 5 pitchers in the series who are among the 7 lowest batting average against allowed as pitchers.
Now, Jack Leiter's also walked a ton of people.
Yes.
So that's also, he's still allowed a ton of base runners.
See, that's why the stat it's very specific. It's just batting average against. So it's obviously just on balls that are put.
Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
Well, non-walk, so official plate appearances. So Jack was amazing in the first 7 innings on Sunday, and then you get to the 8th, and he loses a little bit, right? Couple of singles, and then they pull him, and then bam, there's a home run. So I went and looked at his splits. We were talking about this yesterday, and this was the question that was rejected with great prejudice from Jared Sandler.
Well, he asked it on his own TV show.
Absolutely. About when I asked him, I was, any questions about sending Jack out 3rd time through the order?
Yeah.
Because 1st time through the order this year.
And he said, like, Nadell and other people are, like, looking at him like it was a stupid topic when, correct me if I'm wrong, don't the LA Dodgers and other teams live by this? This was a criticism and question of Dave Roberts of, I don't give a crap what you're doing.
Kevin Cash, too.
You could throw a perfect game, but you're not going to face them the 3rd time through.
I mean,
that's not cool, guys.
You mentioned Kevin Cash. He did it with Blake Snell in the World Series, roundly criticized. Blake Snell as a whole, I mean, he won a Cy. I've never seen somebody win a Cy Young by never pitching beyond the 6th inning before in my life. But go look at his year. Tell me how many times, I guess this was his Giants year, so 23. Tell me how many times Blake Snell pitched outside the 6th inning, pitched beyond it, and I'll wait. So here's Jack Leiter this year. 1st time through the order, hitters are hitting 148 against him. They have a 24 OPS plus. I'm going to say that again. They have a 24 OPS plus. Now, what is that? On base plus, slugging plus, whatever the plus is, but league average is 100. So he is 76% better than league average the 1st time through the order.
Wow.
He has a 418 OPS. Hitters have a 418 OPS. 2nd time through, a 167 batting average he allows. A 47 OPS plus. That means he's 53% better than league average. And a 515 OPS he allows. Tremendous. So again, 148 average, 167 average. 3rd time through, 333 batting average. A 185 OPS plus, which means he's 85% worse than league average. He's allowing an OPS of 1,000 or 1,083. That's incredibly high. He's allowing an on-base percentage his 3rd time through that's as high as the on-base plus slugging he's allowing in the 1st inning. I mean, it's not even close, but we continue to throw him out there. Now, are they doing it to train him?
Right.
And to teach him at Nolan? Nolan was huge on this when he came here. We are going to learn how to pitch. We're not going to be rock throwers. We're going to be pitchers.
Yeah.
And you're going to learn to go deep in games or you're not going to be here. That was Nolan's big thing. And we've seen a transition here with this team. Chris Young comes in. What does he do? No more Woodwards. Banny was not a career manager, had been around forever. there was a heavy hand for the general manager. Chris Young comes in and is like, I'm hiring the oldest guy I could find. That's Bochy. Okay, I'm hiring old school. Then you bring in Brett Boone.
Yeah.
What's Brett Boone saying he's going to do? Hey, guys, stop thinking about three things. Instead of doing three things per hitter, we're going to do three things for the team. Team at bats. Let's be aggressive. With 2 strikes, your strike zone with on a 0-0 count is the size of your baseball cap. And then with a 1 strike, it expands. And then on 2 strikes, it's much bigger. And you don't swing from your colon with 2 strikes on you. You have a more defensive swing. And that's what Brett Boone is trying to preach.
We need to ask Boone this tomorrow at 9:20, how much more comfortable he felt facing a guy a third time. Would he 8-9 times out of 10 prefer to see him a third time or a brand new pitcher?
I would say he would. Now, I guess if it's a guy that he hits well,
right,
or just an average, right? The guys you hit well, you want to see him all the time. Guys you don't hit well, you never want to see him. But third time through the order, and this is the other reason why the third time through the order is so big. You're also you're basically as a pitcher on reserves by the time you've reached them the third time through. By the time you get to the 6th, 7th inning, you're wearing down. You just are. So you probably have an easier chance, not only because you've seen every pitch in their arsenal, but you also are getting them, at a little bit more tired. But
so what's your answer to it? What would you all do?
Look, if they're trying to train him, then keep doing what they're doing. If they're not trying to train him, then I think that it's pretty clear now, because here's his starts.
What are you trying to train, though? Like, how often? These guys don't go 7 and 8 anymore.
No, they don't. You're trying to...
Why am I trying to train you for something that is no longer a part of the sport?
Because they're trying to make it a part of the sport again. At least the Rangers are.
Yeah.
They're basically saying, if you're going to pitch here, we're not burning our bullpen every day.
Yeah. Do you think they're trying to change that pitching mentality as much as they're trying to go back old school with the offense?
I don't know. I mean, Evaldi, DeGrom, you can go deep into games with those guys. They're workhorses. I think what they're trying to do is they're like, Jack, this is the way we need to. You're young enough where we can still mold you. You can't mold Blake Snell at this point.
Yeah, to me, I look at it and I just say, if you have so much trouble just impossibly getting past the third time through the lineup, then you should be in the bullpen.
Versus Seattle, he was down 1-0 in the 5th.
But isn't that the sport?
No, the sport generally, teams will try to protect pitchers from going through it. If you are as bad as Leiter is, a lot of times that's a preference or a style or a way that they want to do things. If you just can't even be counted on to do it, no matter how good or bad the bullpen is, that you're just always bad third time through the lineup, that's not the sport at that point. That's just you're not good enough.
Here's the samples. Seattle again.
DeGrom has gone. What do we need to see this? Are we
DeGrom?
Are we saying past the 7th? Is the third time through?
Evaldi got the 6th for sure. Past the 6th.
Evaldi got to the third time through the lineup last year at 18 out of 29 starts.
Okay, DeGrom this year has been in the 7th, 6 innings, and then 8 innings against Houston. Every other time is 5 innings.
Yeah.
Now, I know there's arm protection.
Especially early on in the year, you're going to protect the guys more. To me, it's like,
you give me 5 or 6 innings, you can still be in my starting rotation, even though I'm not counting on you the third time through. I'm just conditioned to believe that's what a starting pitcher does now.
Now, it is what they do now, yeah. And I think, I don't know if they're trying to change the game, but maybe they're at least trying to say, hey, look, this is an emphasis that we've got to do, because if you go, and granted, the samples are pretty small for Jack third time through, but Seattle, he was down 1-0 in the 5th. The 9-hole let off with a double, and then you go to the third time through. It's J.P. Crawford. Deep fly, you get a walk, you get a single, you get a grand slam. All of a sudden, the game is different. Boston, he's down 2-0. Devers is up for the third time. Single and an RBI. They bring him out for the next inning. He walks Story, he gets pulled. Story eventually scores. Colorado, he was fine. Colorado stinks. It's like facing Arkansas when you're Vanderbilt.
DeGrom, by the way, he's gotten into the third time through the lineup 6 times in 9 starts.
And Max Fried has been in the 8th one time this year, having a lights out season.
Yeah, and I think he's
completed 7 innings 3 times, and then that one time in the 8th.
Yeah. So 7 innings would be 3 times through for somebody. Maybe not the entire lineup, but for somebody. But, against Houston, it was up 3-0. Third time through, Diaz breaks up the no-no. I thought he did a really nice job on getting the strikeout the next at-bat. But then single gets pulled at a bomb. I don't think it's a crazy question to ask. But I do think that I wonder if they're trying to do this on purpose or not.
Evaldi's gotten in all but one start. He's gotten through up to, not gotten all the way through the third time, but he's at least entered into the third time. In fact, Evaldi pretty consistently, it looks like gets pulled around the middle of the order the third time through.
The rain, chopping it up. What is this? Diamond Cavs on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers should absolutely take
fall apart here.
Take 2 of 3 from the Yankees.
Like an ad read of mine.
Our entire show yesterday, all of us.
So the Yankees are going to throw Will Warren tonight in Game 1. He's been okay at best, 4.6 ERA. That's like 6 innings, 3 runs, right? They call it a quality start. That's not a quality start. That's what he is. You can do worse as a fifth starter. Last 17 innings, he's allowed 6 runs. Pretty good. He strikes out a lot of guys, 24 that span. So they've got Will Warren. But then Wednesday, it's DeGrom against Ryan Yarbrough. Ryan Yarbrough is a guy they picked up because of all the injuries. They got, they had Lewis Heel hurt and Garrett Cole hurt and Marcus Stroman hurt. So they're like, we got to find somebody. So they picked up Ryan Yarbrough. Clark Schmidt through Saturday. Max Fried through on Sunday. So they're missing Fried. It's a good thing to miss.
Top ERA in baseball.
And they're going to get Rodon against Evaldi. If the Rangers win tonight, they're going to go for the sweep on Thursday. Because DeGrom's not losing to Ryan Yarbrough. It's just not going to happen. And if you get tonight's game...
We going to score?
What's that?
You going to score enough?
What, the Rangers?
Yeah.
I would think so. I would think so. You could. The way this team is hitting the ball the other way.
Will.
The way this. What's that?
With Booney, they will.
That's right. The way this team is hitting the ball the other way, they're going to pepper that right field because they've done a nice job. Young's going to hit 2 home runs in the right field seats this week. But if they get tonight's game is the big one because if you get tonight, and it's Corbin. All right, so Corbin, I don't know if he pitches to contact. That could be dangerous in that ballpark with that lineup. But for the most part, if you get tonight, you're going to be going for the sweep on Thursday because DeGrom has got he's not losing to Ryan Yarbrough, period. And then you got a really nasty pitching matchup on Thursday when you've got Evaldi and Rodon. That's going to be fun.
Patrick Corbin has not allowed more than 3 runs this year.
It's crazy.
Are you kidding me? 19 innings. He's allowed 14 earned runs. It's a 3.35 ERA. The whip is a 1.30, and he's 3-2. Awesome pickup.
Awesome pickup.
By the way, he has never lost a start in New Yankee Stadium. 3.32 ERA for his career.
Interesting.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with Ralph James Choppy. 5:30 pregame. First pitch 6 o'clock in the Bronx. With Juan Soto very happy to leave. All right, we all have our fun with Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson, the girlfriend stuff. I'm going to give you some actual pure Bill Belichick football advice. If you want your quarterback, I don't care what level he's on, your quarterback advice from the greatest of all time, at least before the 24-year-old. That's next in the Red Zone with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has both.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
If you love football, 920 is your guaranteed spot for it, except for when Brett Boone is on tomorrow on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ. Crosstalk with a KNC Masterpiece is coming up at 9:40. So Bill Belichick is good for North Carolina business. They have sold out of their allotment of 20,000 season tickets, despite a 25% increase in season ticket costs. So that's the Bill Belichick effect taking place at UNC. And then I guess he's got like the buyout number that drops down to $1 million coming up here very, very soon.
Yeah, June 1st, I think, is the date. Kenan Stadium holds 50,000. That's it. For a major college, that's on the smaller end, much smaller end.
So Belichick did explain to the Pivot why Jordan Hudson was on like the North Carolina emails. He said at the time there was no one in the program to help him for like interview requests or like autograph or appearances.
There was no SID. The University of North Carolina doesn't have an SID, a football SID.
That's what he said. He said, hey, when the personal requests were coming in, there was no one to do it, so he passed it along to Jordan to handle it.
Give me a break. Bill, make something believable. You don't have an SID. You don't have PR. North Carolina, the biggest basketball program, arguably, in the country.
They didn't have one for their football team.
They didn't have one for their football team. So Mac Brown, who was at Texas for 2 decades, didn't come to North Carolina for the last 5 years and say, you might want to get this. Butch Davis didn't get one of these. What are we doing?
But I did want to take something from Belichick's football tour talking about his book because if he is the greatest coach of all time, he should have some valuable things to say about the sport. Again, when he's in these environments, he's good. When he's with McAfee, when he's sitting down with Ryan Clark, when he's on the couch and he's not all buttoned up and he looks like he's got some up his rear end and he's not trying to be a jackass and he's just loosey-goosey talking. Like if he sat down with Peyton and Eli, he'd probably be pretty good. So I wanted to take some quarterback tips when he was talking about the greatness of Tom Brady. Here's Belichick really simplifying what Tom's greatness started with.
As a quarterback, we all know the worst situation you can be in is long yardage. And so as long as the ball moves forward, you stay out of long yardage. And Tom did such a great job of not allowing negative plays to happen to our offense. No pre-snap penalties, no sacks. If the run didn't look good, he would check it to the other side or throw a quick look pass to one of the receivers. But he kept us out of negative plays and kept us out of long yardage. So 2nd and 10, the worst we were going to face is, 3rd and 10. But usually 2nd and 10 became 3rd and 5, and then you got a chance to pick it up. And so he didn't have the negative plays. No sacks, no turnovers, no interceptions, no strip sacks, no negative runs, no pre-snap penalties, and minimal long yardage situations. So that was number one. Great.
So that's first thing, negative plays.
Yeah, and that's something that on the surface, I think, it sounds to a lot of people obvious, and also just sounds like conservative. Like, oh, you're just trying not to get hurt. Like your whole offensive goal is just like, let's not lose yards. Like you should be aggressive. You should be going after it. But in reality, like how often do we talk about like team that loses the penalty battle usually loses. The team that loses the turnover battle usually loses. It's because the margins are so thin on things like that.
And then steps 2 and 3 that Bill said led to Tom's greatness.
As I've told Tom many times, Tom, we can't gain any yards until you get rid of the ball, until he hands it to you or throws it to Randy or throws it to Julian. We can't gain any yards. You can't gain any yards. Give the ball to somebody else who can. And he did a great job of that, and Tom really understood how Randy could be productive, how Kevin Falk could be productive, how James White could be productive, how Rob could be productive, how Julian could be productive, what the skills were of those guys, how to use those guys, almost like a point guard. And then, of course, he made, great decisions under pressure and had a tremendous ability to see the field and understand situational football and make quick decisions under pressure. To me, those are the things that made Tom. He did a lot of things great. Those are the things that made him truly elite.
So number 2 there, RJ, is what you're always talking about with sacks being a quarterback statistic. Get rid of it.
Get rid of it.
Every year we're looking at that category. What are you smiling at?
I'm thinking to myself, Bill, it would have been nice if you would have told Tom these things while you were coaching him.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you did a great job there, Tom, instead of just, you suck, dude.
Was it Sean Payton who talked about this last year, about the sacks of the quarterbacks?
Sean Payton has long thought that, sacks are a quarterback stat.
And that's that's kind of, I think the analytics group has kind of tried to push this narrative that sacks aren't an O-line thing, they're a quarterback thing, because
you don't help the quarterback, but ultimately it's on them to get rid of it.
Yeah, you gotta get rid of the ball. Like you are avoiding sacks.
Do you think if I took the top 5 or the 5 best get rid of it teams, that they would be playoff teams or more successful ones?
I think the game has changed now because of the mobile quarterback, where
they might have the ball longer.
They might have the ball longer now. But if you were to go back and you were to look at the previous era, when you get into the Mannings and the Bradys and the Bens, like that may have been different. Ben held the ball a lot, right? But the guys who got rid of it quick. They were making the right decision. The reason they were getting rid of it quick is because they were processing the defense faster.
I'll say the leaders last year, the top 5 in time to throw, like from snap to the time they got rid of the ball, which is obviously not perfect to think of getting rid of the ball and avoiding sacks, but from 1 to 5, it was Tua at Miami, Andy Dalton at Carolina, Cooper Rush with Dallas, Will Levis at Tennessee, and Jaden Daniels at Washington.
And those guys,
Washington was the only good one really in there.
But the other side of that is the time to throw is that backup quarterbacks generally get rid of it fast because they're just throwing short passes because they're conservative.
Who took the longest time to throw last year? Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, and Sam Darnold. So Minnesota, Philly, and Baltimore, all good teams.
And then Bill wanted to give the praise. We had already heard this. You always hear this with the best player. Can your best player get criticized? Luka? I don't know. Belichick on being able to yell at Tom.
If I didn't point him out, then everybody walks out there feeling like, well, they got yelled at except for him. But when I could, make points to Tom, then Tom could say, hey, fellas, look, he got after me too. He got after all of us. We got to get it going. And I learned that from Coach Knight. Coach Knight did that with Jordan in the Olympics. And he told Jordan, I'm going to be on you. I'm going to be on you hard, especially on defense, because I know you can take it. Jordan says, bring it on. I just want everybody else to play better. Bring it on. Because if you're yelling at Michael Jordan, you're like, everybody else got to come go, And so a lot of times I would tell Tom, hey, Tom, it could get a little rough in there today. Just want to let you know. He goes, well, make sure you include me because I need to be part of it. Don't worry, I'll include you, Tom. Don't worry about that.
See, I enjoy him when he's in this setting, when I can get some of his genius out. So there you go, kids. These are the Belichick quarterback lessons for today. Get rid of the negative plays, minimize them, get rid of the football, be coachable, where the coach can yell at you as the big dog, and decisive under pressure because you have studied and you know where to go and what to do.
Sounds like it had the opposite effect the longer it went along, though. Because the later era Patriots teams, the way they gave feedback to the way Belichick treated him, their thought was not, well, if Tom can get it, any of us can. Their thought was like, out of all the people you're picking on him. Like, the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Well, so it's almost like a mentality shifted, which makes you wonder, okay, are you prepared to also handle the newer school players at North Carolina?
Right. Yeah, because that did last 20 years in Foxborough.
Right.
Also, when people are like, oh, it got stale, things don't go 20 years like that with those types of runs. But now, today, what is he going to be like with these younger kids? Red Zone here on 105.3.
Trying to keep him away from Jordan Hudson is what he's going to be doing.
Oh, boy.
All right, will they finish inside or outside the top 25?
Outside.
Rough?
They will...
Do we know what type of quarterback they have, by the way? This is Cam Newton's point. He's like, we're not even talking about the quarterback at North Carolina. We're talking about the girlfriend. And Bill's number one thing was eliminate and don't be a distraction.
Yeah, I think they finish inside it.
Ooh.
It's Max Johnson, Brad Johnson's kid.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
All
the
right.
LSU Texas A&M quarterback.
All right, RJ Choppy says San Francisco. Yesterday, Bobby defended the 49ers, and Choppy says they're going all in on age.
On age. They just gave Fred Warner a 3-year extension. That's not a bad deal. 3 years, $63 million.
He's one of my all-time favorite players. I hate how much I love Fred Warner.
He's awesome.
But remember, they just gave George Kittle, who's like 50, a deal. A major deal. It made him the highest paid tight end. Now, Warner, who's 28, while he is great, so it's an extension.
And did Trent get paid yet? Did they gave Trent the end of last year, maybe?
They gave him like an adjustment, I think. I don't think they extended him.
All right.
So they don't rip up the previous deal, right? They wait for that thing to expire, then they add this on to the end.
It just depends on what the structure. They can do either, but like they can either rip up the deal or they can just tack it on.
So the way I'm reading this is that he will now be a unrestricted free agent in 2030 at the age of 34.
Talking about Fred?
Fred. So by the time this thing even starts,
I was hoping he was older.
He's if Sean Lee had stayed healthy. That's Fred Warner.
He's smart. This thing doesn't even start until 2027 when he's 31. He'll be 31 at the start of this deal. They had to do this deal because his cap hit was $30 million this year almost. It was like 29.2 million. But they're definitely going all in, man. They're obviously on age because this is an old player. You're going to be paying a 31, 32, 33-year-old an average of $21 million a year.
Yeah, Greg Rosenthal was tweeting about them yesterday. He was like, the 49ers are in a really weird spot. They're retooling while also have 5 guys on Hall of Fame track and another 2 on big deals. Like they're kind of trying to like.
And McCaffrey's 28.
It's like, you remember when the Mavericks hit that point after their title where Cuban was trying to hold on to pieces while also trying to like rebuild around Dirk and stuff. And it was weird. Like that's a little bit where San Francisco is.
And the total guarantee in the $63 million is 56. So it's not like it's a $60 million deal with $40 million guaranteed where it's just a 2-year deal. I mean, this is a full 3-year deal, pretty much.
Which he's stayed healthy. He hasn't missed a bunch of games. He's still playing at a high level.
He has. And, 33 years old, that's not ancient. I mean, there's been plenty of 33-year-old linebackers and defensive players in general. Maybe not corners, but there's plenty of 33-year-old players that still play well on the defensive side. It's just, they, like Bobby said, they are in a weird spot. Like they've got some youth, but they've got a lot of age too. And you mentioned McCaffrey. I mean, how many more years does he have as a major impact player? Running backs at 28, they don't last.
So a lot of people are selling San Fran right now at this point in the offseason. Are you buying, selling, or holding? I feel like I'm holding. There's something I can't get over in my brain, the ass kickings that they gave the Cowboys so much. I can't sell them. There's just this there's this stigma. There's just this presence. I can't sell them.
I'd have to see I don't remember what their win total is. But I mean, I can't imagine I would be like, hey, I can't wait to bet the over. Now, if it's at 6.5, 7.5, I'll be like, all right, I'll take the over maybe. But if it's at 9.5, I'm like, ooh, I don't know about that.
I'll hold. If hold wasn't an option, if it was just like I either had to buy or sell, I'd sell.
Okay, well, who's your favorite in the West?
Rams.
I don't know.
You said that with a hesitation.
I kind of like what Jonathan Gannon's doing with Arizona. Like I wouldn't just completely shut them down.
There's no team I don't feel like you can confidently say they're going to win the. I mean, you just confidently said it, but I would never say it about Arizona. I wouldn't say it about Seattle. I would still by default go with San Fran.
Yeah, Puka and Devontae with Stafford. Sounds like it could be pretty salty.
I'd probably default to the Rams right now, but I wouldn't be stunned if any one of those 4 teams won the division this year.
All right, there it is. Little Red Zone, your football fix every day at 9:20 on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Let's ask the rest of Reddit and see what everyone watched on TV and was it the most dead sports night of the year so far? Well, that's the KNC Masterpiece with Crosstalk now.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, that's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
That is incredible. Bueckers sees the double, shoots over it, still gets it.
The only thing
we lost
on television last night, Wings TV, as Dallas falls to 0-2. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Was that the most dead sports night of the year? Or that you can remember in the last month or two?
I could see that because obviously NBA and NHL pick back up tonight.
I was locked in on that game last night. It was
Wings?
Yeah, it was. I turned it on, and that was basketball at its.
What'd you think of that controversial foul call?
No.
I wanted to hear Bobby's question after what I said.
I just want to know what you thought of that foul call in the fourth quarter.
The one that took 10 minutes for them to figure it out, or that was the second quarter? That was the second quarter.
No, that's not what I'm talking
said any
about.
quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. When I flipped it on,
He doesn't know. You could have just said something.
when I flipped it on, the referees were standing at the table going through the review process, and I was like, "All right, well, they'll start playing here in a minute." And then, like 10 minutes later, they were still standing there talking, and I was like, "Why is this taking so long?"
Because women can't agree on anything.
I'll tell you this. Watching this game, the whole thing, start to finish.
Did you really?
No, I'm watching it right now.
We have been watching it here in the break.
I am. Seattle never needs to get another team because those are the most hideous color combinations.
It's like the Sonics.
Exactly. That's why they
and
left.
the Oregon Ducks.
They were awful.
Did you think the Sonics uniforms back in the day were awful?
Yeah, I wasn't a fan. They looked horrible. I hated the Sean Kemp, Gary Payton Sonics anyway.
Why?
Yeah, why?
Because I was rooting for the Bulls.
Okay. No one hated Sean Kemp.
Yeah, that was the team I played. That was the team I always was.
He might have been one of our dads.
Yeah, that's possible.
Well,
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah,
well,
I see your point, but no.
I always use them in NBA Jam, them and the Pacers, because Reggie Miller could knock down threes. It was great.
Who do you think has more kids between Tyreek?
Cromartie.
What's that?
Cromartie.
Nick Cannon.
Nick Cannon. I think Nick's the one.
Nick's winning that one.
Or Sean Kemp.
Probably Nick Cannon. Isn't he up to like 11 or 12?
He's got a bunch.
And he said, "I'm not stopping." Right?
No, he said he can't stop, won't stop. He gave an interview recently where he said a vasectomy may be responsible, but he's not done, and said he's not going to stop. I wish I had his kind of bravery.
Do you guys know the breakdown of like the women count as well? Is it like 11 kids with
Like
one
if he had
lady,
4 daughters,
or 11 kids with like
I feel
10
bad.
ladies?
I feel bad for his kids. Like, how do you like? He's
They're
got to
gonna
come
be rich.
They're going to be rich, but they got to take a number just to get a meeting with him.
The record for most children is Fyodor and Valentina Vasilyev, Russian couple who said they had 69 kids. Nice.
What?
And they had
the number you used, David.
Yep, they 16 sets of twins, 7 sets of triplets, and 4 sets of quadruplets. And he also had 16 more kids. He had a total of 18 more kids. He had 87 kids total.
What's so we're not including like these doctors, these fertility doctors that have gotten in trouble for using their own, and they have like 400 children now.
I'm that baby's daddy.
What else did you watch last night? Mark that, Peyton.
I saw Sinners.
Oh, you did?
In the theaters.
Was it good?
It was excellent.
Was it an AMC?
Your stock.
No, I'm sorry. It was at Alamo Draft House.
Screw you. Corey, what's coming up?
I didn't do it I was like, I would go there, but Sean's going to get my money.
We got Jared hopping on with us at 11 today. We'll get this Yankees Rangers preview going. At noon today, is Pete DeBoer a great coach? Kevin thinks no. So we'll discuss that at noon today.
You gonna tag Pete DeBoer in that take too?
Yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, why are y'all taking shots at Cynthia Freeland?
Right,
this doesn't
we
make
didn't
any
take
sense.
shots at Cynthia Freeland.
It doesn't make any sense. We're gonna call her up.
We were joking, or I was. It wasn't even anybody else. It was me. I was making a joke about how unbelievable, like every score prediction her model has is scoregami.
I
Like
think
every
that
single
was
one is
the
like,
moment when you go, my model says 19 to 18.
She's like, yeah, my model says that the Cowboys will win this game 26-22. And it's like, no, they won't. No one scores 26 or 22. Not every score in the NFL is going to be that wonky little, just round up or down. And that's what he said. And so then Corey snitch tagged.
Yeah.
And he went on Twitter and he goes,
you're Twitter
at
chill.
Cynthia Freeland,
Yep.
I love you no matter what, at RJ Choppy. I don't even know how Choppy caught astray in this, but Choppy did.
And Bobby works at the same network.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, dear.
So here's I'll ask her to come on tomorrow and see if she wants to respond and say why
should.
she has 1 point differentials, like what her models tell her.
I mean, according to her models, she probably would think I would shoot under 80 in golf, like with how unrealistic her score projections are.
Jeez Louise.
Chris Arnold pointing out Phillip Rivers has 10 kids, so that is
a lot.
true. So there's
We had 9.
Didn't he have 2 more though? I thought he had 12
My
total.
parents. Oh, yeah, had 9.
I don't know. Phillips said I think the key was when you have that amount. They offset by playing with each other. And
Well, yeah, and also when you have millions of dollars, that makes it easier.
Yeah.
By the way, your dad has 9 kids. Your mom had 9.
Yes.
Because she's
exactly had, and now she has one in heaven with your dad, Chop.
Right.
Oh my!
Right, they do.
Do you think
that made Aiden uncomfortable?
Do you think
Aiden took
we
off the
sex
hat
in
back
heaven?
there.
Huh?
You think we sex in heaven?
Oh my!
We better.
Paradise, isn't it?
We better.
Or else what? You're going to go somewhere else?
Let me out. Let me out. I went out.
All right, I'll take hell.
All right, Chop,
they sex in hell, Chop. You're not going to like it.
You can have sex in hell, but none in heaven.
He's like, this bar sucks. Let's get out of here.
No, I still rather go to heaven. I still rather go to heaven because I mean, at least they have golf there.
In where?
In heaven.
That's the thing for you.
There's no such thing. You couldn't be in a perfect world without a golf course.
Oh.
And cart girls.
In my individualized heaven, hopefully.
I love cart girls.
Yeah, Kevin would put golf in hell. So would Bob.
He might.
One's wet and one's dry.
Yeah, maybe we can put them there.
All right, let's finish. I don't know how Ask
We're not
Reddit
laps.
is going to be better than this, but go ahead. Let's finish with the Ask Reddit questions as we do every Tuesday.
Yeah, let's knock these out here with the KNC masterpiece as well. Guys, here you go. This is a perfect one to start off with. Kevin Hagelin, what is the elephant in the room people usually don't point out?
God. Ooh, I'm gonna have to think about that.
You know what I'll say? Nobody ever calls out generally the person who's just kind of being a jackass, and so like you need to say like, why are you being a jackass? You will,
yeah,
you typically will, but most people I feel like do not. They just let it slide if you're being rude.
Smell? Do you think the smell is always called?
Yeah, that's not.
It's not going to be with strangers.
No, we're all looking around. We're all kind of looking around going.
But that's why it's the elephant in the room. We're looking, no one's saying.
Is it this room or is it because there are no elephants in this room?
You know what?
Or is it a random room?
Oh yeah, it's
stranger
just
room.
Society. What does society typically call out or not?
I think everybody acts like every question they're a contestant on Family Feud. Like, and you're in a meeting, you're like, good question. I don't think enough people are like, put your hand down. That was a stupid question. Don't let that person ask another question.
The courtesy laugh too, laughing at a joke that's not funny. Nobody's willing to go like, that wasn't funny. I'm not engaging and giving you this layup. I'm not going to do it.
You just need to walk around with a REITMA button.
Okay, is that? I heard as I got in the car, I heard y'all say REITMA got it. Oh, is that an off air?
Yeah, it's the
REITMA understood the joke or what we heard. Our Edmonton guest, Jason Greger.
He was fantastic.
He was very good.
He was Jason Greger. What was the exact word he used, or
he used the word rub?
Yeah, he was talking about you're up there on the boards and you're trying to rub one out or like whatever he said. That's what he said.
Like your song.
I'm quoting him.
Dude,
yeah, it's just like a song.
By the way, at Stars games, when they do the Otters Better thing, I feel like I'm hearing, I don't know if y'all hear it too, but I feel like I'm hearing people going, Otters Better. So just listen for that. Keep an ear out for that because I think Tolos are really letting them have it.
I don't hear that.
All right, here's some more Ask Reddit here. You're offered money to stay awake as long as possible. For every day you stay awake, you get $10,000. What do you do to prepare, and how much money do you think you can make?
Well, I get a lot of Adderall.
I can make $20,000. I can stay up for 2 days.
2 days?
It'll be a drag, but I can't do past
I
two.
think I can do that.
I think that there's 2 tricks. One, like you got to limit your coffee. It's the opposite because you get the crash.
Yeah. You don't want the crash.
You want the crash. But the other thing is you got to stay constantly moving.
Yeah.
If I'm up and moving, I am good forever. The moment I sit down, I'm like a grandpa with their shoes on.
Would you
Bright
try
lights.
to schedule like a music festival or something?
I would,
and
yeah.
you're just out there in the crowd.
Nonstop
you're like,
Coachella
I
or
can't go
something
to
like
sleep
that.
right now.
They talk about your circadian rhythm and how bright lights will disrupt that and screw up your ability to go to sleep. So like really bright lights like these, like if you were to have these on all the time, that'd be really difficult. So you could do that. Adderall, obviously, is one of the things.
How about just listening to something that's so annoying that you have to be on? Whether
What
it's
is that for you? Besides our show.
10 to 2. Oh.
Both of you have the
He's just
same
kidding.
joke.
Schottenheimer's at 11:45.
Oh, damn.
Don't insult Brian Schottenheimer.
No, I know. That's why I said it wouldn't be the whole 10 to 2 that takes you out.
Some kids show, Ava right now is watching
Ava.
Coco Melon.
Oh gosh, Coco Melon.
Coco Melon could drive you
Baby
insane.
Shark on a loop.
Baby Shark on a loop.
Oh my
That's
God.
right.
That could do something.
When
All
I was
right.
trying to get back at my neighbors for their 3 a.m. raves, I just blasted
There you
Baby
go.
Shark
Smart.
on the speaker outside.
All right, last one here.
They moved out.
What's something everyone pretends to understand, but actually nobody does?
Politics.
Icing.
I would say most
Man, I
political
agree with
issues.
that.
Politics. And this both sides. You're morons and you're wrong.
The NCAA, the teams in the NCAA tournament right before the tournament starts.
Oh, no, I think this team's going to make it. I think St. John's going to be in. Oh, no, I think Seton Hall's going to be in. Oh, I think Texas Tech's going to make it. Oh, I think Wyoming.
What did you watch this year? Oh, I was reading some stuff
The
today.
infield fly rule.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It's pretty cut and dry. There's a rule on it.
Yeah, but
it's not cut and dry. It is very much just
Well,
like
the
it's kind of
yeah.
eyeball
the rules.
test.
Yeah, the how deep the ball
So
is.
see, Chop does pretend to know what the rule is.
No, I know what the rule is. Yes, there is the interpretation, but only an idiot umpire interprets it wrong.
What about
Like
just
that Braves
baseball stats like whip on base?
Oh, most people predict. Yeah, especially
Like, if
the
I go out
analytics.
randomly on the street and I say, "Give me the range. Give me a 100-point range of whip being good or on base percentage or slugging percentage being good," how many could give me within a 100-point range of what that would qualify as? Good, bad, terrible. How many?
35%.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, an OBP, if that was between 1 and 100, that any number that you give is bad for the on-base percentage there. So that would be a good way to trick them, is to see if they give you a number or if they just say, well, any of those numbers would be
I don't know, because I don't understand.
Have you ever had dreams about just stabbing Bobby in the head?
He doesn't. He actively just thinks about it.
Sometimes he says things, and you look at him, and I could just envision you like just
Lunging
leaping off the
across.
table and stabbing
Well,
him.
he
in the
didn't
head.
say anything annoying right there, did he?
You just look like you were
It's just
annoyed.
look-
That's just his, he has RBF with me. When
That
he's
makes
looking at me,
sense.
he's just like, he knows it could go sideways. So he's just prepared for it to go
Well, a
sideways.
lot of times I'm always trying to figure out what he's saying. It's so intelligent. When he's
man.
explaining on base, I'd like.
Him propping up his co-host.
I'm
here.
that felt sarcastic.
I'm convinced that like when my eye mannerisms can affect my attention, and concentration, and comprehension, all those things.
Nice.
So that's why I was doing it right there. No, we had we worked out our issue earlier today in a commercial break. I almost had to text his wife.
It doesn't
He was
mean
gonna
there's not
side,
going to
he
be
was
one
gonna
tomorrow.
side
though.
text my wife and be like, "What's up? What's up with him today?"
Tomorrow's a different day.
No,
Tomorrow's a different
What's
day.
going on? Are you okay? What's going on at home? But then I figured it out.
You spicy. He was spicy. this
Rattle,
morning.
rattle. Tomorrow.
Rattle.
We're
Boom,
gonna,
boom, boom.
We're going to chop it up during the expressway. We'll have another Ice Cube giveaway. Sean McDonough calling game 1. He'll join us at 8. And Brett Boone from New York at 9:20. The KNC Masterpiece is next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter.
Don't ask this question.
Like, have you personally been impacted by the happenings at Camp Lejeune?
Or do you know somebody that's been impacted by this? Because everybody's been.
So you got me, Kevin Hageland. You've got, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. And I hadn't heard a Camp Lejeune commercial in a while. That used to be, I'm pretty sure, the only ad that we ran. And then that guy just said he went on a date at Camp Lejeune. And I feel like we just expanded the universe, the Lejeune-verse, if you will. I didn't even know. I just made that up on the spot. Thank you. I didn't even know that was happening. And so I hope everybody's okay.
So far,
or you get the help that you need.
I don't
know.
know. So far, I'm doing okay. But if I went to the doctor and they were like, "Oh no, you've been Lejeuned," or whatever, is it Lejeuned or Juned? Lejeuned. I would be like, "Oh my gosh," and the doctor would say, "Yeah, a lot of cases have happened recently because all the commercials. I saw it on TV. Yeah, I could go to the gym. It's on their commercials on TV all the time. So this is a crisis right now, a PR crisis, much like Peyton's segment."
Oh man,
PR crisis is what I want to call it. That's just for me. That's just because I think Peyton Russell's a cool name. Wink.
I don't think you can say the wink part out loud.
Okay,
I
my
think
bad.
That takes away from.
I'm sorry. Wink.
Oh my god. All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece, and
you're the one that said Lejeune date or something like that and thought it was hilarious.
No. They Lejeune-verse.
That's right.
Thank you. They are the ones in the advertisement who said they went on a date. And I thought people only got sick because they were there. I didn't know that they were dating and mating and all of that stuff. So I was just intrigued by
Somebody
that.
did text in and asked if we named the dog yesterday. Guys,
Lejeune.
We did not. Lejeune's a good name. We did not name the dog yesterday because when I got home, Adrian still liked Franklin, and the kids hated it, and they want Forrest. And so now we're sticking with Kodak for the moment because that was his original name. So we'll see how it goes. But he also did already pee on the floor and poop on the floor once. So we're rocking here.
Do you call him Kodak for now then, or do people try to call the new name?
I say Buddy. I'm just like, come on, buddy. Yeah, Adrian's saying, oh, give me your friend. And he's so confused. So that's probably why he went on the floor. Anyway, back to you, Kevin.
Man, it is going to be a show.
Good start.
All right, let's go. That is debatable.
The show has started.
Go ahead and give me cut number 7. Let's talk about those Dallas Stars.
Farley shoots. Save made. A rebound. Steal! 4 down on Hellebuck, and we're tied at 1.
So we're going to preview Stars Oilers some here, and what Dallas has done so far in the playoffs that probably isn't going to fly against Edmonton. There's a couple things, but there's one thing in particular that I think could be completely problematic for the Stars going into this. But before we get into the specifics, what is y'all's general feel on this series? Besides, like, I'm excited to be in the Western Conference Finals. Is your general feel you think advantage Dallas or Edmonton?
My general feel is whoever wins 2 in a row wins.
Okay.
And like that's and it could be anywhere in the series, but it's going to have to be 2 in a row in my opinion, because this is a very tightly matched pair of teams. Edmonton is a faster team. Like they are a faster team, and it's been that way for a while. Adding Mikko to this team makes them faster, bigger, stronger. Dallas, though, in the last 2 series you've seen, it seems like one line has done the most work, and the rest of it is like, where is it all?
Yep.
So that's where I'm like, okay, I need a little extra from the other lines. I mean, the Sam Steele goal was great in Game 6. That was awesome. But we need a little extra from everybody else. But when it comes to what Edmonton can do, they, like McDavid, how many goals does he have in the playoffs right now? Because
I would have to look that up.
I think he has more assists in the playoffs than he does goals now.
That tracks.
And that does track with him because he's that good that he can set guys up. But when it's time, just like with Mikko, when it's time, all right, now it's time for me to do it. So that's what, like, we'll talk about him a lot. And also with Edmonton, Kevin, as we were listening this morning to Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show, they had the guest on, and he was like, look, this team was hurt. A lot of their big-time players were hurt throughout the season. One of their stars was played 7 minutes this year, and now he's back. And so having them back, having that health back, is one of the reasons they're having such a good time in the playoffs right now. Very similar to getting Miro and Jason Robertson back and how that gave you a little boost.
Alec, what is your initial feel for how these two teams stack up?
It's tough because I think they're both very uniquely equipped to win this series, but I'm kind of with Corey, where I feel like momentum is going to play a big part in this series, and I know that this chair usually doesn't believe in momentum, but I'm of the opposite belief, and I've seen it so far really just in the whole Stanley Cup playoff, not even with the Stars run, but I am intrigued if McDavid does get to actually scoring more so than facilitating, then I think you've got a problem.
Yes.
Because I think that means that you are giving up some other inefficiencies are showing in some of those practices that you're putting out on the ice. Because if he's facilitating, that means that you're probably doubling him up pretty well and you're probably defending him well. If he's getting open lanes to shoot and he's scoring often, then your defense is breaking down in front of the net. So I'd say I really do like the 2 wins in a row theory, but if McDavid gets to scoring early, then I'd say Edmonton has the advantage.
And you just hit on something. I know it's a little bit different, but one of the phrases you just used was scoring early. Now let's talk about a flaw that the Stars have had thus far they're here, so they've clearly been able to overcome it. I do not think that's going to be the case against Edmonton. In 13 postseason games for the Stars, how many of those times do you think they've scored the first goal?
1. I know the Wyatt Johnson one, right?
It's 3.
3?
3 times in 13 games they've scored first.
All right.
And that's not going to fly against Edmonton. Now, I know
they play good with the lead.
Yes, for sure. And then I know the counter argument is going to be, well, of the other 10 times, they've still finished 5-5. I get you on that. I do. I just don't think you're going to be able to sustain that against an Edmonton team that has taken the lead and held the lead all across the playoffs. So much so that you look at their last 9 playoff games. They've won 8 of them. The one that they lost was when a goal went in with 0.4 seconds left. So even then, it's
Which, Kevin, the Stars are good at.
Yes.
The Stars are very good at coming on strong late.
That is true, and that's going to be another thing.
I just don't want to wait on that.
The opening 2 to 3 minutes and the last 2 to 3 minutes of each period. That is going to be key. I'm sure you could argue that in most playoff series, but if the Stars are good at it, and you've seen if there is that susceptibility, perhaps Edmonton hits it there. But they have not. They have really been comfortable with the lead.
I'm very interested this series to see how the Stars play game 1. Because we pointed out the Stars never win game 1.
Except for last time.
Yeah, nobody had ever noticed that before until us. And then we pointed out, and guess what happens? The Stars win game 1. So, but that was kind of it almost seemed as if it was a point of contention for the Stars. Hey, we need to go do this. And especially since we're going to be on the road for this one, we need to do this. When they did, though, you remember how they came out in that game? On fire.
Yeah.
Remember how they came out in game 6? On fire. And so I'm very curious if that's how they're going to open game 1 against Edmonton. We're going to attack you the same way, or if they're going to be as cautious as they sometimes are. In the playoffs, Kevin, this is the space and time continuum conversation I keep having. Like, you aren't doing as many things that are risky.
Yeah.
And because you're trying to protect, as we were talking yesterday with Broadus, the goaltender's more likely to hold the puck rather than slide it off to keep it going, because he would rather reset and get everybody a fresh set out there.
So one potential thing that could amp up the Stars' aggressiveness, will they shift to 12 forwards and 6 defensemen? If you look at the last few games, they've gone 11 forwards and 7 defensemen, so they could try to limit Heiskanen's minutes. Yep. But what have you seen? They're starting to move back up. Now, I'm not saying he's going to go like 28 minutes like he did last playoffs, but if you move in that direction, you already have an offensively inclined defenseman who's back on the board. And now if you shift out one of your defensemen and then you add another forward, just theoretically, that should make you have the potential for more offense or maybe a little bit more aggression. So I wonder if they're going to make that switch.
What do you think bodes better for the Stars? Not for Edmonton, because Edmonton, I feel like if it's a shootout, if it's one of those kind of games,
you're going to lose.
It's in favor of them. I'm more in favor of going 7 defensemen. Last year, I feel like they went 5 and they tried to match Edmonton's offense, and that didn't work out.
So that's a good question. I think I like 12 and 6 because that probably means that you're going to have last year's playoff Miro, that you feel comfortable going 26 to 28 minutes per night. And so I think the idea is they're like, we can kind of absorb the loss of an extra defenseman because Miro will like more or less be picking up those minutes.
Okay.
And so I kind of like that idea.
So rolling out 6 and just feeling strong there. Okay.
And then you got to think it would be Lyubushkin or Petrovic that would take the seat. I don't know how they would do that or what the decision would be there. I would lean towards you would put Lyubushkin on the bench, but I don't know that, or as a scratch, but I don't know that to be the case. But that's something to watch out for.
Okay, is this Admit You're Wrong Tuesday or something? Or admit...
That does feel like...
Or Thanks a Lot Tuesday?
That should be a segment.
I would like to say thanks a lot to Mason Marchment in Game 6. He was good in Game 6.
Yeah.
He was better in Game 6 than he was... And I was calling for a scratch. And after the game, it almost seemed like DeBoer was yelling at me. He was like, hey, don't forget about Mason Marchment and how good he was in this game. So I want to thanks Pete DeBoer for whatever talk you had with him. Or thank you, Mason, for triggering everything you needed to in Game 6 for that to be successful. Good job, man.
I believe this is the 8th playoff meeting between the Stars and the Oilers. Like if you just contain it to Dallas.
Doesn't feel like we've done well against them.
Believe it or not, we have done exceedingly well against them.
Great.
A long time ago.
Oh, crap.
Because we've only played them once in the playoffs in the last 20 years. And that was last year.
Okay.
So you used to play them just about every year. They played each other in the playoffs in 97, 98, 99, 2000, 2001, and 2003.
How do we do the last year?
We lost. And that was only the second time. You lost the first one and you lost the last one.
Okay.
So you lost in 97 and 2024. All of those playoff series in the middle, it was a rite of passage. Like death, taxes, beating the Avalanche in Game 7, and defeating the Edmonton Oilers on your way to a lengthy Stanley Cup run. But this is only the second time you've played them in the playoffs in a generation.
Yeah.
And so it feels like a lot of that backstory is kind of irrelevant.
Okay.
Like
Yeah, I agree with you.
I just don't feel like you're going to draw off of, well, we beat them in 03.
Yeah.
We got them.
It is always weird. With Colorado, you've dominated them for quite some time now.
Yes.
You know, like you feel
That
pretty
is
strong
true.
about this iteration of them. But when the Cowboys are, oh my gosh, the rivalry with the Steelers goes back. Like Rodgers not playing this year,
right,
guys? Like they're completely different.
Right.
Just because the brands exist doesn't mean that's the thing anymore.
I agree
but
with
if
you.
Rodgers
on
was
that.
still playing, I guarantee you he could throw 2 or 3 touchdowns easy.
If there was one Stars player from the 98 to 2003 run that you think could still do it right now,
right, could do it right now.
yeah. You don't get that prime version to bring up. No, you get who they are right now.
Zubov. Dude.
Brett Hull's still pretty spicy.
He is still. He'll punch you. I think.
Did he punch you?
No, I just think he would if he needed to.
Okay.
He's a Hull. You got to have Hull. You don't remember those ads whenever you got to have Hull? 877-881-1053 if you remember the you got to have a Hull commercials.
I'm not disputing
Kevin
that.
obviously missed out on year 2000.
Remember that whatsoever. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, this is what I love. I was at many of those Oilers Stars playoff games in the late 90s, early 2000s. Tommy Salo had no chance. And they say if the Stars win 4 of the next 7 games, they get a great chance of going to the Stanley Cup final.
Good. You know what? That's awesome. I appreciate that one. Thank you.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 The Fan. Coming up next, do you believe these injured NFL stars can return to relevancy? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What's it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
McCaffrey up the middle, inside the 10, a stiff arm at the 5, and in for the touchdown! Christian McCaffrey barreling in for 6, and San Francisco has the early lead.
Hey, so guess what? That's going to be one of them. Do you believe these injured NFL stars can return to relevancy? 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Option number 1 is Christian McCaffrey.
With that team and that running game, yes. The injury definitely concerns me. That's the biggest deal. But he'll be relevant in fantasy football no matter what, because the conversation is going to be, do you trust taking him number 1 overall? No, I won't.
Who's the number 1 pick now?
I also never have the number 1 overall pick.
Saquon?
So. Probably. Yeah, probably so. I mean, there are a few running backs that I think are worthy of it. But yeah, probably Saquon after what he accomplished last year for sure.
Alec, because I think I'm going to be a no on this one. Do you believe in Christian McCaffrey's return to relevancy? I think with the move to San Francisco in that split season with Carolina, you got a little bit of a look with it there. And then in 2023, obviously you got a hell of a look at prime Christian McCaffrey. He's going to be 29 going into the season, coming off an injury. I think he can be solid. But I think we have to say goodbye to the greatness of Christian McCaffrey.
I think he's going to be a serviceable starting running back. He's going to be a true running back 1. There's not going to be any debate there. Okay. But he's not going to be the same guy that we did see in Carolina, because like that stuff piles up. You know, yeah. I always hate putting injury prone on anyone, even if it is true, just because a lot of those things you can't really control. But whenever it's all lower body, and especially like ankle, foot injuries, stuff like that, knees, you're starting to, I mean, you saw it with Zeke. You know, it wasn't even anything major. It was a couple sprains here and there, but it really slowed him down here in Dallas. Those things pile up. I think he's going to be good, but I think it's also an indictment on the team itself, because I don't think the team itself is going to be that good either. I don't think they're going to be bad. Their reign of terror in the NFC is over. They're not going to be what we're used to. They trade away Deebo Samuel because he wasn't who he used to be. You know, so like they're starting to realize a lot of our guys aren't what we expected them to be, or they're just not what they used to be. So I think that team in general just won't be as good.
I think bringing Salah back for the defense is going to continue to be that physical style of defense.
Okay.
But I'm with Alec. Like, I don't know how long you can play that physical level of football. And last year kind of showed throughout the season that it kind of wore out on them over the last 5 years now.
Yeah.
So that Alex had a really good point there, but I think that Salah is going to have those dudes ready again this year.
Now, obviously, this would have the potential to be a little bit of a more spicy question right here if Mike was still here, since he loved Trevor Lawrence and then very, very much turned against him. Trevor Lawrence, I think he did have he did have a good quote, and he said, "I can't change what's happened in the past, but I feel good about the present and the future." And so, like, that's great. That's the right thing to say. I like that quote. What do you think about Trevor Lawrence's ability to return to, honestly, I think you go back to that second year, 2022, where it did kind of look like, oh, this is what he can do.
I think he should probably take up beach volleyball or something else at this point. And mostly not because of him, mostly because of his franchise is just terrible.
Face, Tony.
Yeah, that's really, Alec, that really has less to do with him. If this is a rebuilding like part again for them, like they really need a lot still for that team to be good. I don't. When I watched him, he didn't look panicked. He just looked like he was not making good decisions, and that's
way more problematic.
Yes,
right?
that's something that we didn't see in college, and then we didn't see in that 1 year where he sparkled. We were like, oh wow, that's the version we're expecting. But it doesn't look like he's getting as much help as he deserves there either. So I don't think he'll ever be back to relevancy, Kevin.
All right, Alex, same question. Relevancy, that second year of glory. Can the returning injured Trevor Lawrence make it happen again?
I think they made a lot of these decisions 2 years too late for the answer to be yes. Because I do think Gladstone is going to be an awesome GM in this league. He's got this charisma about him. Like, I'm not saying that he will have a Howie Roseman career, but he's got the same vibe of I'm confident, I have a plan, and I'm willing to make risks and take risks to try to benefit for this team. And I think that he's making the right moves to help Trevor Lawrence get back to that place and feel comfortable in his own shoes again. But I think it's just too late. I don't think we're going to see that version of Lawrence again.
And from the 214, I think we've done a really good job at calling out texts that misrepresent what was just said. From the 214, one of the things, Alec, that I know you said was you don't think the 49ers will be a dominant force. Damn, some crack must be smoking in the studio. I'll bet $100 the 49ers have at least a 10-win season. Going 10-7 is not a dominant force.
No, not at all.
Like, you made the playoffs. Good job.
Like, they're still going to be a good team. They're just not going to be the Super Bowl threat that they were for the past 5 years, it felt like.
Aiden Hutchinson. I'm a big yes on this one because, like, you look at last year, he had 7.5 sacks in 5 games. The Lions kept telling us, if you just get to the Super Bowl, he's almost definitely going to play.
Obviously, they didn't get to the Super Bowl because he wasn't ready yet. Yeah, they were like, oh, he's not ready, so we can't go to the Super Bowl.
You don't think he would have played in the Super Bowl, do you?
No. I mean, I think he would have done everything he could to try.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And that's at some point, we talk about this all the time. At some point, you do have to listen to medical staff. Bochy says this, DeBoer says it, like, hey, we're doing everything we possibly... No, don't listen to the Stars medical, or the Mavericks medical staff, obviously, but...
Because we fired them all.
Yeah, you got to listen to them at some point, though. But, yeah, I think he's going to be fantastic when he comes back. That defense, they have a lot of talent on that side of the ball. That team, I'm still very curious on how the coaching change things for them, because, again, they have offensive coordinators like, I'm not changing much. Again, Ben Johnson was creative, constantly innovating.
By the way, that's a real quote from their offensive coordinators. Like, it's not broke, don't fix it.
And defensively, Aaron Glenn, put together a good system for them. So I'm interested to see how that thing turns around this year. But I think he'll be back and he'll be absolutely relevant again.
I don't think his impact was ever fairly measured just because he was a top 2 pick, in the draft top 3 pick, because you expect that. Right? You expect him to be a franchise cornerstone, but he has truly been dominant. And even in the game against the Cowboys where he got hurt, he was dominant. Like, you felt half of that team's life force go away when he got carted off the field because he was making things happen. He is truly a game wrecker in the league, and I don't think a bone break is going to change that.
All right. So 1 yes, 2 no's right now. Rashee Rice now made some really stupid decisions and then got hurt. You go back to the rookie season, 938 yards, 7 touchdowns. For rookie season, it looked like, obviously, and a second-round pick at that, you were moving in the right direction very quickly, and then that got derailed. So he'll be back. He's still very young. You always wonder how injuries like this can affect a player going forward. Do you think Rice can get back to rookie season and beyond?
It's less about his ability and more about how much they trust him.
Fair.
And the next step up from other guys. Like, is Jalen Royals going to get rookie opportunities that Sky Moore didn't get? And they're going to be like, oh, man, no, we saw what Xavier Worthy was. We're going to go with Jalen Royals and get him out there as many opportunities as possible because we can't rely on Rashee Rice. And then Hollywood Brown, is he going to be a target for him? Now that Travis Kelce has gotten healthy again, Noah Gray, they have so many possible targets to throw to on this team that I just think that he'll be in the mix, but he won't be. You're not going to look at him as a Jefferson. You're not going to look at him as a Jamar Chase. He's part of a system of wide receivers.
If he can stay out of his own way, it sounds like such a cop-out answer, but he does have that level of talent to where he can be a true number one in this league. He just needs to stay out of his own head, stay out of his own way. I think that physically he'll be fine. He can do whatever he wants on that football field. I was really impressed with him. And, he got the local spotlight coming into the draft because, he was from here, but, we kind of knew, hey, this guy in the right situation could be really good. And, he ends up with the best quarterback on the face of planet Earth. Yeah. So I think the expectations for him, you can put him as far as you want, and he can probably reach those and exceed those. But like Corey said, they've got enough options to where if he screws up again, then he goes down to the bottom of the totem pole and they don't even notice it really on the field.
Now, the one that you could probably guess is on this list as well, very relevant around here, Dak Prescott.
Ask your question.
Will this player coming back from injury be able to return to their previous relevancy? Now, if you think that means second in MVP, that feels like too high of a bar to aspire to. But let's say like top 10 MVP candidate, top 7 quarterback.
Yeah!
Oh!
I think, trying to be fair with this, because I think like a lot of Cowboys fans, we're just kind of tired of it, like we're kind of jaded by it all.
Sure.
The consistency has been, you're right there, you're right there, but there's nothing I can brag about. And that's as a fan, I'm going, man, there's nothing I can really brag about whenever I'm arguing with friends about my team and stuff like that. So that's the consistency that they are. I think he can be that again. He can be consistent. He'll have another year where he's out there throwing for 35, almost 4,000 yards, and he'll have 24, 26 touchdowns. I think that's like the regular season for Dak Prescott. Yeah. So relevant, yes. And absolutely when it comes to prominent in the NFL, he will be, because the Cowboys, the top 10 ticket prices right now, Kevin, 5 of them are away games for the Cowboys. One of them is a home game. It's the Chiefs. So that shows you that it's just always relevant. The Cowboys are always relevant. And so he will be relevant for that purpose. But I think that he's just going to give you a regular type of season. The rest of the team, obviously the defense has to be at a different level for this team to be really good. And that's how it's always been with him too, right? Like, it's never been him just dragging the team along. It's always been he's part of this team, which it should be. But we definitely need to see a version of him that takes another step. But at 8 years in, 9 years in, what different version are you going to see?
He's good enough to be relevant if he plays 17 games.
Well, that's built into the question, though, Alec.
Exactly. So that's where it makes it really tough to answer, right? Because at this point, like Corey just said, 8-9 years into a career, we don't know what to expect. It's like a tweet I saw about Nick Sirianni yesterday after he got the extension is, this guy just won a Super Bowl, and I still have no idea if he's a good head coach in the NFL. I still have no clue, and I fully agree. Kind of the same place with Dak Prescott. We're going on a decade of him playing in the NFL. I still don't know if he can play a full season. I still don't know if he can be consistent enough to make that playoff push. But what I do know is that he is good enough to be relevant. So I'll just say, for the purpose of the question, he does stay healthy and he does become relevant once again in the grand scheme of the NFL.
Okay. All right. Very spicy addition right there. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Say goodbye to the Erie Seawolves and say hello to, honestly, I'm not sure.
Oh, no.
Next on The Fan.
Giants has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Chad. My name's Chad. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's how your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Asia Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. And we start with the Erie Seawolves. Now, you might be like, what? Hey, give me a chance, okay?
Lake Erie?
Yes.
Erie, Indiana?
Ooh,
you ever watch that show, Erie, Indiana?
I'm not familiar with that show.
It was kind of like Are You Afraid of the Dark or something like that?
Oh, yeah.
It was kind of like that. It was fun.
Okay. Now, we talked about this a couple weeks ago, and Matt Hicks thought this was the greatest thing that had ever existed.
And we think Matt Hicks is the greatest.
Yes, agreed. That last week tonight with John Oliver went over some of the less than enticing names for minor league baseball teams. And they said...
Name one.
The Iowa Cubs. They were like, what are we doing?
Dumb.
Yeah.
Get rid of it.
And so he said, if you let us rebrand your team, first of all, you get no say, and you have to do what they say. But they will rebrand your team. They will make sure it's something to do with the area that actually makes sense.
Yep.
They will put together a theme night that once again makes sense in the constraints of the area and everything like that. They said they got messages from 48 minor league teams, which is about 40%.
That's a lot.
Yes.
That's a big number.
Absolutely.
Which also shows you how desperate they are for attention.
Oh, yeah.
And they make no bone, like, they don't act like they don't. They all do.
I agree. Look, the Erie Seawolves, and so I just watched this last night. I know it was on Sunday. They gave a list of 11 reasons to pick them. And one of the reasons was the Seawolves play baseball nowhere near the sea. And that's a pretty good reason.
Where, Erie? In Erie?
In Erie, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
They said they're a AA affiliate of the Tigers, but their theme goes back to when they were with Pittsburgh. So that's like a pirate theme because they used to be affiliated with the Pirates. And so they're like, hey, we need to change this up. And so Erie has been selected. I have no idea what they're going to do with it. It's probably going to be something that is very ridiculous, but also will get a ton of attention, a ton of people through the door, and a ton of merchandise sold.
All right, Kevin. So they've made the decision on who they've chosen. Correct. They just haven't decided where they were going to rock with this thing.
He finished up the show on Sunday, and he's like, what's it going to be? Who the hell knows?
Yeah, so you got to really get to know the city before you can come up with something. They're known for like roller coasters and water slides. I don't know. That's Pennsylvania. They only have like 2 days up north to really enjoy the summer.
The Erie inner tubes?
But it is right there on Lake Erie. And the Lake Erie...
that's not a sea.
Doesn't it get funneled from Lake Ontario, which gets funneled from the sea?
I have no idea.
Where does the lake water come from? You tell us, people.
I mean, theoretically, yes, but I have no idea if that part. But I trust you.
Technically, it is pretty far away from the Atlantic Sea, if you will.
Okay.
Otherwise known as the Atlantic Ocean to other people.
Now, the team said right now there are a lot more questions than answers, and they've had a lot of media inquiries. And so far, the fan reaction has been between terrible and great, all the way to where can I suggest a team name?
Oh, really?
So it sounds like people will get on board with this. I think it'll end up being, like I said, I think it'll end up being something ridiculous, but that will help them sell a ton of tickets and merchandise.
You think they're going to have a similar logo that is sexual in nature, like the...
Yeah, what was
oyster
that?
Oyster catchers.
The oyster catchers. Look that logo up.
I sent it to my wife, and she said, "What am I looking at right now?" And I was like, it was a glove holding an oyster.
Yeah,
Anatomy.
What did she say after that?
I think it was something like, "Can you get some toilet paper on the way home?" or something like that.
Okay. All right.
Oh, the conversation we had. Oh,
yes.
And then her dad loves John Oliver.
Okay.
So we ended up having another conversation about it. And
Does Adrian watch the show?
She was able to bring up the thing that I sent. She was like, "Oh, didn't hit the oyster catchers thing?" And he was like, "So it made her look good to her dad because I had hooked her up with that because Kevin had asked Matt Hicks a question."
Yes, and he loved this idea. We'll have to update him about that as well. Now, let's talk about the Los Angeles Dodgers because holy moly have things taken a turn for them. They've lost 4 straight. Like we talked about yesterday, the Ron Washington-led Angels were able to sweep them. But yesterday, against the Diamondbacks, they fell into a big early hole. They were losing 7-0 after the 3rd inning. And that means the Dodgers had given up 30 runs in their last 30 innings.
What has happened to the Dodgers?
Yeah. Look, I'm not going to weep for them. They still have 50 billion great players.
I wonder if any team would be nice enough to trade them a few players so that they can stop giving up that many runs.
And at the trade deadline, they're going to make a move, and you're going to be like, what?
And it's going to be very similar to what used to drive me nuts about the Rangers and Yankees when we would trade our best players, and they'd be like, we'll give you players to be named later. And you're like, what? Are we just a farm system for you?
And look, they've lost 4 in a row. They gave up 30 runs in 30 innings. They still have the third best record in Major League Baseball and lead their division.
Yeah, that's
the best division in
baseball. That's how they play baseball, Kevin.
So, it seems like they're doing pretty well. Right?
The Dodgers?
Yeah.
Nah. Ohtani struck out on like a 69-mile-an-hour fastball the other day.
That was
backup
that was several days ago.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. I think they're really struggling at this point.
All right, let's go from that to Alec. I'm going to ask you this question first. Have you ever heard of Marquise Grissom?
I don't think I have.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I figured you would. So Chipper Jones and Marquise Grissom have been named the All-Star Futures managers. And I guessed you probably knew who Chipper Jones was, but Marquise Grissom feels very much like a name and a time and place that if you were living through it, you're like, oh, yeah, totally.
Just watch that dude make some amazing plays in the outfield.
And if you weren't watching directly in that time, you're like, I have no idea what you're saying or who you're talking about.
Yeah. Man, he only played for Atlanta for 2 years. I'd connect him with Atlanta.
I do too.
But he was with Montreal for 5 years before that. Cleveland, Milwaukee, the Dodgers, and San Francisco. This makes sense why they would say, hey, you can also be because he basically represents every other team in baseball.
The game is in Atlanta, but you're right.
Well, where's Andrew Jones? Why didn't they go with him?
I mean, Chipper Jones is a pretty...
John Smoltz.
I mean, that is the most ridiculous thing in the
I
history
have
of
been pushing
baseball.
for the dog to be named Maddox after Mike Maddox.
Yeah.
Not
How's
after
that
Greg.
going?
Not after Greg, though, Kevin.
Not very well.
Nobody seemed to buy in on this.
Would you consider naming the dog Kevin?
My oldest son suggested that. I think he was trying to suggest it as a dig, but you seem to have really taken it as a compliment.
Yeah.
You're like, more Kevins, the better.
Yeah, because I'll be like, oh, Avery, what an insult. Do you love the dog? Exactly. All right.
Are you embarrassed?
Yes. I would not be embarrassed whatsoever. All right. Couple of things that we need to catch up on. Aaron Nola got put on the 15-day injured list due to an injured ankle. I believe outside of the COVID season, when he actually got COVID and was on the 10-day IL, he hadn't missed a start since 2017.
You're kidding me, dude.
No.
That's why I wanted to sign him, dude. Not only was he a good pitcher, but he was very reliable.
Tremendously impressive stuff right there. Now, let's go to Jose Alvarado. Probably should have been in wanker of the weekend yesterday. He got busted for PEDs, and he has been suspended for 80 games. He had pitched pretty well this season.
Did he say it was in the steak that I ate, or did he admit it?
Man.
He was like, you know what? I didn't know it was in a supplement that I was taking, but I am responsible.
You know what? That is a great question. I don't see his built-in excuse, but how do you think the hierarchy of that goes? Is it, I took a supplement that I didn't know? Is it the doctor prescribed something for me and he didn't know?
Oh, that's always a good one.
I ate a tainted product. Like, remember Canelo?
Somebody drugged me.
Yeah. Like Alistair Overeem, I remember back in the day, he was like, oh yeah, I was just eating my horse steaks. I don't even know what you're
Nobody
talking
eats
about.
horse steaks. Do people eat horse steaks?
I mean,
I feel like I
Overeem.
came out really strong against horse steaks just now, and I don't know what other countries do.
I think Canelo had to lie, and he's like, oh yeah, I got some tainted meat. Can't believe it.
What was the truth?
The truth was he was taking supplements that he was not supposed to, or just straight up doing steroids. And that is, I feel like that's pretty much what was proven out. All right, American League Rookie of the Year favorite. You probably will not be surprised to know that it is Jacob Wilson from the A's. The Rangers have nobody in the top 5. However, in the others receiving votes category, Jack Leiter. So I ask you this question. We talked yesterday about how Kamar Rocker's on the comeback. Are you now of the opinion that Jack Leiter will have a better season than Kamar Rocker?
I think so. I don't know exactly how the Rangers are going to manage this, other than maybe both of them just continue to kind of loop in and out. As long as Jack Leiter's healthy, though, they're going to continue to put him out there because they need to see the product. Rocker, it seemed like they wanted to push him out there pretty early this year, and he's a starter. Somebody asked yesterday if you think he's a bullpen guy now. I know they need some bullpen pieces, but I don't think they want to do that. I think they would more likely go to Teodo before they would go to Rocker in the bullpen. Just my feeling on that. You could ask Jared that coming up here in a few minutes. But I absolutely feel like Jack Leiter is going to continue to have this kind of approach. He's learning. He was talking about his 0-0 counts and how important how important those are for him and those were for him in the last outing. But it's the consistency. What level? I asked Boach that last week. What level of consistency do you want to see from him? And that is something that, hey, you know the talent's there, but can you do it every time we give you the ball? And he's getting that opportunity. I hope he continues to get it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Texas Rangers broadcaster and the man who knows everything about baseball. It is Jared Sandler. Next, right here on The Fan.
Heck yeah, these guys at the North Texas Baseball our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's already looking like a loaded show tomorrow with Brian Ray, Marty Turco, Bruce Bochy. We're bringing the guests for tomorrow, but don't worry. We still have plenty more excellence today as well as we get ready for Rangers Yankees, which you can hear right here on 105.3 The Fan. Is the Yankees series still a big deal for you? Like, regardless of what the standings are, you're still like, God, I don't like the Yankees.
I won't. And right now, I'll be very honest. The way that New York fans are acting about sports right now is kind of driving me nuts. So I'm not really happy with. I don't like that, man. Don't throw things at people.
I get you. Okay, right now we bring to you the man who knows everything about baseball. It is Rangers broadcaster Jared Sandler. Good morning, sir.
Guys, I got to let you know, I'm honored to be in the Mickey Spagnola 11 a.m. spot. This is a really coveted segment, and this is probably one of the greatest accomplishments of my career.
Because this is usually when you're listening to the program.
Yeah, this is his favorite time to listen.
Who don't know.
That's right, yeah.
What? I was curious about this, and I realized he just got up to AAA. But Alejandro Osuna, what have you seen from his progression in the minor leagues? Obviously, they just moved him up to AAA. And do you think he's somebody that can be on the big club for real this year?
Yeah, I do. The two position player prospects I've been asked about the most are Alejandro Osuna and Sebastian Walcott, and they're two very different cases. Whereas with Walcott, just given his age, he'd have to like totally bust down doors to get up to the big leagues. Now, in spring training, the idea was that this would be one of the best lineups in baseball. Maybe they get to that point, but that's not where they're at right now. And so I think the thought was, well, it's going to be one of the best lineups in baseball. It's going to be tough to crack. But I still think that he's got to just dominate AA and then get up to AAA and be a very good player in AAA for it to even be a consideration this year. With Alejandro Osuna, he doesn't need to lead AAA in X, Y, and Z categories. I think, just from an age standpoint and experience standpoint, it's a little bit different. And one of the funny things is with our schedule and their schedule, I don't get to watch Alejandro Osuna a ton, but I'll talk to people and ask, how's this guy doing? How what are things looking like? Because the box score doesn't always tell the full story. But one of the things that I love looking at is the plate discipline metrics. So chase rate, strikeout to walk rate, because those are things that if you're not able to lay off of bad pitches in AAA, you're definitely not laying off of bad pitches in the major leagues. And if you're not able to have some level of plate discipline in AAA, it's not getting better in the major leagues. And I'm a big believer that, especially for young hitters, the young hitters who do a good job of putting themselves in positions to succeed are the ones who are going to have easier transitions. And for a team that is competing, not a team that's rebuilding, I think that stuff's important. If the Rangers were the Rockies, who cares, right? It doesn't matter. Let him take his lumps if you feel like he's ready to take his lumps. But if the Rangers are calling up Alejandro Osuna at some point this year, our hope is that he's going to be joining a team that's competing for a playoff spot, a division, whatever it might be. And so I think back to Evan Carter. What is Evan Carter's best quality, or one of his best qualities, is his plate discipline and his pitch recognition. And that's why when he got called up, it made sense. Because this wasn't a guy who you really were worried was going to just be, wild, wild West Cowboy swinging at everything for a team that was trying to get back on the tracks in September of 2023. So that's something I like about Alejandro Osuna. Is he's got good plate discipline. He's able to get on base without necessarily getting hot with the bat. And that's a big reason why I do think we're going to see him at some point this year.
Now, you might hate this question, but you did mention Evan Carter, and it might have just been another fluky injury, or does the very real concern have to be that perhaps his body is not set up for the rigors of a Major League Baseball schedule?
Yeah, it's a fair question, and I wish it's obviously a hot topic because this is a guy who 2 years ago we were all talking about after 2023. Let's give this guy an extension. Hey, this is the leadoff hitter of the future. He's going to be the center fielder of the future. All this stuff, right? And then last year was disappointing. Injury, when he was healthy or when he was in the lineup. I don't know how healthy he was, but when he was in the lineup, the production wasn't there, and obviously, he didn't stay in the lineup long because of the back stuff. I wish I had more of like an expertise to comment on this or to like have like a valid opinion. All I can say is just like you guys. I mean, it's fair to wonder, right? Now, I feel a little bit better that it's not the back.
Yeah.
That and are these things connected? I don't know. But I do feel a little bit better that it's not the back. And I spoke to Evan. I'll tell you guys, Evan was supposed to join us for a fun segment on the pregame show. And then he we talked. He's like, hey, it might not be the best time. He's like, I think, I'm going to be scratched from the lineup. This was before it all came out. And I was like, oh, crap. Are you okay? And he's like, yeah, honestly, I feel great. But the thought was in his mind at that time, this was on Saturday. He'd sit Saturday facing the lefty on Sunday. So he'd sit Sunday, off day Monday. He'd get 3 days and then be ready to go today. But, whether it was just the need to get a fresh body and the fact that the IL is only 10 days now, not 15 for a position player, or maybe things didn't check out as cleanly as they would have liked. I don't know. But I can tell you that he felt good, which is a good sign. But obviously there was something that said, no, we need to sit him down. He's not ready to go. And yeah, it is a concern because, this guy, when he's healthy, as we've seen already this year, can help this team.
Yeah.
I want to look at New York a little bit this week, Jared. Obviously they're playing, so that's important. But those two pitchers that are pitching the last couple games in the series, Evaldi and DeGrom, this is a stage for them. This is a great opportunity for us to see what they can do again. But the rest of the team has to be there for them.
Yeah, no doubt. I think there are two things that are really disappointing about the Astros series. One, you win the game, DeGrom pitches, and then you feel great. Evaldi gives you 5 2/3 shutout, and you don't win that game, right? You feel like, especially when you're struggling offensively or trying to get in, they're not struggling like they were a few weeks ago, but the consistency isn't there like you'd like it to be. You need to win those games. The other thing was that just the fact that the two losses come from behind wins for the Astros, blown leads for the Rangers, however you want to characterize it. And the Astros they're not, the Rangers obviously are similar record as the Astros. They're a half game back with the Astros winning yesterday, but the Astros they're not what they were. And it should be a team that you start to take advantage of. The Yankees are not that group. The Yankees are, a lot more talented. So if you get good starts from those guys, you got to take advantage because you're not going to have many opportunities against the Yankees where 4 runs can win the game. And those guys put you in a position where that might be, a realistic possibility. But yeah, it is. Evaldi obviously pitched for the Yankees. The big stage has never been an issue for him, and it's going to be cool for Jacob. I hope he pitches at Citi Field later this year when we go to New York in September to face the Mets. But it's going to be his first time pitching in New York since leaving. And so that'll be cool for him. And, hopefully it's, I know that will be meaningful for him. And hopefully he continues to do what he's been doing, which is, pitching really well. Now, he has been the one guy who largely has gotten run support, even if it wasn't necessarily the case in his last start. But hopefully the bats can continue to score for him and everyone else because it's tough when you look at how good this starting pitching's been and what the record is. Obviously, you feel like there have been some wins left on the table for sure.
Well, that was the next part of that with DeGrom. What are you seeing with him? Has he changed how he pitches, or is he his old self again? Because I feel like I'm seeing something a little different from him.
Yeah, I don't know that he's the exact same guy he was when he won back-to-back Cy Young awards and was almost unanimously considered the most dominant pitcher in baseball. There's certain metrical things like, the release point's a little bit different from a degree standpoint. His slider is getting ground balls at like a super high rate. I think the highest since maybe the second year of his career.
Wow.
It's just got a little bit of a different shape to it, and hitters are responding differently. And the other thing too, Corey, is, when DeGrom won his Cy Youngs in, 18-19 or I think it was 18-19 or 17-18. I get it confused. I think it was 18-19. He was throwing a similar velocity to what he's throwing now with his fastball. But more guys are throwing that now. So 98 now is not what it was then. That's not to say it's not good. I mean, it's still great. Look at the results. What's that?
It's still great. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still great. But I think you see different behavior from hitters because it's not as much of an outlier. The word outlier is so huge when you talk to a lot of these pitching coaches and they're trying to find a little edge here or a margin there. It's all about outliers. The split finger is an outlier pitch, or Hobie Milner's release point. That's an outlier release point. It's just things that hitters don't see a lot of. If the idea that third time through the advantage goes to the hitter is not just some random third time through. Yeah, of course. It's based on the fact that they have now seen the pitcher, that their stuff in that moment, that, hour, 2 hour stretch is not as much of an outlier as it was first time, second time they faced them. Similar concept with pitching. So I think he's had to go about things differently. But I think what makes him so special is his command is so good that he is going to be a very good pitcher. And we have started to see over the last several starts the level of dominance you expect out of Jacob deGrom. Even if you're right, Corey, it doesn't look exactly like that Venn diagram. There's an overlap,
yeah,
but there are parts of each circle that are independent of one another, representing what he is now versus what he was 5-6 years ago.
What is going to happen with Chris Martin?
Well, that's a good question. We'll find out today. I mean, I don't know if it's good or bad that it was a shoulder this time, not the elbow. It was the elbow a few days ago that led to the early exit against was at Colorado, and then the exit on Sunday was due to the shoulder. I'll tell you this, again, not a doctor, but I feel like I've seen enough of this stuff to where it's a greater than zero chance that there is some sort of relation between the two.
Yeah.
I'm not guaranteeing it. But I just got to believe that second time within a 4-day stretch, 3-day stretch, where you leave after one pitch, I'd be surprised if he avoided an IL stint. Maybe he will. Maybe it's just another scare for an older guy who's got some mileage. But the Rangers might also say, hey, let's nip this in the bud. It might not be super serious. Let's nip this in the bud. Let's sit you down for 15 days and let's get you back right, on that mound. Because they absolutely need him. That guy's been so good for them. He and Robert Garcia, who I know gave up the home run to Paredes, but both those guys sub-2 ERAs this year. They have been so good. We always like to focus on the ninth inning, but you got to get there first. And with the amount of close games the Rangers have played, those guys have had to pitch in a lot of high leverage situations. And so, yeah, I don't know anything more than that, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was a roster move, just if for no other reason to play it safe, but obviously bracing for the possibility that there is something that might warrant not just an IL stint, but maybe a little more time, to sit down and get right.
Now, you were talking about the bullpen, and the nature of it. It's just like being a kicker in the NFL. When something bad happens, they're the worst. We got to get rid of them all and switch up the bullpen and everything like that. But, I mean, I feel like the numbers back this up. The bullpen has done a pretty darn good job this year, have they not?
Yeah, no, the bullpen has. And again, you think about this bullpen has thrown more close game situation innings in the 7th, 8th, and 9th than a lot of bullpens, most bullpens. I know at one point it was more than any other bullpen, games that are have a margin of one run. I think when the Rangers, a couple weeks ago, I think they had 6 more bullpen innings in those situations than anyone else. And that is a lot tougher than when you're pitching in a 5-run game, right? It's just, common sense. And so, the bullpen has been really good. Now, is it fair to ask, hey, is this the bullpen? Is this the group that's going to carry us through the season? Are these guys in the roles that are going to remain, from start to finish? I think that's a fair question, right? If you want to ask, hey, is Luke Jackson going to be the closer from start to finish? That's a fair question. But I do think that one thing that, the front office did was elevate, we've talked about it, elevate the floor of the bullpen. I mean, you look at guys like Sean Armstrong and Jacob Webb, Hovey Milner, guys who are not your top three, right? Your top three, it's been Garcia, Martin, Jackson, right? Those are the guys who they're going 7, 8, 9. But you look at the work of Webb, Armstrong, and Milner. I mean, the Rangers haven't had that in years. Guys who are outside of that top three who can pitch and leverage situations. And so the bullpen has definitely been really good. Have they given up some leads? Absolutely. But, I go back to, I'll ask the question, how many of those leads have they given up where the Rangers have 7 runs on the board?
Yeah.
Or are they giving up leads where the Rangers end the game scoring 3 runs or 2 runs or whatever it is? And at some point, the turning point, as Gavin Dawson likes to ask, might have been when the lead changed hands. But really, you take a step back and say, well, scored 3 runs, right? Let's do better, and let's not even put it in the hands of the bullpen to have to protect yet another 1-run lead. So I go back to that. I think this group has done a really nice job. Can they improve? Absolutely. Would I like to see Emiliano Teodo at some point? Yeah, I would. Robbie Alstrom? Yeah. Trade deadline, probably going to be an area of acquisition. It is for every contending team, but this is a group that is way stronger than a group the Rangers have had in the bullpen for the last several years.
Hey, Jared, why did the Big 12 baseball championship get demoted?
Yeah, good question.
What happened? What I missed?
It's being sent to the Texas Rangers spring training ballpark instead of...
is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No way.
Yes.
Oh, I had no idea. That's crazy. Did you guys know? I mean, I know you're asking, but do you guys know why?
No, we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah,
right now.
I just know it's going to happen for next season, and it's been at Globe Life Field for what, like 4 years?
They
now?
might be moving the Katy Perry concert that weekend to there. So that might be it. With
no,
the AAC
you don't
situation.
think that, do you?
I think that's what's going on.
All right, well, Jared, if you could investigate
interesting.
why the conference tournament got demoted, we're really curious.
Yeah, that's sad stuff right there.
All right, thank you very much, Jared. You sound really sad. See you later.
Later, man.
There's Jared Sandler right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm telling you, man, I can count on one hand the number of baseball-based questions we've ever asked. And he's like, hold on, what?
Yeah,
no way.
Yeah, very rare.
I don't care what level of baseball
He's got
it's
some answers.
Yeah. It's like if you ask Carter, oh, did you see that Division III football team in college? And he's like, oh, yeah, you mean the Mountain Men. And you're like, whatever.
Yeah.
Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
The question of the day plus a great welcome to the NFL story next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Note to us, tomorrow, don't ask Bruce Bochy if the rotation is sustainable. Because I was reading an article from MLB.com and Dallas Morning News where it feels like he got asked that question like 5 different ways. And he's like, I mean, I've had really good staffs before. I feel like I have a good idea of what's sustainable. And then he was like, we've already played a lot of games. Feels like it can be sustainable.
So I know we have a lot to talk about regarding the Yankees series with him.
Yes.
I was watching yesterday a video of Zach Kane's no-hitter, his perfect game.
Okay.
And Buster Posey catching, and they were talking about it, and I was kind of curious. I have some questions. You know, I want to know a little bit about his history with no-hitters and, you know, how many he's seen. I don't know how many he's seen and how many you've been. Were you ever there for no-hitters before you were a player? You know, did you see that as a fan? And do you root for the no-hitter or do you root for your team?
Because I've never seen a major league no-hitter in person.
I bet as the manager, he's like, no, I absolutely root for them to wreck it. You know,
Yeah.
I'm just like,
yeah, that would be weird if he was like, yeah, we were losing 7-0.
It's
So
kind
I
of
was
nice
like,
to see something special.
the hell with it. I hope we go down in flames. Right now, a segment that never goes down in flames. It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Just got flipped off by Kevin Hagelin. That's how we start AM on the FM.
dare
Right
you.
here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey gives me a thumbs
Who's
up.
this?
Thanks, Corey. I appreciate that. I needed that motivation today. 877-881-1053, the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line.
Do you support the
answer-
thumb?
I mean, whenever it's being used in a nice manner.
One
yes.
for the thumb, baby. That's what we're always trying to get, right?
Yeah, as long as you don't do the Dave Bautista, you know, thumbs up, thumbs down, and then you like power bomb me or something.
Some thumb or all thumb?
Just continue your segment, Alec.
My name is Alec Medford, the man they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. We'll get to the question of the day here in just a moment, plus a great welcome to the NFL story that was caused by a former Dallas Cowboy. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But speaking of Mansfield, this Friday, Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. It's going to be at Firehouse number 3, 3100 East Broad Street in Mansfield. They're going to be giving away a one-of-a-kind Sean and RJ t-shirt and free breakfast from Whataburger. So go check them out, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. out there in Mansfield.
Power rank the reasons you personally will go to get the t-shirt, to get the breakfast, or to show up Peyton because you can be there and he can't.
That's really tough. I'd put the t-shirt at 1.
Okay.
Because I do love free giveaway items, but specifically clothing. It's always cool, and it looks like a really nice shirt too. Then I'd probably put showing up Peyton right there in the middle, and the Whataburger breakfast. It's not a shot at them. It's just, dunking on Peyton is probably
I get it.
number 1 in my heart all the time. Corey?
We just got a text from the 817 that says, "Hi, Chad. This is Jody with Farmers Insurance. We're working on a quote for your home and auto. Would you prefer a text, email, or call you with the numbers and coverages? Also, are you more concerned about lower premiums, et cetera, et cetera?" How do we respond?
I would like you to respond like this, if possible.
Okay.
You can call me if it's okay if I record and broadcast the call. Because we have to get authorization for that.
Gotcha.
And if they say it's fine, then I think we have fulfilled all the FCC requirements on that.
Oh, yeah. That's
Do I need
kinda
to
intrigued.
put my name Corey also? Or do
I probably would.
All right.
Just to really be sure.
Let's see. That's not the same number. Calling right now.
Sorry for the interruption there, Alec. I just felt like that was important.
No, that needs to be shared.
Chad and Jody.
I feel like that happens a lot to this show specifically. People texting the wrong number.
Yeah.
It happens a lot. It's intriguing. Anywho, the question of the day, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know why this came up. It might have been hearing Jacob Fatu speak. It might have been just some of my physical shortcomings. What is something that you physically can't do that you wish you had the ability to do?
Jump out of a bed of a truck.
Run
fast. That's oddly specific.
I feel like jumping out of the bed of a truck right now is just, I'm terrified what it's going to do to my knees, at this age.
But in your idealistic situation, would you just be able to like roll with it and just pop right back up on your feet?
Like,
yeah.
You got to do it like a coil. When you spring back up. I kind of just want to land in like a superhero pose and the ground, and dust kind of comes up and everybody's like, oh my gosh.
See, even when I lost all of the weight, I wasn't fast. Brandon is not fast. Early looks at Noah are that he's not going to be fast. And I just always wished that I was fast and I could run fast.
Yeah, that's a solid one for me because I came up from a running background, and obviously I've never been the biggest guy on the team. So it was a lot more difficult for me to pick up my stride and actually run fast. So it took a lot more work than the kids that were, like, I remember 8th grade track, we had some kids on the team that were already like 6 foot, 6'1", and it's like, that's not even fair. You can sprint at maybe 60% effort and still win the 100.
Yeah.
And I'm running at 115% effort and I'm still 3 strides behind you. That's not fair. I was all of 5'2" in 8th grade. That's not fair. So I'm kind of right there with you. But another one that for me sticks out, I wish I could roll my R's.
Oh.
I can't roll my tongue. Yeah, I can't roll my tongue at all.
Video.
Yeah, I have to do it that way. I have to cop out.
Yeah.
I have to replace it with like a I don't know. Like it doesn't work for me.
Puerto Rico.
I don't think you're doing that right.
I used 2 R's. I rolled from one word to the next one with it.
I feel like Alec could probably figure that out.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Hold on. Okay, then, Alec, show me an explanation of your R's.
I mean, it's the same exact thing.
What a question.
Yeah. I didn't think I would ever hear that. It's the same exact way that you do it. Like, it's embarrassing. That, to the point where...
Embarrassing?
Stop it.
Yep. Just dunking always. See, it's one of those things that I hear people actually use it in a sentence, like effortlessly. They're not trying to like show up anyone or anything. They just say it. And I'm like, every time, just kind of shake my head like, it's one of my shortcomings in life.
The 469. How about being able to walk up a couple flights of stairs without breathing heavily? It doesn't matter if you're even in good shape or not. It's impossible.
I mean, that's why they have a stair machine. They're like, we made this difficult on purpose.
Yeah, and you like 25 minutes on it. I'm like, well, maybe I'm not getting to that hour like RGK said or whatever. What's his name?
Who?
FJK?
MJF?
Yeah, that dude. Yeah.
Do you ever feel
very memorable name?
I know the processed foods get a lot of blame for this, but do you ever think people used to just be in better shape because we didn't have elevators or escalators? You just had hey, they live on the 6th floor. You got to carry all that crap up there. You got to go back down. So I'm not saying the food's not responsible as well, but we had
to walk more.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, Kevin, against your point, I to this day, I've been doing the Stairmaster 30 minutes a day at minimum every day. Those stairs outside of Dickey's Arena still whoop my ass.
Yeah.
And why are they so steep? And why do they have a lip to where you can easily trip going up some concrete stairs? They're beautiful. They're great to look at, but they can injure you. I don't like this.
Yeah, make it an escalator or make it nothing.
Yeah.
Fair. Yeah, I agree with that.
Do you get on the speed walk ramp at the airport?
Yes.
Yes.
It's just more fun.
And I want you to walk on that ramp.
You want?
Look, I'm sorry, Alec.
You walk on the escalator too, though, don't you?
Yes. It's to increase your efficiency.
This is why I'm glad I'm in the front. Every time we get on the escalator, I'm in the front, and Kevin has a weight on me.
That's true. I look. Here's all I want to request on the speed walkway. First of all, if you're really walking, it feels so cool when you walk off of it. You're like,
it does. It does.
But also, look at the guidelines. I think you're supposed to, walk on the right. Stay to
the right if you want to stand.
Okay.
Walk on the left.
Really get to the right though. Don't put one of your feet over to the right and then your bags and the rest of your body are taking up the whole walkway. Get over.
Huh. You got a really defiant stance on this. I like it.
I just, like, those people saw the sign, and they're like, move out of the way, jackass! And they, like, kind of pretended like they were going to do it, and I was like, come on.
Let's see. I like this. From the 817, thank you, Alec. Dickies is a death trap, but not their barbecue.
I guess, yeah, Stairmasters are way easier than real stairs because it's propelling itself. Like, you're pushing yourself. It's acting, and it's pushing away.
And you don't have to deal with the elements of real stairs.
Yeah.
Like, are all those stairs perfect? Did some rain get into that garage or wherever you were?
That's a great point. And the Stairmaster at my little community gym, it feels like its max speed is about a quarter of every other Stairmaster's max speed.
Oh.
So it's like, am I really getting the benefit here? It's weird. It's really odd, and I kind of hate it, and it makes me want to go back to the real gym to use a real one, because I remember I went to Lifetime with my buddy Michael. He had like a day pass. I went onto their Stairmaster, and I was like, yeah, I usually do like full speed. And he was like, I dare you to try full speed on these. Went full speed. I almost fell and busted my face open, so that, I kind of wish we had a real Stairmaster there. Get it together, Grand Prairie. Jeez. But keep those coming in, 877-881-1053. That's a shot at the HOA. The one physical thing that you wish you could do that you can't do, keep those coming in. But I was scrolling on TikTok, the old doom scroll last night, and I found this clip from the New Heights pod with the Kelsey brothers. They had Andrew Whitworth on the show, and two offensive linemen, and Jason Kelsey and Andrew Whitworth were kind of talking, and they were talking about their welcome to the NFL moments, and Jason Kelsey's actually came at the hands of one Jay Ratliff.
My welcome to the NFL moment. Nobody really knew it happened, but me and the guy that I was blocking.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there were no sacks.
That's how our life is, right? Nobody knows anything.
So I'm a rookie. I'm playing Dallas. They're running a 3-4, so a lot of 5-0 calls, and they got Jay Ratliff at nose guard. Yeah. Quick little jitterbug. And I'd never played a nose guard, head up. Didn't know how to pass at it. Howard Mudd's trying to teach me it midweek, and I'm like trying to figure this out. And I am having a rough one. Like, I don't know how I haven't given up a sack. He's beaten me for like 4 pressures.
Who's the quarterback?
The quarterback would have been Michael Vick. That's probably how I did it.
There you go. There he is. Now we know.
The game is 3 quarters over. I've been having an awful night, and I get called for holding, and I think it's a call. I'm yelling at the ref. That's not holding. And I look over at Jay. I'm like, that wasn't holding you. And he's like, son, I've been whooping your ass all night. I figure I earned one of those.
Another great.
That's good.
I love the welcome to the NFL stories, but especially ones that were caused by Dallas Cowboys. Those are pretty fun.
That is tremendous. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are you ready for some flag football?
Yeah.
Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Rangers getting set to take on the Yankees. We'll have the player show at 3:20, and the show starts at 2 o'clock here on The Fan.
Hey there, folks. I want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. Look, if you or perhaps somebody you know has unfortunately been injured in a car or truck wreck, I want you to give the Frankel...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great. Yeah.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're hoping to hear from Brian Schottenheimer, the Cowboys head coach. He's scheduled to have a press conference at 11:45. Mike McCarthy was always late to these things because he had no attention to detail. So we'll see how it goes for Brian Schottenheimer. In the meantime, time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
For the record, I believe in Schottenheimer. I think he can get this done fairly close on time. Let's start with flag football.
Flagtober.
Apparently, that's true. It's only 5 months away. The resolution allowing NFL players to participate in the 2028 Olympics is expected to pass. There are already some people like John Harbaugh who are like, having Lamar Jackson. Oh, he's ready on time. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Shoddy right here on the Fan.
Good afternoon. Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. How important is it doing these voluntary sessions that you get your veteran guys here at 90% or whatever percentage you're looking for?
Well, I think they set the example for the young guys. I think that's part of it. I see these young guys as they're sponges, right? They're trying to figure out not just, hey, where do I stay? Like, how do I eat when I leave here? So they're trying to do that. So then when they're here, we try to not always partner them up per se with a veteran, but get them to where they can lean on those guys. We have the guys talk to them about different things and routines. So it's obviously voluntary. It should be voluntary. These guys have things that come up. There's nothing more important than taking care of their families and things like that. But really pleased with the turnout. And when the guys have been here, they're working their asses off.
Micah indicated that you approached him and said, I need you here. Now, obviously, he can't be 100%. Why did you feel like that was important?
Well, the first couple of days, what we were doing some, team building things, some culture. We've spoken very openly about trying to create one of the greatest cultures in professional sports. Micah is going to be a leader for us. Micah wants to be a leader for us. He's going to do that. And so I felt like it was really important for him to be here to begin that process. And again, it's a voluntary camp, but the fact that he did that means a lot to me. We've been really spending a lot of time this offseason trying to support one another, not just me and Micah, but going to different events and functions and foundation dinners. Osa's had his. Buddy Johnson, had a football camp. Tyler Smith has a football camp. I think if you look at the turnout that we're getting, it's been really high, and that's because we talk about it and we want to support one another. We're a family, and so when people have something like a foundation dinner event, they have a football camp, if it's important to them, then the objective and the goal should be to have as many of your family members there as possible. And of course, I'm speaking about our teammates.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys.
couple of things. Just piggybacking on the Micah situation. Is he here today, and is he participating in drills or just meetings?
Yeah, he showed up a little bit the last couple of days. He's been in and out some. I don't know if he's here yet today. He was here yesterday, had a great, actually had lunch with him yesterday. But again, when he's here, he's been great. And again, it's just, it's all voluntary. So when guys are in and they're out, some guys come to meetings, some guys come to practice, some guys are just here getting treatment and things like that. And that's not just specific to Micah, it's specific to all the guys.
Secondly, we haven't talked to you since the George Pickens trade. Can you just talk about the importance of him, how he fits? Does he have a defined role? And I know Will talked yesterday about how you were a big part of keeping that thing going and making sure it happened.
Yeah, I think CD said it best. I saw his comments, right, where we don't have a one. We don't do A's and B's. We think that there's a one over there. CD said it. And if you look over there, there's a one there. So I think that's the way that we view GP. My time with him has been just incredible. When he came in after the trade, just getting a chance to really get to know him. We had a little free throw shooting competition. I think he beat me twice. I've beaten him once, but the last time we played, I beat him. So I do want to put that out there that I did beat him. But it's really just, us getting to know each other. I think we were all on board. I think we're always trying to find the right pieces and good pieces. And I think we're really excited about what he brings as a football player. But I see a guy that's maturing. I see a guy that we're excited to put out there and watch him grow and get better. And you guys will see him out there today. He obviously is a tremendous athlete, but I love watching him in meetings because in meetings he's been so dialed in, taking great notes. He knows he's a little bit behind, not a lot, but a little bit behind in terms of what the veterans are doing. But his intentionality in the meeting room has been really cool for me to see.
Thank you.
Brian Tarch with ESPN. Okay, the free throw shooting contest. Where, when, how do you do this?
Anywhere and everywhere. We do some things in the team room. We do some things in my office. QBs, I just lost to the QBs in my office. Actually, Dak was my teammate, so I guess Dak lost too. He'll be mad that I told you guys that. Yeah, it's just the central theme of the program is compete every day, and so we find different ways to do it. We look at what's going on in the world. Congratulations to the Stars. I think that's really cool for Dallas professional sports, what they're doing. So at some point in a team meeting, we might, shoot at some goals with a hockey stick and maybe a soft puck, not a hard puck. But we look at different ways to compete, and we did something for the Masters the other day that was pretty cool. Had a putt off, but get these guys in different types of environments and ask them to do different things. And it's fun to watch these world-class football players that absolutely suck at shooting free throws. I mean, literally, I'm not going to say names, Osa, that really was not very good. But it's fun to watch these guys compete and get outside their comfort level, but to try to one-up each other.
Another guy we've not asked you about much maybe is Joe Milton. What are your first impressions of him, being around him, and what do you envision of him this year?
So excited about Joe. I was excited about Joe before we got him. Same thing. Here's a guy, when you go into these deals and you're talking about making trades, and we all reach out to people that people that you trust, people that have been exposed to said player at college, different programs, friends that have been around him, and you just dig and you ask and you get different opinions, and there's always an outlier, good and bad, with each of them. You try to peel those away, but from the time he's been here, the work ethic is incredible. He's one of the first people in the building. He's one of the last to leave. The way he's attacked the playbook and picking it up has been incredible. And it's been fun for me to watch Dak and Will, but really Dak take a mentorship role with Joe. The talent speaks for itself. You guys will see it today. He made some incredible throws yesterday. He's just an exciting young prospect that I think the sky's the limit for.
John Machado with The Athletic. When you take over as head coach,
the offense looks a certain way on paper. And now since then, you've added guys for agency, the draft, obviously George. From an offensive play caller standpoint, like what do you think of when you're looking at this offense on paper right now?
I love our balance. It's a great question, John. I love our balance. I think you look at what we did from a free agency standpoint, bringing in Miles and Javonte and Rob Jones on offense. We weren't done with that. Move in the first round and take Tyler Booker, who we're really excited about. I need to find out if the Turtles are here. I don't know if the Turtles are here. I need to ask him that. But getting GP was big for us. But, again, it speaks to competition. We're trying to create competition at every level. What makes Dak Prescott better? Joe Milton. What makes CeeDee Lamb better? George Pickens. What makes Jaden Blue better? Having Javonte Williams. And so I think as you look at what we're doing, Jerry and Steven and Will have done an incredible job of creating that competition across the board at multiple spots. And that's what you're going to see today. You know, you'll see guys that are taking first-team reps. Are they the starters? No. They're just taking first-team reps today. Do we change it up? Of course we do, you know, because we're all about creating competition. And so I think, I see a unit that's got a ton of playmakers and pieces, but we're going to go based on how our offensive line goes. And they're going to play really, really physical. They're going to be tone setters, if you will, and that's very exciting.
And then with Dak, what do you expect him to be able to do this week on the field?
He looks good. He's, again, you guys will see him out there today. He's doing his normal stuff. He's getting most of the work with the ones. We're rolling some guys through there, but you'll see him. He looks good, and I think he's progressing nicely.
Tommy Yards, DallasCowboys.com. Brian, what are you looking for from these running backs? Are you leaning more maybe towards by committee at the start, or what have you seen in the early goings from even some of the rookie guys too, like Jaden and Phil?
Yeah, it's too early to tell. I think last year we went into it thinking it was going to be by committee, and then at the end of the year we changed that. I think it's really early. We want these guys to compete. The thing we know about Javonte and Miles, right? They've been there, they've done that. They've both had very successful seasons. They have a little bit of a head start because they've been here since the start of phase one, so they're a little bit ahead of Phil and Jaden. But when you look at what you see from Jaden and you see from Phil, you see that it's going to be a really fun offseason, a fun training camp. But again, I think I've said this in here before, like you're not going to find out much about running backs watching them compete in shorts. Like it just, it's not how the game is played. So we won't really know. I think the numbers were 68 days away from our first training camp padded practice. And so, it's one that you have optimism, but you also don't get too far ahead of yourselves when you're talking about the running back position. And again, I'd be remiss for not talking about Hunter Lepke. Here's a guy that, he's playing some one back for us. He's playing some fullback. He's playing some tight end. And all he does is do everything well.
Nick Harris for Star Telegram. When it comes to competition this early in off-season program, is there anything a guy can really do to separate, or is it really just kind of looking at tenacity and things like that on the field?
I think it starts – the answer to the question is the way we're limited with what we can do in terms of contact and stuff, which I'm okay with. It's more about the understanding from the mental aspect of the plays and the system. And you'll see our guys, we talk about having competitive practices, not combative practices. You're not allowed to have combative practices. The league, the NFLPA and the league has made that very clear to us. So we're competing every day to throw the best practice of anybody in the National Football League. And yesterday was a good start. Today, we'll see how we do today. But again, at the end of the day, to me, it starts with the first thing with our identity as a football team is we want to play smart. So when we look at today, going into OTA 2, how did we handle the OTA installation? How do we handle the carryover stuff from yesterday that we apply today? Now moving into a third down day, which you guys will see us working that situation today. It's more of that, because you talk about intensity and things like that. You got to be mindful of that as a coach, and I can't ask these guys to go too far. So you have to teach them how to practice. I've said it I'll say it again, like what's going to separate us, in my opinion, is the way we practice. And right now we're practicing in an OTA format, which means there's limitations to what you can do. But it doesn't mean we can't do it better than anybody in the world.
Garrett.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Brian, cornerback was one of the positions where you made a lot of offseason additions. How do you feel about the health of the position where it's at now, and who will actually be able to participate at this point in the offseason program?
I feel good about it. I think the draft was big for us with Savone. I think, we wanted to, add some depth at that spot. Kaiir Elam has been just awesome for us. We do a thing where we kind of monitor the top speeds each week that our guys have hit in phase 2 out there running, and he's had one of the fastest times each week, which is great. Trayvon Duran, getting Kalen Carson back, he's moving around a lot better now. I feel like, again, we won't know. We won't put timetables on the injured guys, but I think you'll see early on in training camp that the depth should be there for us.
Saad, he's The Athletic. Hey, Brian. You've talked about culture a lot the last few months. Just curious, when you acquire a guy like George Pickens, who has some question marks in that regard, where he's coming from, how do you integrate him and how do you make sure it's a smooth transition?
Well, I think we did a ton of research into GP. Again, my interaction with GP has been incredible. I think he's going to fit in awesome with what we're trying to do here. You guys have talked to him, I think, over the phone, and he's all about, a new opportunity. So, we all change, we all adjust, we all grow. I'm thrilled with the way the guys have responded to him. Again, him and CD, it's a chance for he and CD. They've trained together. They're spending time together. I don't know what event they were at the other day where, they were some baseball game or something, but when we did our homework on GP, we don't have those concerns, and we're bringing him into a culture that we feel like he'll thrive just like everybody else. Why? Because it's important to us, and we're going to get to know him and learn his story, just like we're learning the stories of Solomon Thomas and David Overstreet and everybody else.
And when it does come to culture, how important is Dak just to the entire operation of you setting that tone the way that you want to?
We want Dak to play quarterback to the best of his ability. He's a great culture piece because he's such a good dude, and he's such a great teammate, and his story is incredible. But when you talk about culture, it's more than just one guy, and that's what I think I'm so excited about with all the new pieces that we've added. And it probably sounds coach speak, but it's really not. We've added all these new pieces. So it's our job as a coaching staff to get these guys to hang out together outside of the building, spend time together in the building, get to know each other. Coaches get with their players, go to dinner, do things together, because we have to learn each other's stories and each other's scars so that we can truly learn how to work together and love one another and support one another. We're all going to have good days and bad days, and that's not just something we talk about, it's something we do. I take a lot of these guys to dinner. Why? Okay, it's important to me. Do I have things I could be doing? Of course I do. But there's nothing more important than me getting to know some of these players.
Scholar.
Skylar Dixon with the AP. You're kind of jumping into the deep end on the business of football, and from your debut as a head coach with Mike, the situation, I just kind of wondered your philosophy with that. Is that something you just kind of a taboo topic, or is it something you from time to time kind of see where Mike's headspace is as it relates to that kind of thing?
No, I'm open and honest with all the players. When Mike is here, I want him to be the best version of himself when he's here. This is no different than Zach, a couple years ago, and CD. Like, this is big business. This is the National Football League, and there's negotiations, and there's things that go into it, and we all have advisors. I have an agent. We have advisors, we have agents, and so it's our job to support all of these guys. Again, take Micah's name out of it. It doesn't matter. Insert name, and I'm going to support him and talk to him. And, hey, what do you need from me? What can I be doing for you? Hey, I'd love to have you here for this. If you can't be here, I get it. It's all voluntary. And I think people do well with very clear, bright lines. And if I'm calling a player and begging him to come, but yet I don't take the time to go and support him at a foundation event or go take him to dinner, then do I really have what's in their best interest? And if our players ever say I don't have their best interest, then I'm not doing my job, and I'm not being authentic to myself.
You've had a chance to
There you go, Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll dive back into Gridiron Gravy, discussion about the Olympics and players with something to prove. Next on The Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
Laser Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
at D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to dive back into some gridiron gravy, and I want to start with this discussion that usually during the press conferences, people are like, I'm so tired of listening to this. And I'm not saying that didn't happen at all. But different than most Cowboys press conferences I can remember in forever, it felt like Schottenheimer was speaking like a real human more, and that got people excited. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. I'm pumped. I'm liking Schotty, well-spoken. Think he's going to be great for this team. I think I don't know how many games Schottenheimer will win, but he's already the best coach in the last 20 years at the press conferences. And we predicted a long time ago he will win press conferences. We predicted that from the moment we talked to him out at training camp. We were like, okay, he's easy to talk to.
Yeah.
And you should be when you've spent your whole life around this and you understand it, you get it.
Right.
Now, can you take that and turn that into wins? That's the beginning phases of what he just discussed. Hey, man, I'm trying to put these putting I know all guys do this all the time. I'm trying to get these guys in these competitive little things to grow the connectivity amongst players and also get them in that competitive mindset all the time.
Now, one of the things we started to talk about was Olympic flag football, and I wanted to ask y'all the question, like, would you want CeeDee Lamb to compete in that?
Yes.
Okay. Because the only reason no would just be the threat of injury, and John Harbaugh was leading into the season. And John Harbaugh was already asked about Lamar Jackson playing, and he's like,
I don't know about that.
Yeah, hey, that's actually pretty much.
The thing is, like, if it's a real honor to play for your country, you should be allowed to do that.
Agree.
And so I that's a big deal for some people. Some people, they're just like, hey, man, this is another opportunity to go compete. Some people want to compete against the best, and they feel like that's an opportunity to do that, too. So, yeah, if he wanted to, I would want to see that for him. I would be very upset if he got hurt, but you get hurt walking off the curb, That happens sometimes.
True. Now, let's talk about Dillon Gabriel, because, look, we just started OTAs. And I believe it was former NFL general manager Scott McLaughlin who...
That's my wife's maiden name.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if I should have said that. Is that
I don't know.
Is that a thing
what are the last four digits?
Privacy,
of
yeah. Privacy things.
So he doesn't seem super pumped for Dillon Gabriel, but I'll read you the quote and let you judge for yourself. I see him as a number 2 for life at best.
Dang.
I see him as a really good college quarterback. I see him as an average NFL quarterback. So it didn't sound like he's super pumped about that.
It's Carter Freeman's back there. Did you hear that quote? Can you give me no, he didn't hear. Okay, I wanted to get a thumbs up or thumbs down because he watched him play at OU and he watched him at Oregon too. I didn't love him at Oklahoma, but that's just me being a hater probably while I was an OU fan. I wanted more out of him. And then Caleb Williams ended up replacing him a little bit. Or no, that was a different one. That was Rattler. But then he goes to Oregon where that offense was built for him and his legs. That dude can run. Like, he absolutely can run. So I'm interested to see that. But with Shedeur there, doesn't it feel like that star's going to outshine him all the time? And Cleveland's going to be like, we got to navigate that path. So I understand where he's coming from on that.
And then we get this text. I swear to God, if you guys praise him for doing press conferences well one more time, Bill Belichick and Vince Lombardi won all of the press conferences. So I don't really understand. I think that's an attempt at sarcasm on the second part, but to the first part. So if we do it again, that would be twice. So that one time where we said the people responded better.
Yeah.
It's just too much for you.
And the thing is, I've said we predicted that he would win that. We also have not said he's going to do it.
Yes.
Like, we don't have a clue what he's going to be as a head coach. He's never had this opportunity.
Now, Fred Warner, he got a 3-year, $63 million extension. Good for him. Feels very well deserved. That will keep him with the team through 2029. He is at the top of the list of off-the-ball linebackers at $21 million per year, and he gets $56 million in guaranteed money. I want to turn my attention to the New England Patriots.
All right.
This is confusing to me. The Patriots are currently favored in 11 of their 17 regular season games.
Huh?
Do you see the New England Patriots going 11-6? My answer is no.
I don't, because you got Buffalo for one. I'm not sure about Miami. You know, I'm not sure what they're going to be this year.
But you have to be, even if your schedule sucks, you have to be pretty good to go 11-6. And I feel like we're projecting a lot onto that Patriots team.
The Jets aren't great. So I'm trying to figure out their division first. Vrabel was a good coach. The Tennessee is a weird team to me. They're just kind of there. They exist. But he was a good coach, and he was well sought after. And he has an idea of what it's supposed to be like to play for New England. So maybe he can turn it around that quickly. But I don't see it. But maybe with the whole part of being favored, that's Vegas. They know something.
Yeah. Now let's go back to some of these potential rules changes, although it looks like a lot of them, if not all of them, are going to fail. The Lions resubmitted their proposal to base playoff seeding only on record. So they're like, hey, you didn't technically vote last time, so I'm going to bring it up again. And the NFL is once again considering onside kick rule changes. This time, what they would consider, and I could see this happening, they had limited onside kicks to if you're trailing in the fourth quarter and you have to declare it.
Okay.
Now, they're like, okay, you can declare it all game. And they're like, we'll let you do an onside kick, but you still have to say if you're going to do an onside kick at any point in the game, which of course does take some of the magic out of the situation.
I don't love it. I don't like the declare it part.
Yeah.
No, man, it's so much fun to just be like, oh my God, surprise onside kick in the Super Bowl after halftime.
True.
And what a halftime show it was. Like those are the things that I love the element of surprise in this game. And that doesn't, I guess the surprise is, did they pull it off? Did they actually do it with the other team knowing it was going to happen?
Now, I wanted to ask you about this because we were looking at a CBS article of players with something to prove, and realistically, it's just quarterbacks with something to prove. Do you think J.J. McCarthy and Bryce Young are on that list? Because I definitely think Bryce Young is, but man, I feel like a lot of pressure has got heaped on J.J. McCarthy for who will be starting his actual rookie year. And it's not like he was the first quarterback taken in that draft. I feel like a lot of pressure has been put on him, and I don't think it's particularly warranted.
To play with Justin Jefferson and Addison, though,
that's true.
The pressure
but
is
Kirk Cousins got to do that, and we all accepted him
I think
it's fine.
I think the pressure is to get back to what they were. Look what they did last year with Sam Darnold.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
The expectation is that Kevin O'Connell, and then if you hear this, Caleb Williams was trying to force his way to the Vikings. Kevin O'Connell's the quarterback whisperer.
Yeah.
So I think that's where that pressure really is from, is this is a damn fine quarterbacks coach, who's your head coach also, and nobody really believed you were this kind of a quarterback, but this guy should be able to turn you into that. So you better live up to it. I see where
J.J. McCarthy got I don't even know why we have that, but that is tremendous. And then Anthony Richardson is also on this list. I'm conflicted on this because I'm like, yeah, he has a lot to prove. But then there's a little part of me is like, we've seen this. The numbers are in.
I have no clue if Anthony Richardson has somebody that can help him be a better quarterback in Indianapolis.
And he's only turning 23.
Because if you're a good quarterback coach, you're like, man, there's so many things I really want to get my hands on him and try and figure out how to make him a better quarterback, how to get him to see the field. But some guys go into the room and they're like, yes, and they get on the field and their instincts take over. And sometimes their instincts aren't correct. But the skill, the athletic skill, the arm, it's all there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this should be a fascinating expressway. Is Pete DeBoer a great coach? And also, is there a real buzz building for the Dallas Wings? Are you part of that group? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me.
Saffron Squad?
spurts.
22 seconds left on the power play. Marchman tosses it off the chest of Hellebuck. Played to the corner by Pionk. Circling that second to Harley. Series over!
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The question is simple. The answer might be complex. Is Pete DeBoer a great NHL coach? 877-881-1053. No. If you want to text the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line or hit us up on the Twitch, on the YouTube. Let me begin with this.
Ooh.
So I was looking at a whole bunch of stuff, and this is where the word great, I think, does a lot of work. I think Pete DeBoer is a very good NHL coach, but I don't think he's great.
Do you think Ken Hitchcock is a great NHL coach?
Yes.
Okay.
I am biased, though, because that was like in my formative years, and I saw him win a Stanley Cup.
If DeBoer wins a cup here, does that alter that for you?
Yes.
I'm interested now to hear the rest of your...
Yes, it does.
thoughts.
All right. So Pete DeBoer said this about being in the conference finals. To be in the Final Four that many times is a privilege. Just got to try to end up in the top spot one of these times. Except that was actually a quote from last year. But it could have also been a quote from the year before. And here's what I think it comes down to and why I think he is not a great coach. DeBoer has been in the playoffs 10 times as an NHL coach. 8 times, including the past 6 years, he has advanced at least as far as the conference finals. So you present that first point of data, you're like, oh my God, he's obviously a great coach. He's only been to the playoffs 10 times. 8 of the times he's been part of the Final Four. Rock on. And that is a really good thing. But let's take a look at other people that he shares that company with. He's won 96 playoff games. That's tied with Mike Keenan for 5th in NHL history. Behind Scotty Bowman, Al Arbor, Joe Quenneville, and Dick Irvin. And let's throw one more other piece of information in there. He has 19 best of 7 series wins. Again, behind Bowman, Quenneville, and Arbor. Keenan won the cup. Bowman, Arbor, and I'm going to keep going with Quenneville, and Irvin all won it multiple times. So you look at that group he's in when you're like, 5th most playoff wins, 4th most playoff series wins. I take you back to something that we talked about. Maybe it was on Monday. He's in that same category as the Dallas Cowboys of, hey, I win a lot. I just don't win the most important thing. And that's what people bitch about with the Cowboys all the time. And that's the thing that I think limits Pete DeBoer as a good coach for now, as opposed to a great coach, is he's been there more than anybody else who has never won. I'm going to say that one more time. He's been in this position more than anyone else in the history of the NHL that hasn't won.
I'm not going to sit here and argue like I know all the greatest coaches to ever coach hockey. Like you said, my learning of hockey started with Ken Hitchcock. Like that,
sure.
That was where I got into. That's where I got into hockey, and then most of my hockey loving has been whatever the Stars have been doing. So over time, I've been watching them add and remove coaches and move around here and there. This is the coach, though, that I have felt has gotten the best out of this team since him, or this franchise since him. I feel like you get. Now, I don't know what Montgomery would have continued to do. You know, like I still have no. I loved his fiery, a passion about everything. I do, however, think that the ability to coach this type of team to the success that they've had this year so far is really nice, because this type of team has a young Wyatt Johnston, a young Miro, veteran players like Jamie Benn. They're all on the same page, and that's a positive thing. Now, yes, he needs to get that cup to take that to a different place, because so far it is, well, you're Mac Brown. You know, you just haven't quite done that, and that's got to be killer on his ledger for himself, right?
Yeah.
Like he He wears that too. How am I going to get past this? Also, Kevin, if they had won last year, what was the thing we were saying about last year? Would that be the toughest road to a Stanley Cup title? And if they win this year,
it's a brutal road.
It is brutal. I mean, just
you have the potential to take on the betting favorite, the President's Cup trophy winner, the best player on the planet, and the defending champion.
Yeah,
that could be the road that you finish.
So I'm not, but to be great, you have to beat the best.
Yes.
So that is something that definitely he is a very good coach. I think he is. I think for the players. I think that they think that he's great because of the way he treats them. Like they love working with him. And I think they want it for him just as much as they want it for Jamie Benn. Is that they see him and what he's, that question comes up from the media. I mean, they ask it and he's living with it too. And they don't want him to live with it anymore because they admire this coach that much. Kevin, I went before the season, preseason power rankings of head coaches in the NHL.
Ooh, okay.
Number 1, John Cooper, Tampa Bay.
Okay.
Number 2, Paul Maurice, Florida. Number 3, Bruce Cassidy, Vegas. Number 4, Pete DeBoer. So he was even number 4 on the list of preseason coaches this year with a team that was heavily favored because of the talent they have on their roster. So, again, being able to coach that talent, very important. But to get to that next level, being great does mean hoisting the cup.
And from the 3-2-1, because I think this is a great potential comp. Is Marty Schottenheimer a great coach? I don't think so. And he never won it all like Pete DeBoer. I was glad that we spaced that out a little bit from the Brian Schottenheimer press conference. Because once again, I would say, I think Marty Schottenheimer was a very, very good coach. But people like to overuse the word great. And in this instance, I don't think you can say that. You can go back to all the conference finals he's been in as well, and he's 2-5 in those. Like, at least if you want to bring up Marv Levy, like, rock on. I get that. He didn't win the championship either. I will say at least like he was in the last game 4 times in a row, which is something that had never happened in the history of the NFL.
Do you think that in leagues like this that guys show disrespect to other people? It just seems like this league has so much respect for the guys playing in it and the coaches that are coaching in it. And I'm sure there are like bitter rivalries on the ice. But after that series, when he went through that handshake line, you saw the respect those players had for him too. The opposing players, guys that have played with him before, they like him too. But that is a difference. And when we're arguing this conversation, it's a fine detail, and that's what I think that anybody that's watching him. That's a fine detail. Is Rick Carlisle a great coach by your standard? He did win a championship. Yeah. He's been back.
Yes.
He's in the Eastern Conference Final again. I thought he was a great coach.
And like just winning the title doesn't make you a great coach. You have to have everything.
DeBoer has everything else up there.
So like when Andy Reid was at the Philadelphia Eagles, did people think he was a great coach, or did they were like, man, he's good, but he doesn't have that little something to get over the edge?
It took him over the top when he won his championship. Yeah. Actually, the second championship was the one that took him to the next level.
And was that little something Patrick Mahomes, or did he get better at coaching? I think
it's a combination of both.
I think
see
Mahomes
that as well. Benefits hugely from having him, and I think that Andy Reid he had Donovan McNabb, he had all these other guys that weren't quite Patrick Mahomes.
I'm kind of surprised. I actually thought there was going to be more pushback on this, but from the 6A2, I think he's great. The only thing he's short of is winning a cup, and I'm with you on that. Pete DeBoer from the 830 will be a great coach once he wins the cup. Otherwise, he is a good coach. Another person said he is a very, very, very good coach. And so then
I think that goes right along in line with what we're thinking here. And I love having him as the Stars coach.
Sure.
That anybody that's listening to Kevin and like, what are you doing right now?
Somebody did say my take was idiotic.
That's fine.
If we're going to try to balance it out.
That being said, I don't think Kevin's saying, I don't think you're saying this, I'll speak for you, that you're saying you don't like him being the Stars coach.
For sure.
Agreed. I think I have a lot of confidence. Now, obviously, I had a lot more confidence in him this weekend than you did. You thought it was going to Game 7. I said he's closing it out in Game 6.
Or did I? That's even the tease that we had for our show.
You said it to my face. So that's what you know what? It's not on record. But I was very adamant. I felt like he had a I had a lot of faith in him to get this done. And I think that next level of what his urgency is going to pay off for the Stars. Now, can they beat Edmonton? They didn't last year. Did they have the horses to do it, or did they not have the right strategy? That's something I love too, Kevin. If you've been listening to DeBoer, how much credit he's been giving his coaching staff.
Yeah,
and his coaching staff, particularly on the power play and the penalty kill, which he said at the beginning of the season was the worst. And over the season, his special teams coaches have gotten them to be one of the best, and he's very proud of that.
So I got a couple of quotes here. One's from Otter, one's from Tyler Seguin. The one from Tyler Seguin is really fascinating. So Ottinger talked about DeBoer and said, hey, he's been there. He just hasn't gotten the result that he wanted. So I think he's learned from previous experience. So I'm really fascinated by the idea of how your previous playoff experiences shape your future, especially when, like you just said, you played this exact same, mostly
pretty much same team.
Yeah.
With pretty much the same team.
In the same round last year. And then you go to Tyler Seguin, and this is a really insightful quote right here. Any coach can make adjustments, talking about DeBoer, but I think there has to be respect level from both sides, from the player and the coach, for the buy-in. And I think that's what he does a good job of. Starting from day one of training camp, there's a respect and a relationship between him and all the individuals. It's always been black and white. There are no gray areas. I've been on teams where there's sometimes gray, and I feel like as a group, we know where the puck's going to be most of the time based off of our rules, if you want to call it that, or just our system, and that's from Pete.
I love that.
Me too.
My buddy sent me a video from the Stars' first round against Colorado. And it was about a 9-minute video, and it was called We're Built for This. And I watched it last night, and Kevin, one of the things that you asked Bochy about, and I'm glad you asked him this question the other day, was, do you ever have that meeting and just remind your guys who they are? And Boch was like, oh, we've had meetings. And he's like, you can hear in his voice without saying, I've gone in there and kicked their ass a few times. He was saying it. And listening to DeBoer in this video, and I just watched it very late last night, but listening to him tell everybody in that locker room, they're giving too much attention to the guys that aren't in this locker room and not enough attention to the guys that are.
Yeah.
And, telling the guys how much they do belong in this moment, that's another quality of coaching. A lot of times you hear coaches, they're like, look, I don't have to hype a guy up. They know what the moment is. But every once in a while, you just want to make sure that the guys know, hey, this is why I have your back. I think you're great. You should think you're great. And this crowd's about to go think you're great tonight too, so go show them why. And so hearing the way he talks to his team, that's a different thing that I really have a lot of respect for too.
From the 817, so I like the way this is tied into something that we obviously have talked about a lot. Guys, we suck before him. We'll get back to that because that's not factually accurate. Dropping him would be like Nico dropping Luka. We've been crushing it since he joined. Nobody, literally nobody, has suggested in this moment that if they lose in this round, that you're going to move on from him. Not saying that at all. The question is he great? And 2 years before he got here, you were in the Stanley Cup final. Look, like I get it the year after.
The talent's already built is what you're saying?
Not necessarily.
Managing the talent's important.
Yeah, and the year before he got here, I don't think they made the playoffs, and that's what's facilitated the change. I'm just saying, I don't think we should act like this team hadn't been to the playoffs in 20 years. 2 years before he got here, they were in the Stanley Cup final. I think he's done an amazing job. But if we're going to use the word great, I do not think it applies to Pete DeBoer yet.
Okay.
In a month?
I'm not arguing with you on that. But I think he's great. He's great, in that respect. I love having him as the coach. I want this team to earn that next level though for him, to where it is not even debatable.
Yeah.
I think that's what we were also saying we want, and I think that again, he has that sense of urgency about where he is in this whole pantheon of things. And he's also humble enough to be like, look, it's about my guys first. Like, he is that guy. And I think, again, those guys want the same thing for him because they know they can change his status just as much as theirs. Hell, Drew Pearson, what did he say? That's what happens whenever you're a Hall of Famer, whenever you're a Stanley Cup champion. It's a little bit different. That party's a little bit different.
Somebody did ask this question, and this answer is astonishing to me. How many NHL coaches do you think have won multiple Stanley Cups?
2, 3?
19.
Holy crap.
Because I think it's partially because the NHL has been around forever and they used to have like 4 teams and they're like, hey, go ahead and skate around. We'll give you a cup. It'll be fantastic. But yeah, 19.
I do want to throw this out from the 903. 9-0 and still not great, huh? Hey, listen, he had to lose game 6 to get to 9-0. All right, in those game 7s.
Oh yeah, man,
you had to lose game 6.
The Jordan people would post the meme. It's like, what's a game 7? So yeah, no, he is.
They even asked him the other night after the game. They were like, hey, you have such a great record in these game 7s, but game 6, you got to win. And he's like, yeah, that actually is. So he admits it too.
I mean, look, and you can look at the coaching job that he did, advancing out of the first round without Robo and Miro. I thought that was masterfully done against an excellent opponent. Advancing in the second round when you still haven't gotten everything from Robo and you're just now kind of feels like ramping Miro all the way back up. I think he's done a fantastic job. I think he's a really good coach. It's just, that's what we said. Great does a lot of work. If they win the cup, he's great.
I have 3 things here that I want to get to,
okay.
Kevin.
Number
1. So what I'm hearing is Kevin wants to fire DeBoer the way Corey wants to trade Josh Young. That's what they're hearing right now. Number 2, which does Kevin hate more, DeBoer or the Rangers?
What?
Very
Neither.
good questions. Very good questions. And number 3, if you want to talk greatness, Kevin, I have a piece of audio from the great one. Would you like to hear the great one, Wayne Gretzky?
Yes.
This is
Especially
Wayne Gretzky.
if you'll add in your snarky comment after.
Nope. This is Wayne Gretzky, who DeBoer did bring in. He said, guys, the great one wants to come in and tell you guys something.
Okay.
So here is Wayne Gretzky in going up to Wyatt Johnston.
Hey, man, you're such a good player. I always told my brother, he didn't draft you. They picked another guy over you, and I was a good player.
So he told him, I always told my brother since they didn't draft you that he was dumb as S.
Oh, okay. Was this after?
It was after the game.
Okay.
Yeah, no, there was some celebration. But yeah, he was like, hey, my brother was dumb for not drafting you. He loves Wyatt Johnston.
I mean, that's a good point.
He's a big fan of Wyatt Johnston. So hey, I feel like if we got the great one on our side, we're looking. He's going up. We're going up against Edmonton, his old team.
And that's something for the future. And they traded him.
He
was the great one.
Yeah.
And they still traded him. That's something to keep in consideration. The Stars have so many great, or I guess I should say good. You got to stay consistent here. Very good young players that you have a core here that we like to think like, I hope they can win the cup because they haven't won the cup in 26 years. And then we'll start to get greedy potentially after that. All right. So we'll deal with that later. In the meantime, go ahead and give me cut number 2. And I want to ask this question. Corey, you brought up this question. Is there a real buzz building for the Dallas Wings?
This game is still manageable right here.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
Bueckers on Skyler with the layup. Paige has 17.
All right. So they did lose. They're now 0-2 after 2 home games.
Oh,
and at times,
brutal.
And I think the Wings will admit they look a bit discombobulated out there. But Wemby was there. Dirk was there. Somebody sent a text in earlier and said that they got a chance to go out to that game and they had a freaking blast. And they had never been to a Wings game before. And this is the key. They said, I think I'm going to really follow the team now. And that's the biggest thing right there is I know, and we've talked with the GM of the Wings numerous times, is they've sold out season tickets for the first time. They're about to move to a bigger arena in a couple of years. They got Paige Bueckers, and like it feels like things are building. But when you hear, I'd never been to a game, and now I want to really start following the team, I'm curious about if you think the Wings are truly building up buzz and if y'all are part of it. 877-881-1053.
I personally think that Paige kind of changed a lot of the excitement level, like took it to another level, because we said the last 3 years the last 2 years and going into this year the women's college game got pumped up. Obviously, Caitlin Clark was a huge part of that, and Angel Reese and their bitter rivalry between each other.
By the way,
Gotta
did you
give her
see
credit.
the last? No. The draw is Caitlin Clark. Like, let's all just be honest with ourselves. And hey, if you don't believe me, let's take it a step further. Did you see the last Caitlin Clark game outdrew one of the NBA playoff games?
That's pretty impressive. But then so Paige was one of those names too that people were like, oh, I'm interested to see what she is. When Dallas got her, I was like, okay, that's fun and everything. And then we got a chance to talk to her. She was fun to talk to.
She was.
So that was obviously for me, it's a personal thing. I was like, I want to see, what she's all about. I saw her at college. I watched her. I thought she was a fun player. What is she here? They look, like you said, discombobulated. They have some defensive work that they could get better at.
They did change out a lot.
In the offseason. And we looked at the offense last night, and Paige had 19, Arike had 8, and that Arike's your best scorer. So I think that there is an interest there. Dirk being there says a lot for that. That place looked packed last night too. I think that says a lot for the push for it. But I know there are going to be people that are just like, I only have room for 4 teams, and that's all my brain can handle, and I don't want to watch women play sports.
Yeah, and look.
And I get it. Last night, I gave it a shot.
And with all that said, I mean, I definitely think, and if he disagrees, feel free to call up the show. You know the hotline. Well, actually, there's no chance he remembers the hotline. That's where Mike fell on this. He's like, he does not particularly want to watch women's basketball. And
he didn't know the hotline number while he
Yeah, that's a good point. I withdraw that statement for sure. And so I know there are some people who have kind of drawn their line in the sand, and then obviously this has become like a confusing sort of political issue to some people as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yes.
That seems unnecessary.
And I just think like you should watch it if you like it, and you should not watch it if you don't like it. Like, aside from how you feel about political things and everything, I think you should be able to just make up your own mind specifically about women's basketball. And they have started off 0-2, and somebody said, well, that's not good, especially with 2 home games. Fact, remember, last year they were 9-31. All right, there's a reason they got the number 1 pick. And it's not because they went the Mavericks route of being, not so great, and then they got lucky. No, they deserved the number 1 pick because they were awful last year. So this is going to be a work in progress, even with Paige. Now, Alec, I'm curious your thoughts, because where do you fall on the buzz of the Wings? Because I know Reggie, he loves the WNBA and all things involved. We just said, Mike, maybe not so much. Where do you fall on what is a rebuilding team? I know they choose not to use that word, but that's what's happening right now.
It is hard to not get expectations ramped up way too high whenever you do get the number 1 pick. And then, like you said, you got to bring yourself back down to earth, remembering why they got the number 1 overall pick.
Yes.
That pick alone is not going to fix everything. Work in progress is a very even generous way to put it, because it wasn't just adding Paige to the fold. It was also moving on from some other names, like Satu Sabo is not on the team anymore. She wanted to get out of here, so you move her. You bring in Dejanay Carrington. Like, there's a lot of ebbing and flowing here and trying to figure out what is going to work. What is going to help us score points, but not allow a lot of points against some of these really talented scoring teams. So, like, it's tough to not get too invested, and too excited, but I do buy into the hype. I mean, to the point where I feel like they're marketing it a lot more. I'm seeing it on TV more. I'm seeing it on social media a lot more. I'm getting ads for Paige Bueckers jerseys on Instagram and stuff. It feels hard to avoid it. And I think for all the right reasons, and I will be going to games this year. It's just, again, I got to bring myself back down to earth. If Paige scores 25 in a game and you still lose, I got to remember, hey, it's going to happen a few times.
So that's a great example. Last night, Paige, 19 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals. No rookie in franchise history had ever put together a stat line like that, and they lost. So, like, that's, to your point, I think that is absolutely fair right there from the 469. Thanks a lot, Kevin and Corey. You got me excited. Then they lost a preseason game and not won any games yet this season. Trying to get into the WNBA, but I need some wins for the 817. I'm definitely going to be following. I hope it keeps building. I had never been to a game either, but I loved it. And then I see a whole lot of people who don't like it and don't want to watch it. I think it should be as simple as that. You don't have to like it. you don't have to watch it. We talk about stuff on this show that I'm willing to bet all three of us to different levels don't like. Look, I've tried to learn more things about golf. I think the idea of watching golf is intolerable. That sounds awful to me. But I also know that there are millions and millions and millions of people who love it. When the Indiana Fever and the Dallas Wings play at the American Airlines Center, that place is going to be a legitimate sellout. All right, so that means a lot of people in the Metroplex care about this one way or another. So if you don't like it, I'm not telling you have to like it or you're a bad person. You could just not like it. But it seems like there's a lot of people that do like it.
You go ahead and tell them, though. Say you're a bad person.
No, that is silly. I don't think somebody should be called a bad person because they don't like a sports team.
What if they don't like pizza?
No, you're not a bad person.
Most good people like pizza.
Okay, I don't. Look, I don't think you should be called a bad person based on a sports take or a food take.
What if they don't like hurtado?
Freaking bum.
Yeah.
I don't totally agree with your food takes, but guess what? Most people don't agree with any of my food takes.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
See, Corey hates my food takes. He seems to tolerate me as a human being.
There are a lot of times that I'm just like, dude, you can't even taste the onion. The onion tastes like something else that it was cooked with.
I admit it's a mental thing. I know the onion's there and I can't eat it. I agree. It's the same thing. The Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich, it comes with the pickles on it. Even if you ask for no pickles, sometimes they'll put pickles on it. I will take the pickles off. I will try to dab down the chicken, but I can still taste that pickle. Is it just mental? I can't rule that out.
I don't hate Josh Young. I just want to point that out. I love and I hope the best for Josh Young.
Look, I know we were doing a bit with the Josh Young thing, but sometimes people do confuse what I think is a reasonable critique and at times criticism with you don't like this person or this sports league or whatever.
Yeah, that happens sometimes for sure.
I think we can do better, just like I think the Dallas Wings can do better. They're 0-2 right now. Here's the thing. You should probably prepare yourself for 0-3 because they're going on the road against Minnesota. That's the team that they open up the season against.
Where Paige is from.
And Minnesota thrashed them pretty good, and a lot of people think they're the favorites to win the title. So just mentally prepare yourself potentially for 0-3.
That's where Paige is from, Kevin. I think she's going to show up to her. She's going to honor that place.
Okay, that's great. I just told you she put together a stat line never seen in rookie history by this franchise, and we still lost.
Yeah, maybe she'll have to put up. Enrique will put up better numbers for her. That's what I'm thinking.
I hope so. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Who hacked my Netflix? Should all stadiums have roofs? And AI is going to take over fighter jets. Next on The Fan.
low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, it's your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Kevin, I'm terrified.
What's happening with your Netflix?
I got an email that said that it had been changed and that somebody from Indonesia was watching my Netflix. Nobody in my family.
Anybody in Indonesia?
Yeah, nobody
right
in my
now?
family's gone to Indonesia recently.
Okay.
I had one friend that did have the account. He forgot the login, so he's not using it anymore.
Okay.
So I don't know what's going on here. This is a little terrifying though. So I'll continue to work with Netflix, I guess, to figure it out. 877-881-1053. Let me know. By the way, it's telling me now that it doesn't even recognize my email address. So it's like this account doesn't even exist anymore.
No.
Which means I got to figure out which freaking card I have this on. So I can cancel it. Like, I don't even know what card.
Would it be the weirdest thing ever if they also changed the card to their card?
Yeah,
they're like, I just really wanted this account.
We love this account so much. Yeah, it was weird because the profiles are all gone except for one, and it's like a clown face. I'm like, man, somebody's really messing with me here. So good
I'm
job.
sorry, Corey.
Good luck to us. Hopefully they don't have my credit card number. You know what? We'll see. All right, guys. Now let's get to the most important things of the day. First off,
how nice I am on the fan text.
You know what, Kevin? A lot of times people try to draw Kevin off sides on the fan text, and a lot of times it works. What I told Kevin a long time ago, and what I think he's done better at is don't even worry about it. And sometimes it's best to just move on.
Fair.
Sometimes it is fun to fire back, but watch out, man. People have gotten fired.
I was, yeah, man. We had somebody who's like, here's our address. I'll meet you in the parking lot to fight you.
Let's go.
That's a real thing. That really happened at our station.
And you don't know how many times I've wanted to text back. You would never say that to my face.
True.
And there are plenty of people that I've met in public that have said, I'm the one that texted this in, and I didn't really mean it. I'm sorry. And we've had plenty of times where people have texted things in, and we've been like, hey, man, are you, like, you really feel that way? Or said something back, and they're like, oh, I was just joking. And, all right, okay. I enjoy conversation. I enjoy the Tolos, man. I love them. I also enjoy air conditioning.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry, Corey.
All right.
We need to go back to your Netflix. Do you think it's because you gave away your wife's maiden name on the airwaves?
Well, this happened last night, I think.
Okay.
Okay. Actually, it did happen last week, and I changed all my passwords, and then they got it again. So they must be really good.
Not cool.
Yeah, come on, people. Same thing happened to me. You need to call Netflix and tell them you were hacked to recover your account. That's the thing. They know I'm not calling. They know I hate calling and sitting on hold. So I'm probably just going to pay the $22 a month to not have an account.
No.
That's the only option.
You're right. That's what they're counting on, because the most infuriating thing, people will tell you it's the automated message. I don't think it's that. I think it's specifically what the automated message tells you. Because there's been things with like my internet or whatever, and they're like, sorry, on the Insta chat or whatever you want to call it, we can't help you with that. You need to call the number. Then you call the number, and then sometimes they'll be like, do you know on our website we have blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, screw you. I tried to do that, and you told me to call you here. So pick up the damn phone.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm good.
That is true.
Thank you, Corey. I'm sorry.
From the 954, at least you know you have listeners in Indonesia now.
That's a good point. Indonesia, Japan, England, we're building it up.
The only option is to just keep paying and not have the account.
No. Call. Hey.
Yo, long it's going to take, it take 30 minutes or so.
Your wife's too busy. I don't think you have the trust in your children.
Hell no.
There's no way I would trust Brandon to stay in a firm line and be like, let's fix it.
Fix this. What if Netflix did it? What if Netflix hacked itself and was like, yeah, let's get rid of this guy. We know he's not calling. He's not going to call and do this. We'll just collect his money and we don't have to give him the thing.
And everything we're doing on the show is irrelevant because we're all doomed.
We're all... I'll get to being doomed in just a moment, Kevin.
What?
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to.
Well, I want to. Washington Commanders team president Mark Klaus was talking about the potential new stadium at the site of RFK, the RFK site that was the old one. Because there is
his dad.
The renderings are awesome.
Yeah.
Like the renderings look really, really cool. No, we do not have a name for the dog yet. Nobody can decide. I did tell Adrian I will step in and be the decider against the children if she needs my support. And she said not yet. So she's still fighting with them.
Do you think dogs have barkuments?
Klaus said, we will be the only roofed facility of this side of the Mid-Atlantic. We are going to be able to host everything that's in the city on a national stage. They want to be able to host major events like Taylor Swift, the Final Four, and WrestleRama.
No,
that's what it says in the headline. It says WrestleRama.
Just real quick, though. That shows just what a juggernaut Taylor Swift is. That it would be like the Super Bowl, Taylor Swift. And you're like, that's the next biggest thing I can think of.
The Final Four. Yeah. No, it's they want it to be on that level. And again, that's actually, I think that's a positive for Dak. If he's going up to Washington, D.C. in December and January and playing in D.C. and he doesn't have to play in the cold, I think that's a positive for him. But I think all stadiums should have roofs. 877-881-1053. If you agree, all stadiums should have roofs. Kevin, do you agree?
Why are you, just real quick, why are you saying it like that?
What do you mean?
Isn't it roofs? You're saying it like hooves. Roofs.
Well, it is hoof and then hoove, right? So doesn't it change whenever it's plural?
Isn't it a hoof?
Doesn't it change whenever you've roofs? I don't know. It feels like the right way to say it today.
Okay.
877 tomorrow could change. Who knows? Do you guys agree? Because I remember distinctly when AT&T was built, before it had a name, by the way. I was there, and Mike Ditka. No, not Mike Ditka. Dick Bueckers. Dick Bueckers.
Did you just say you distinctly remember? And then you're like, hold on, it was
I
somebody
distinctly
different.
remember Dick Bueckers was standing like in the out where the bar comes out, you know. And I was walking by because I was covering. I believe it was one of those Tom Landry games.
Oh yeah,
they
the
had.
classic. Yeah,
And I was there covering it for Champion Sports Radio, and I was a sideline reporter. And I walked by and I was like, guys, Dick Bueckers is standing right here. And they were like, I said, do y'all want me to interview him on air? And they said, well, not really. They were like, you should talk to him though, like get a report. And I was like, all right, I'll get a report from him. And so I walked up and I was like, hey, Dick Bueckers, how's it going?
Just real quick.
Because I always say the full name of people.
Yes. Hey, how's it going? Lead singer of Smashing Pumpkins, Billy Corgan. By the way, and I never thought we would have another tie-in for this, Dick Bueckers was also one of the primary characters on the television show My Two Dads.
Of course he was.
He like ran the little soda shop next door or whatever.
Yeah, and wasn't he on that show California Dreams, or the basketball show, the team that I can't remember.
I'll have to get back to you on that.
I got a little bit of a anyway. So I walk over to him. I was like, "Hi, Dick Bueckers, how's it going?" And he, with the smell of vodka on his breath, he was like, "Oh, it's going great, man." And so we start chatting a little bit. I said, "What do you think about this stadium?" Not kidding. He said, "I think it effing sucks."
Oh,
and I was like, "I'm sorry, what?" And he was like, look, man, football should be played in the elements. And this is a dude who loved being in the mud and biting people at the bottom of a dog pile. Like this is not a guy that's just like, oh man, I really need a roof.
This doesn't sound like the best story for Dick Bueckers.
But no, he was awesome to talk to. It was just this one moment. So he was saying he didn't like the roof of the stadium.
Okay.
He was like, this isn't my style. But now as we've started to see, like SoFi Stadium is awesome.
Yeah.
So SoFi Stadium, and that is one of those where wind comes through. It has a roof kind of. AT&T is a really good stadium. Going to the ballpark is so much better at Globe Life now because of the roof.
It used to feel like if somebody invited you to that Sunday afternoon game, it was a punishment. They're like, you're going to go to this 2:00 game because you have been a bad person.
I don't know a place. Maybe there is a place that the weather's just always perfect. But I feel like California, and even there at SoFi, they put a roof on it.
That's true.
So I feel like all stadiums from here on should be built with roofs.
Do you think it's just the economics that will prevent that from happening?
Because the owners don't want to pay. I mean, Josh Harris is paying a lot of money for this stadium.
True.
And he only asked, $500 million from the city, which
feels like a lot, and it is, but that's like way lower than a lot of people
The
have.
show was called Hang Time. That is it right there. It was a high school. It was a Saved by the Bell kind of vibe.
I did not remember that show.
Where he was the head coach of a basketball team in Indiana. I'm pretty sure it was Indiana. I don't know.
Somebody just said that show was fire.
It was fire, dude. Just like the roof is on fire.
Stop saying it, roof.
A U.S. defense firm just unveiled the first AI-controlled, unmanned fighter jet with insane capabilities that will change combat forever.
Pause.
I don't know if that was a pause moment, but...
Can we pause, Corey? It is a pause moment.
I listened to G-Bag for my whole life here.
Look.
I know what pause means.
They'll just talk over each other in interviews. I heard
Sometimes,
it.
yeah.
All right. So, look, it's like we've never seen a science fiction movie. If you want to build that robot that knows how to play soccer or throw a karate chop, that's great. But now you're building a war machine that you're like, I don't even need a person for this.
Fury is a high-performance multi-mission Group 5 autonomous air vehicle. All right. It enabling trusted and collaborative autonomy for the high-end fight. Leveraging Lattice software, Fury is designed to accelerate the development, testing, and fielding of mission autonomy into operational reality for the warfighter, delivering an unfair advantage for unrivaled deterrence. Kevin?
Well, it's been a great run, humanity.
This is Palmer Luckey. He is the CEO of Anduril is the name of the company. They created this. All right, this is the company that created this, the private defense firm. This is Palmer Luckey on 60 Minutes.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in. I'd say it's a lot scarier, for example, to imagine a weapon system that doesn't have any level of intelligence at all. There's no moral high ground in making a landmine that can't tell the difference between a school bus full of children and Russian armor. It's not a question between smart weapons and no weapons. It's a question between smart weapons and dumb weapons.
There are lots of people who go, oh, AI, I don't know, I don't trust it, it's going to go rogue.
I would say that it is something to be aware of, but in the grand scheme of things to be afraid of, there's things that I'm much more terrified of. And I'm a lot more worried about evil people with mediocre advances in technology than AI deciding that it's going to wipe us all out.
All right.
There's so much to dissect in everything he just said.
Go back to the very beginning. Like the first, 6 seconds. Play what this guy said. The guy who's running the thing, this is what he said.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in. I'd say
Stop! The guy who's running the thing said, it's a scary idea. And then at the end, he goes, you know what's really scary to me? Evil people with mediocre technology. No.
Not the AI that I can't control.
That's fine.
Maybe, if it decides to be self-aware.
You can take the most evil person who can reprogram the soccer robots, and I'll take my chances of that over the good-willing person who was like, it's scary, but here's your fighter jet that doesn't need anybody. No!
From 469, The Rise of Ultron is coming to a city near you. So I watched the video on this, and they had drones that just fly over like trucks and then explode. You know, it explodes above the truck and then the truck explodes. And basically what he's saying is, I trust the AI more. I trust the AI more to be developed enough to know what it's supposed to do. I do not trust AI that much. We are putting way too much trust in AI at this point. I feel like the wild, wild west of it all. Yeah. There has to, at some point, there's got to be a line where they go, you know what? We're not letting it go this far. But Kevin,
this is that line.
The goal, the idea of having fighter jets that are unmanned is good. Like that you do. I don't want to risk a life. Honestly, like that's
sure.
If I can not risk a life, that would be amazing. That would be the best part of it all. But this is a little scary. From the 469, they made a movie about this. The plane decided to take out the targets against orders. No thanks.
Yeah, because
Sean Connor is going to need to send his friend back in time. Who's going to help us save and become his father?
Man, this is a great point, and I know this is a movie, but we couldn't control Jurassic Park. Mm-hmm. You think we're going to be able to control this? And again, I get it. It's a movie. Most fascinating part of that movie when they rebooted it is that we got bored with seeing dinosaurs, so they had to invent new dinosaurs.
Translation, you got to risk it to get the biscuit. And I'll be very honest about this.
Normally, I agree with that.
Somebody's going to come up with this.
That's fair.
Somebody is going to eventually create this. This is a private firm, a U.S. defense private firm that has been contracted by the U.S. At some point, we see movies about this. That stuff leaks. That information gets to somebody else because there's a very valuable number that people are willing to say, you know what, I'll sacrifice my job for the number that you're about to pay me for this information. And sometimes, who knows? That guy, he's like, hey, I'm afraid of evil people. What if he decides, you know what, I don't like the way they treated me, and after our contract's up, I'm going to somebody else, and now we're going to have the information. It's just too wild, the amount of power that this can create. Because as we saw in Iron Man, if you can protect the world in that way, then you have a lot of leverage over the way the government does things.
Now, I'm sure a lot of people have their ideas for their own corporations that are like this, but are there corporations that just really draw their line in the sand that they're evil? Like in Batman movies and stuff, you'll be like, oh yeah, we have to go to the evil people auction.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, do they have corporations when they're like, oh, you're evil though, right? That's right. But I will offer you 60% more than anybody. Ha 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 ha.
And is there an evil email address that everybody has to have, or do they just send it to your Hotmail? You know, and they're just like, hey, we know that you've been evil for a while because you use Hotmail.
See? So these are good questions.
Thank you.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what are reasonable expectations for Cooper Flagg's rookie season? A shocking NBA statistic. And what are your picks for the rest of the playoffs? Next, right here on The Fan.
else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The save goes back to Flag. Flag on the attack.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're probably going to move around to a couple of different things in this segment, but I want to start with this. What are reasonable expectations for Cooper Flagg's rookie season? Because I saw this before.
Well, I guess reasonably expect some people to actually say his name instead of the kid from Duke.
Right.
Like Jason Kidd keeps saying, so that's reasonable.
Yeah, and he was like, "Look, I don't want to get in trouble or anything like that." I understand that, but I want to go to Nick Friedel, who we had on our show last week, and basically the question was: is Cooper Flagg really that good?
Cooper Flagg is already one of those guys who, as far as building a team around. I mean, guys, that list, it's not 10 people long. And can he get to the level of the top-tier stars in the game? I think he can. I really do. And I think that when you have that and you have the trust in a player and how much he's going to be able to grow as he continues to work in his game, the Mavs they lucked out in the best possible way from a basketball standpoint, because this kid is that good and he's going to get better.
All right. He's already that good and he's going to get better. What does that look like from a statistical point of view? And by the way, John Hollinger going into the draft said anybody who says he shouldn't go number one is an unserious goofball. I just really liked that phrasing. And then we go back to Rick Welts. If you were curious about like the impact, he talked about it, and I forgot to bring it up last week. He said that the Mavericks have had 28 times more inbound calls for season tickets and 35 times more single and daily additions to the season ticket wait list after the draft lottery.
Really?
Also, 6 times more inbound sponsorship communications from brands and clients. So, like, remember when we went back, and this is still a valid point. Like, I remember Bobby in the morning show, they were talking about all of the sponsor money that the Mavericks lost as well. It would seem on the surface, because they lucked into this, they have the opportunity to get a lot of that back.
Lucked into it. I see where you did there.
I mean, I saw the story that you sent about Shaq. I'm a little bitter about that story.
Thanks a lot, Shaq.
Because David Stern, according to Shaq, said that he asked, where do you want to play, hot weather or cold weather? We're hot weather. Why not send him to the Mavericks? We had the worst record. And so I'm kind of bitter that we rigged it and we didn't rig it right.
He didn't add the line of hot weather near the beach, or near Disney World. He didn't say that. So maybe that was something he wanted to be around a Disney World or a Disney was in. He was looking around and saying, guys, just wait. We'll get fans back. We, like anybody that's mad, we'll continue to get them back. And I think the buzz will be there for Cooper Flagg. And quite honestly, a team led by Anthony Davis, if he can stay healthy. I mean, Kyrie, if he can stay healthy.
Sure.
Most of the team is if you can stay healthy, and that's where we're jaded about it all. If you got this kid on the team. Now, people keep asking me to name my new dog Cooper or Flagg.
Oh, Flagg would be awesome.
And I'm like, I can't trust the Mavericks to actually make the pick yet. So I have to.
You can't keep your dog in this weird netherworld.
Yeah, he can't be in the hopper. We can't do that. So I got to go with something now. But I've seen the player and the desire to play the game, the kind of teammate he is. Those are all things that I look forward to.
Would you consider naming your dog Luca Flagg so you can still hold on to some of the old times?
Well, Kevin, I have too many friends that have Lucas as their kid.
Oh, okay.
Choppy being one of them. He's my friend, I think. I love Choppy. I hope he considers me a friend. He invited us to the wedding, so I think
that's true.
We didn't go, but he invited us.
And he told us not to broadcast.
And then my friend whose kid named Winnipeg the Winter Pigs. His name is Lucas. So I'm going to stay away from Lucas.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, some of the feedback, I don't think it's unreasonable for him to be Rookie of the Year. I certainly agree with that.
Is he gonna handle the ball enough and score enough to do that? Because I feel like that will go to a point guard probably.
What's interesting, he'll not handle the ball enough, but here are the over-unders for his rookie statistics. And you tell me what you think. Over-under, points per game, 16. Rebounds a game, 6.5. Assists per game, 3.5.
Those are good rookie numbers.
Yes, those are very
quality
good.
rookie numbers.
For sure. And then somebody brought this in. I'm afraid from the 817, I just don't want him to be like Christian Laettner. Obviously, Christian Laettner, he had some flashes, but he was a disappointment in the NBA. From the 682, I'm scared the Mavs will give him the Dennis Smith Jr. treatment and move on from him slowly or move ahead with him slowly. And from the 469, he will lift the Las Vegas Mavericks to the championship. Obviously, I hope that is not the way that plays out.
I don't think they're moving. I just don't see it. For anybody that still believes that, I just don't see it.
How many people do you guys think will show up at the Mavs draft party? So in 2018, and I go back to this, 90% of our listeners were mad that the Mavericks got Luka.
We were there at that party.
And we went to the arena party. They had a separate party at the then named Bomb Factory. They took Luka and Jalen Brunson. 1,200 people were there for that. How many people are going to be there for the Cooper?
For the number one overall pick? 1,200 if it's... I mean, I don't know how many people it'll fit.
We have to find a different venue, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
Just like the Wings when Caitlin Clark's around. You got to find a different venue.
Good point.
But yeah, that's he's a huge draw.
Yes.
He is definitely a feather in the cap for a team trying to get their fan base back.
Now, obviously, we will dive into Stars Oilers a lot more tomorrow. But tonight is the opening game of the Eastern Conference Finals in the NHL playoffs. Do you guys have a vibe? Do you have a feel for how that's going to go? Or do you have a team that you're rooting for in that series?
In the NBA playoffs?
No, in the NHL.
Okay, in the so Carolina, I was listening this morning to the dude from Edmonton on Sean and RJ's show.
And he thinks a whole lot of the Stars players need to get off their ass and do something.
Agreed. But he did say that Carolina was much like Dallas last year where it didn't have that one guy.
Yeah.
And that's why they always lose, because they don't have a transcendent player. We talk about this in basketball a lot. Why was Kawhi really great in Toronto and the Bulls struggled against Kawhi's team? Because DeRozan couldn't overcome the way that Kawhi could. He's a different player in the fourth quarter. And so the Stars now have a Miko, and Edmonton has a McDavid, and a Draisaitl also. They're a very good team, but Carolina doesn't have that. And while they are a very good team overall, they're kind of missing that. Florida's been a very, very good team for a reason. So I'm thinking Florida, although I would love Carolina to win so that Miko could have that storyline to go along with it.
Alex, do you have a preference in the Eastern Conference Finals for the NFC?
I would pick the Florida Panthers selfishly because their social media team is awesome. And I think some of the banter that we would get back and forth and some of the promo work and stuff, I just love having fun with it, not making it overly serious. But in a more serious manner, this one's really tough to call. Like, I kind of want the Panthers to win.
So that you can see all the rats on the ice?
Yeah.
That's always fun.
Yeah, that's always a fun bit. And, I just really like what they bring. But at the same time, Carolina, I really don't know. I don't want to pick this series because I think it's going to end in 7. I do think it's going to go the distance. But I would say the Panthers here today.
Okay.
I could probably change my mind in the next 15 minutes, but I think both teams are pretty evenly matched. I think they're both extremely talented, but I could see it going either way.
And their coach is pretty fun, too. He's got some good quotes. He's a quotable guy.
I think I'll go with the Panthers as well. On the NBA front, no particular investment here. Thunder Timberwolves starts tonight. Pacers Knicks tomorrow. Who y'all got, or who you rooting for in these series?
Can I throw out the stat that I gave you this morning that
Sure.
I did not know until this morning? That this is the first time since '96 that a Western Conference Final is being played in neither Texas or California.
Oh, wow.
And that's
bummer.
And that's I mean, either the Mavericks or somebody in or the Spurs or Houston, I guess, and then all the California teams. That's wild to me. I think that Oklahoma City is the better team. I think Anthony Edwards is a face that the NBA wants to be the face of the league, but I think that Oklahoma City is the better team overall. So Minnesota, second year in a row now, for them to be in this
First
position.
time ever they've made back-to-back
Yeah,
Western
for them to
Conference
be in
finals.
this position is awesome. And maybe they can use that to their advantage. I don't know if Anthony Edwards is in better shape than he was last year at this point. He looks at so far. But last year, the Mavericks gassed him. And so I think that Oklahoma City, too much talent on that team. And then at some point, Lou Dort's going to take somebody out. He's going to tackle somebody, right?
Other side?
I want Jalen Brunson to get his opportunity.
Even though the fans are trash?
The fan base.
Actually, the fans have been throwing trash and being rude.
Yeah, that's really. I love what Halliburton's done by inviting that fan that was thrown trash at to come to the Eastern Conference Finals. I like that. I think it's cool
Because he had a Pacers jersey on.
Yeah,
That's why he got trashed.
So people were like, "Throw trash at that guy." But I'm pulling for Jalen Brunson, man.
Okay, Alec, what say you?
I would generally say anybody but the Thunder because I just can't stand that team. I do want the Wolves to win because I do want to see that kind of transition of the face of the NBA conversation because, frankly, one, I think Anthony Edwards is the right guy just in terms of his play style to be the face of the league. And two, I'm kind of tired of talking about it. I just want it to happen. I want it to be, okay, there's no more conversation. Anthony Edwards is the guy. We're going to expect him to do this thing pretty much every single year. He's going to be the legend killer, whatever you want to call him. I just want to get it behind us. But I do think they could win this thing. If they do, I'm going to say it's going to be the Wolves in 6.
Okay.
Probably 7 if they do win. But that's me being optimistic. On the flip side, I love Jalen Brunson. I love Tyrese Halliburton. I think the Knicks are better situated to win this series. And I hate it because Twitter is going to be an awful place to be if they do win this series. Basketball, social media in general is going to be a horrible place. But the league is going to love it, and I'm going to love it because I think JB deserves it.
This has already been a remarkable run for the NBA. So when the Celtics lost to the Knicks last week, it became the 6th straight NBA postseason in which the defending champs failed to go past the second round. Now let's add one more thing on top of this, and this is crazy. So the Nuggets got bounced in Game 7 against the Oklahoma City Thunder. That means that the NBA is officially going to have 7 different champions over a 7-year span. That has never happened in the NBA.
So it's more parity than it's ever been. Huh?
I mean, that you can make that argument. It goes back to the league goes back to 1946. This has never happened.
Do we like parity?
Ever? As long as my team gets a piece of it, that'd be nice.
I just like with the NFL, they said we want more parity, and then the Patriots dominated for a long time, and now it's the Chiefs.
Yeah,
I don't know if we really do like parity or if we like dynastic conversations.
See, that's a great question. I think the NBA would have liked it if Knicks Celtics was the Eastern Conference Finals and the Knicks won. I think they're just not pumped about parity that includes Oklahoma City and Indiana and like smaller markets like
Montana. What if they had a team,
They would root against them for sure.
There's like 8 people there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Peggy, we are rolling. How are you?
I love to hear it. I am doing well also. Do you guys have any suggestions for Corey with his Netflix account? Because it appears as though it's getting worse by the minute.
Well, do you call customer service in this situation?
That's what the Tolos have told me I need to do. I hate calling customer service.
It's the worst.
I would rather just pay the $20 a month and not have the service.
Then make a phone call?
Customer service. It's ridiculous.
Is it just customer service or is it phone calls in general? Because I know a lot of people that have just now there's a phobia to just calling.
Yeah,
I don't even want to call someone and place
Well,
it
they're
to
going
go
to put you in automation anyway.
Yeah, and then that could take an
You
hour.
sit for a while. Maybe they transfer you to somebody else who may have a better answer for you. Then you're sitting longer.
Yeah.
Like I am anti that. Like that is
Just
my
make
wife
sure you hit the
handles-
right button. Hit
my
number
wife-
1 or number 2, and it takes you to the right area.
But every once in a while, do you feel like they cut you off and you're like, I swear I picked the right button. And they're like, your phone call's over.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you've been on there
Yeah, oh,
for
yeah.
14 minutes and you're like, oh my God.
Gets lost in translation from person to person.
Let me tell you what, the airlines have done a really cool thing. They will tell you, listen, you're going to be long in line. We'll call you back. If you just do
That's
that.
the move
I do
there.
like that.
They call you back. And then, you don't have to wait around and listen to the music and all that stuff. They'll call you back, and then you kind of get your problem taken care of then.
So somebody took your account and then changed your email? But your bank card is still on there?
I don't know. I can't even access the account part of it. I can't get to the email. Netflix says my email doesn't exist in their database anymore. So that's what I got to go figure out is what that's all about.
That's a serious breach.
Yeah, from the 910, have your wife call. It's probably a good idea. She's okay with that kind of stuff,
Does she amp it up to the next level? Because she's
very good at this.
I now have Jess, and then there's customer service or direct TV Jess, because I heard her on the phone with a representative, and I was like, oh, dip.
Yeah, we might get free Netflix for a year.
My 86-year-old dad would love the job.
He just wants to yell at people.
He will yell. He will wear them out to the point. I walked out in the front yard one time. I said, "Man, my father, this can't be me at 86 years old. Please don't let this be me."
Like, I can't even listen to this.
Yeah. It was a butt chewing.
Yeah, and he came out on top, didn't he?
Well, he got what he needed out of it. I'm like, I go, Dad, it was over $20, something like that.
Sometimes you just got to make sure you get what's yours.
Exactly.
It's a man of principles.
Yeah, and I will let my wife do that because she's strong-willed, and I appreciate that.
A little
about
envious
her.
of that.
Yeah, I'll let her.
I got to handle that in my household.
Well, we're a little concerned because we'll get back to that.
We
We're a
don't
little
have to.
concerned because Corey also gave out his wife's maiden name earlier in the show, and so we're worried that has made the situation worse.
Yeah, that could be it. I don't know.
That's all the person in Indonesia needed. That was the last clue. The last clue they were waiting on.
Your mother's maiden name. That's what they all
Very much, Corey.
Yeah, that's it right there. They were listening and waiting. By the
Hopefully
way,
they got a meter in Indonesia.
I did confirm that Mikey, the real Mike Bassick, is on the YouTube. So that is
We love
really
you, Mike.
him.
Yeah, but what's his guys? He's not just Mike Bassick.
No,
right?
it's the Sports Card Breakdown is his name. He's watching the show from YouTube.
How come he texted you and not me?
He's at Yankee Stadium because he bounces back and forth between us.
Mike volunteered to give me a jersey for that LSU night. I'm
very
pretty excited
cool.
about that.
Nice.
Thanks for doing it, Mike. I saw a copy of it. I really appreciate
Looks
that.
great. He texted me this morning. He was spiking. He was like, I'm listening to that CY interview.
There you go.
Good on you, boys.
Did he give you a thumbs up for it?
No, I don't think he liked it. You never know.
Is Mike back to being basketball Mike with the
Yes.
number one pick?
Yes, he is back to being basketball
Wait a
Mike.
minute, I got a wave of the hand from Corey and a yes from you.
He's back in on the Mavericks and he will watch again. I don't know if he's going to be as
He
as
said he's
deep
never going to be
invested.
as diehard, stay up in the middle of the night on Real GM trying to make trades for the Mavericks that are never going to happen. But he said he's back in on the Mavs because of the Cooper Flag
Good deal.
situation.
All right, nice to have you back, Mike.
What else do you guys want to talk about?
Did you see Boogie Cousins said Cooper Flag should not be the number one pick?
Dude.
There's another player he was trying to push to go number one.
Dylan Harper?
Awful
It wasn't.
take.
It wasn't even Harper.
It was trade for Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
No, he had another guy that
Isn't
thought
that the
he should go
worst?
number one.
I don't know that I could actually trade the number 1 overall pick for Kevin Durant. Philadelphia at number 3. Go ahead. That's fine.
Yeah, because that's the rumbling.
Yeah. Number 1, though?
Ace Bailey. He said Ace Bailey should be the number 1 pick. He's the
Wonder if he's got
closest
the
thing he's
same
seen
agent.
since Tracy McGrady.
Okay, well, Ace Bailey and Dylan Harper were on the same team, and they finished below 500 and missed the tournament.
What happened?
That is crazy.
That's crazy.
What happened?
So
2 of the best players.
Great.
Not that good.
Have you guys been tracking the inmates that escaped from the New Orleans prison? Or
yeah,
whatever?
we
Have they caught
checked that
some
out
of them yet?
yesterday.
Yeah, they've been catching them,
Have
but
they?
not all of them. Not all of them. There was
They
actually
caught
some
3, right?
I think it's more now.
How many escaped?
There was 11. There was 11 escapees. It was kind of Shawshank
The
style.
video is pretty wild. Them just running out of there.
Did they pull a urinal out of the way to get through the
Yeah,
wall?
they wrote
they-
above the hole. They said "too easy," LOL, and they taunted the guards.
I said it was too early. You need to live your life for a year and then send a letter, and you're you've moved from there. All right. How many people would you want to break out with? Because 11 feels like a lot, and people like to talk. I know you probably need some help, 2, 3, 4. 11, it worked for the casino heist. I get it.
Yeah.
But
The Oceans.
people like to talk.
Yeah, I would say whatever the minimum number is that I need to actually escape, because then it's every man for himself.
Well, thanks
At
for that,
point,
Eric. What is that
I
number?
think that core 4.
Like I would have to understand the blueprints. I can't just say based on. I have to know the prison. I have to know the landscape. I got to get the lay of the land for
What's
a couple
the
of
need
years
for the other
in
dudes
yard.
you're breaking out with?
Yeah.
Are they special in transportation? Or they
Well,
got?
I would wonder, one of them knows
I
how
probably
to
need one guy working in the kitchen, in
Yeah.
various areas, so we can
got
go
you
ahead
the knife or
and
the spoon.
supplies
and to just bring some snacks just in case.
Yeah, and then also you need to probably
That's
know
true.
the snacks,
Trail mix.
Just
and
in case snacks.
the guards. What's the timing in which they're going from place to place.
I've
and we can
seen
get
how
everything
this
down.
works, though. What you're doing, if you take all 11 out, you only tell 2 other ones what your real plan is. So they all go this way, and then you go this
I
way
think
with the
you
other
scatter,
2.
don't
and
you?
then you kill those 2 guys, and you're on your own with the money, with the booty.
I think there is strength in numbers.
Yeah.
Joker style.
Yeah.
There's a big advantage having the numbers because they can't track everybody, and they don't have it a bloodhounds for a dozen guys. So I might try to push this a little bit more. I like Chief strategy, though. I don't know who we can trust, but we're going for it.
Yeah.
Serious question.
Maybe the whole place.
I need at least one guy whose family is south of the border, so we
Okay.
have a place to escape to. Maybe Cuba.
But then you have weak guy gets captured and he tells the whole plan because he gets
That's the
captured.
risk. That's the downside.
You go somewhere else.
That's why you tell him the
No,
wrong
no,
plan.
yeah,
Tell him the wrong plan.
Yeah, well, who do you know is going to you determined before you escaped that Choppy's going to get captured, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
Bobby's going to get captured, so we don't
Choppy
tell.
will talk.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they get captured, they're standing in the middle of the field, hands up, and telling everything that's going on.
Maybe only give a little bit of
So
information.
I'm like,
Broadus is in New Zealand.
Yeah, exactly. They all talked about taking. There's a plane waiting for him on the other side of the hill over there.
4 out of the 10 have been captured. One was found because he went on Instagram Live.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
So that tells you what we're dealing with. I don't think you really want to reveal anything
Prison
about
shorties.
your plan, other than
Look at me.
I think the 4 out of the 10 that have been found have still been in New Orleans. So they didn't have the
feels like a
after
bad
prison
plan.
escape
Party place, man.
plan.
You want to stay.
You know?
I get it.
Got to have a good wheel, man.
Got to go down to the bayou, get in the water, and get out. Go somewhere.
Get with you want to get with the swamp monsters?
No,
Leave your
fake
clothes,
like a
leave your
gator.
clothes in the mouths
you
of one
get
of those
an
gators.
Find
That's not
somebody
bad.
with an airboat, whatever, and get
Yeah.
out of there. Head for Florida or Cuba or one of those areas. I mean, you just got to. You can't.
Brian's thinking.
Can't
Yeah.
stay in Louisiana.
I like
Agreed.
this.
You definitely can't go on
down,
Instagram Live
right.
from your own bedroom or
I feel
whatever.
like most of us can trust each other.
We
in
need
our
to do a
prison
power
break.
They
hour
can't
on
find
that.
you in those
excited.
swamps. They probably
we're
can't
locked in
find you
here.
down
Yeah.
there.
What do you guys got coming
Show's
up on
gonna
the
be
program
awesome.
today?
Pure Gold, as always, it is a shorter show. We'll cram 5 hours of content into 3.5. Rangers pregame in the Bronx coming up at 5:30. Jake Berger will join us at 2:40. Swinging a
roll.
hot stick.
I like it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. We have 3.5 hours of sports coming up for you. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. Woolchuck and Chia follow in the house. I'm Gavin Dawson. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Brian, I think you had a birdie tell you yesterday maybe Micah was not going to be there today, and that was confirmed.
Yeah, but he the way that Coach was kind of talking about it, players, the voluntary part of it, kept saying the word voluntary, kept saying that, so yeah, it was. I was hearing that he was probably not going to be on the field doing stuff. Dak was going to be on the field, and then we kind of got a little bit of an update on what we think what's going to happen with Diggs, which we talked about that yesterday. Really no timeline until he starts to work over with Britt Brown and those guys. But other than that, that Michael was probably not going to be on the field today, but part of some of the other things that they were doing.
We have shoddy audio we'll get to a little bit later on. He spoke about it. He said he loved having him. Went to lunch with him yesterday and talked about how, they want to build the best culture ever in the history of professional sports, and how it's really important that the guys who have been here show the younger guys what this is all about. Mm-hmm. And I just think, the most important thing for a team is buy-in. Yeah. And when the best player on the team isn't eagerly buying in and taking in as much information as that the team's giving as possible, I don't think it's good. And I don't think this is one of those things where you say, hey, it's voluntary. I think what it says is, I don't really want to be around you guys that much. I just want to be a star on Sundays. I don't want to work hard. And that is a horrible example to be set. Is it overcomable? Absolutely. Is Micah Parsons still an amazing Hall of Fame level player? Yes. But I don't know how that, jives with Schottenheimer wanting to build the best culture, or Micah always saying he wants to be a great leader. I don't know how you guys look at it, but I think if we're going to see success with this football team, I do believe in culture. I believe culture is part of why the Cowboys have struggled for 3 decades, because everybody isn't focused on football. They're focused on enjoying their football lifestyle, and that goes for the Joneses. That goes for so many people involved, and it's unfortunate to see, but it's probably, fairly predictable. That's kind of who Micah is. So I would say, hey, if you don't want to work hard, if you don't want to be around your teammates, that's cool. We're looking for leaders right now. I would, if I was Schottenheimer, I think I'd go a little bit harder. I think he made some great statements, and he really emphasized the positive of when Micah was here. It was outstanding, and we're team building and culture and stuff with him. But I would let it be known, like, you can't be here, or you can't be absent and be a leader. You can't be here when you want to be here, and then say you're the leader. So, I at 877-881-1053, love your thoughts on that. As we get OTAs underway, there's a lot of stuff to talk about. We'll have Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus coming up at 3:40. What's in store with that today? Yeah, just kind of working on some ideas about, again, I love these questions I can come up with, and hopefully makes you guys think as well, more about the team and what we're going to try and do as we get forward to getting ready for training camp here in about another month and a half. All right. It looks like flag football could be approved for the 2028 Olympics. Interest level in? Very much so. Jerry's apparently in. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to tell me that NFL players are playing in this, or even, I guess, well-known college players or something like that, I think it's fun. I will certainly be interested in consuming that. Because, like, the Olympics, I'll watch pretty much any of these rando sports. If it's on, I'll check it out. Why the heck not? So flag football, absolutely. I totally understand. Even John Harbaugh was saying, I think I have a quarterback that would be pretty good at this, Lamar Jackson, but I don't know that I'd really love him to go there and do this. There is obviously the injury level of this. Micah Parsons, speaking of Micah, he's been pretty outspoken about wanting to be a part of this himself, but I do think there is a lot of intrigue, a lot of excitement level. I think it's pretty damn exciting. Be terrified. As a personnel man?
Yeah, terrified. And I appreciate for the love of country and all that stuff like that. How long did they lose Kachuk to an injury because of the Four Nations? Do we know?
Just until the postseason.
Yeah, so
they got to do that long-term IR deal. That's how they were able to get Brad Marchand. So it worked out pretty well.
Kachuk looks hurt now, though. I'll tell you that.
No, but like I was saying, that's the things that scare me. You know, we're in the middle of a run, and all of a sudden, or we're getting ready for a season. I just, as a personal guy, I do have confidence in my ability to find players. I don't think I have the ability to find Micah Parsons.
No, you can't find the difference.
I don't think I have the ability to find Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, if God forbid something happened, you'd be like, "Oh my gosh."
Yeah, I guess the teams will get they will get a salary cap credit if you lose. That was part of the proposal that the owners approved today, and now they go to the NFLPA to see if they can strike a deal.
Yeah, if I get the credit for it, fine, but it's still.
It's a talent league, yeah.
You're going to
get the talent. You're going to get the credit in June.
There's a difference between playing with Dak Prescott and Cooper Rush and those kind of guys. You know what I'm saying? So that's the only thing that scares me. Hey, Forgotten Country, all about it. I love it.
Yeah, it's totally fair. I can't wait to watch all 31 other teams' players play. I don't really want to see the Cowboys players.
Sure,
play.
the Browns are probably like Deshaun. You should be QB1 of them. The Team USA. In this
it's the same.
We get a salary cap credit, please God.
Yeah,
it's the same. I mean, I can understand. You and I have had discussions about returning punts.
Yeah, sure.
That's within the game.
Right.
That's actually within the game. But something like I think about Robert Edwards in Pro Bowl Beach rookie football, and he wrecks his knee, and he's never the same player.
Yeah,
you know, and
that's graphic.
And I'm like, okay, well, did we need to be playing beach football? You know, that kind of thing in the Pro Bowl. Those are the only questions I have. I hope everybody gets to see guys play flag football. I'm just saying, on a personal aspect of it, for me, I'd be terrified.
Well, it's fascinating because you have the actual pro flag football players that are like that. Screw these NFL guys.
They might.
We're the pros.
They will probably be better than
we
the
should
pros.
be the ones. Yeah, like I don't have a doubt that Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes, like the best of the best, they can pick this up easily. But it is very, very different.
Yeah.
When you take the tackling out of it, it becomes a totally different skill set to avoid those tackles and to make them. And I do think NFL players would eventually pass them if they committed themselves. Agreed. But you're right. The best flag football players in the world right now would beat the NFL teams. And we'll just have to see how that.
I agree on that.
How many of the guys can actually make a team, and then the other question is how many other countries have a team that could compete. If we're going to the Olympics, the only flag football I've seen so far is like portions of the country finding their best team and then sending it to a national tournament like Kavanaugh and those guys used to do.
Yeah, I guess we've got the the U16 teams. Like I got to call Team USA. Like we have 8th grade. Like they are trying to grow this in Japan and Canada. Yeah. I think we had our 16 team lost to Japan a year ago or something like that, and it was pretty embarrassing for Team USA. So
I think that was an 11-on-11 regular football.
It was. Yeah. But they would also have flag football.
Yeah.
So that's part of hey, we're just growing in general American football across the country. So I do wonder how good will they be when it comes to flag like Team Mexico.
I bet you South America's got some teams.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, I think it's a genius idea for the league because it's an opportunity to grow it more into other countries. And if you could get the Olympics in there now, maybe after a couple of cycles, there could be a team out there that could potentially beat the USA. And then you'd be able to tap into some of that Four Nations, that international competition. It unites fan bases and, creates narratives, like pro sports can't. So, if you get that kind of television greatness where it's competitive and, you can see that the players are giving everything they got and more like you did in the Four Nations. And then, I think maybe they could also be experimenting with could flag football actually be an alternative to football long term if the violence and the head of the game becomes too much for our version of it, our tackle football version of it. And I don't know what the chances of that are of happening, but I mean, the CTE thing's probably not going away.
No, I mean, hopefully some of the new technology and the way they're building these helmets and stuff can help stave that off. But yeah, I think there is some level of is this flag football thing? Is this is this just the introduction to what football is just going to be in however many years?
Football could only be stopped if the parents stop it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Football will always be around until the parents decide they don't want their kids playing it anymore.
Yeah.
And then once the parents step in and say, no, not going to let you do it, No, you're not playing football. Now, if you want to go do this or do that, fine. Go play baseball, go play soccer, go play something else. But I think only parents can stop football.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be there. It's going to be that influence from families that stop the game. Like mom is going to say, no, I don't want you playing. And kid's going to then gravitate to another area. And there you go. You maybe lose another talented player that goes and plays another sport.
I think you lost some like 10 or 12 years ago when the CTE thing started to become big the first time around.
I remember Troy
but
Aikman.
It's stabilized.
Troy Aikman coming out and saying if he had a son, he wouldn't allow him to play football. And I thought, man, what a hypocritical thing to say, considering you've made hundreds of millions of dollars, not only as a player, but as a broadcaster. What are you going to do if mom and dad says no, like you're going to say no? You're going to be out of a job. And he probably doesn't give a damn because that point in time, he'll be like, oh, fine. Somebody else's problem, not my problem. But the minute you get somebody saying no, they're not playing football, that's it. You're starting to lose the kids that were probably going to play to other sports.
I think that that could happen, or maybe it could happen for more parents. But I think some parents are always going to be into it though, enough to keep the sport alive.
I was terrified.
Of what?
Well, Bennett. But
yeah.
I couldn't. I don't want to be the hypocrite like I just called Troy Aikman.
Well, I don't know if he's a hypocrite. I think he's from experience. He had several injuries, and now I'm financially set.
But see, that's what I'm saying, though. His livelihood as a broadcaster is because of parents allowed their kids to play football.
Yeah,
I mean that's how like I said,
that's one way of looking at it.
He doesn't care about his career has been, but there's going to be a point in time. His whole livelihood has been because of football. My livelihood has been because of football. I could have made the decision. Bennett's mom didn't want him to play football. And I'm like, well, listen, this is where, look at what I did, Kathy, come on. This is, but every time he went back to pass, I was, please get up. Please get up. Please don't get hurt. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. The COVID season, he only played 3 games. Best season of my life. Because I didn't have to worry about the other 6 games. As a parent. But it's very hypocritical of me to sit there and say, no, don't play football.
Well, I mean, you have new information. You didn't know about CTE. Troy didn't know about CTE when he was playing.
I knew.
You grow and you learn.
The medical, the way that the equipment, the medical and all that stuff is so much better now.
Yeah.
So much better. Man, we played with helmets that you get hit in the head and I'm seeing, like I'd get up and I'd walk around and I was dizzy and I'm seeing like pink spots and stuff in front of my eyes. And somebody's, get back in there. Let's go. Get back in there. And you're like, okay.
Yesterday's show.
Yeah. That was, yeah.
No, but I think we didn't know about CTE. We didn't know about the 2 concussions. Like if you get back-to-back concussions, you're super bleak.
No.
And now we understand that.
No, I totally agree. And that's what I'm saying though. But it was hard for me because of, I wanted my son to have that experience, but I was terrified of it.
Yeah.
I was terrified.
And I totally get it, but I think the violence aspect to it, I feel like we love that as humans. Like
sure.
That's entertainment for us. It goes back to the gladiators, right? In ancient Rome, MMA fighting, boxing, like hockey.
Nature versus nurture.
The violence we enjoy. There's something about that where 2 grown men beating the crap out of each other and now women getting involved. Yeah, as a society, there's something to that is just polarizing.
Well, hopefully they can, get this technology, because I think what's unfortunate now is that there's tens and tens of millions of people that are willing to sacrifice their brains to try to chase that dream.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if it should be that way. Rangers and Yankees tonight, pregame at 5:30. Corbin against Will Warren. He's 2-2 with a 4.61. DeGrom against lefty Yarborough tomorrow. Evaldi against the lefty Rodon Thursday. So big test here for the Rangers, who have been better offensively the last couple of weeks. The Yankees 27-19. They'll make you earn it. Dallas Wings, both Dirk and Wembanyama were in the house to watch. Paige Bueckers, very good second game, even though they lost to Seattle. They're 0-2. A pretty good comeback there in the third, brought it to within 3. She had 19 points on 50% shooting. 8 assists, 5 rebounds. It was an off night shooting for the rest of the team, but they're optimistic about where this thing is heading. Man, it is summer. It's summer's approaching. It's starting to get hot, and I think it's a good time just for a reminder of hydration, which I'm very passionate about. I carry my Stanley water bottle with me at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Former Bishop Dunn and Texas A&M safety Brian Williams died over the weekend.
Yeah.
Tragic story. His brother, former Bishop Lynch and Arkansas runner, told the Morning News he died after a severe heat stroke after running a half marathon the day before in Irving. I guess
I know the feeling.
At least 58
Not being dead, but
at least 58 former or current football players have died of exertional heat stroke since 1992, according to the Corey Stringer Institute.
I have a huge problem with that myself. And when I got it at LSU in the mid 80s, I lost 18 pounds in a practice one time. And from that point on, my body has always been like, I run marathons, and I ran the South Bend Marathon in June 8th. And I finished it, and I knew exactly what my problem was. But it's not. It's real, man. That stuff is real. When it comes to your body is doing everything in its power to prevent you from dying.
Were you vomiting and stuff? Like losing all that weight? Was that like sweat weight?
It was all sweat weight, and all that. It was just at one practice. It all happened to me, and I couldn't practice for a week. They were sure they were thinking I might not ever practice again.
They say the easiest way to tell is that your skin gets red, and your body can't regulate its temperature, and you stop sweating.
That's the problem. You get clammy, and you get,
and then you get the chills, even though it's triple digits out there.
Yeah, exactly.
So thoughts and prayers to the family, man. That really sucks. We'll replay the G-Bag of the Day champion for you on the other side. Then get to Woolchuck's top 10 here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Indian sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Green Curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a good day. It's day one of OTAs. Broadus working the phones here at the breaks, getting some details for you. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. It's also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Every night at 5:30, Lucius runs the G-Bag of the day for you. If you ever miss it, you can tune in right here where we replay the champ, Lucius.
Boom, shakalaka. Yeah, what is this, day 3 right here for this piece of audio?
Yes, sir.
I believe so. G-Back of the day, we do it every, weekday on the Fan, 5:30, just like the Dawson said. If you see anything out there, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook. Follow us all. Find G-Back Nation on Twitter. Our winner from the RJ and Choppy show, they win a AI Broadus right here. Shout out to Bobby Bell. I'm going to let him set it up.
Brian Broadus had the worst take when it came to talking about why maybe some Stars fans or some casual hockey fans have not jumped on the bandwagon aggressively for the Dallas Stars yet.
If I can ask you guys this question, though, hockey fan is going to do this, but is fan that's trying to be the bandwagon fan, these games are hard to find.
True TV.
No, it's hard to find if is it a TNT game? Is it
it's TNT or ESPN?
ESPN, but okay, what night?
Let's give more covering fire to the casual fan. I decided to ask AI Brian Broadus yesterday. Oh. Hey, AI Brian Broadus, do you have any more excuses for Stars fans?
How do the Stars expect fans to even get to the game with how confusing cars are these days? Do I put it in R to go, L, N? That's a lot of letters that you expect guys and gals to learn. Are you going to learn that if you're a casual hockey fan? If you're walking around Dallas, how do you even know a game is going on at the AAC? I can't see any ice from the outside. It looks more like Petra to me. Seriously. The first time I went down there, I was like, whoa, am I in southern Jordan right now with this rock cut architecture and these water conduit systems? I'll tell you what, I think Jake Ottinger is really hurting the Stars right now with their fan base. People are going up to me and they're saying, Brian, I love your podcast with Voch Lombardi. And then they say, I went to the Stars game last night and I never saw an otter on the ice. My children were so upset. And it's like, you're not wrong about that. You're not wrong about that. Maybe we should stop with such confusing nicknames. I just think we need to be consistent here.
There he goes. AI Broadus, a lock to go 5-time and to appear in the G-Bag of the year. It's time now to head across the broadcast console. Jake Berger's coming up in 20. Amazing. Here's the Wooly Bully.
So good, so good. Yeah, I can't wait to get more practice updates. Bobby sent a text, said defense kind of ran the day from him being out there. One of the big highlights, the rookie Shamar James, big 7-on-7 pick 6 off of Joe Milton in practice, but Dak was out there spinning it. I'm sure we'll get more. Brian's been working the phones as well. Krusty's Corner. Must tune in at 3:40 for that. High energy, a lot of enthusiasm. I think that's something I'm excited to see, kind of the difference when we get to Oxnard, like how Shoddy runs his practices versus what we've seen with Mike McCarthy, because they compete. They're doing free throw competitions. They're finding ways to just make sure every day there's some type of competition. I'm hoping the 1v1s, that is a staple in practice come training camp. But we'll see. We'll find out. About 2 months away, boys. 2 months away. But let's get to the top 10.
Yeah.
No, go for it.
Mike McCarthy didn't like those one-on-ones because guys would get embarrassed.
Well,
exactly right.
I think you need a little embarrassment sometimes. Iron sharpens iron, right? That's how you get better, boys. Maybe that's when you're not going to be a weak football team, and when you get down by a couple of scores, then you're not just going to fold and then get your absolute ass whooped. That's when you're able to show a little bit of, when we get down, we can drag ourselves up and get back up.
You don't want to have to overcome adversity in practice. You save that adversity for games.
That was the front runner fighting McCarthy's. We need to get that soft ass attitude out of here.
It's true, because that was one of the big things that when we finally got to start going to Oxnard, well, Chuck, we could not wait to get the one-on-ones, whether it's the DB and the receivers, but in particular, the O-line, D-line, pass rush stuff. That was something you sort of live for when you're living vicariously through everyone that's in Oxnard. I want to see those one-on-one moments. McCarthy barely gave us any of those. Jason Garrett, kudos to him. He was a guy that was serious about those. Hopefully Shoddy is as well. But he's got that old school football guy, Marty Ball. Let's go get physical, boys.
Let's get Tyler Booker. Hey, welcome to Osa Digizua. Let's go. One-on-one. Boom. Get out there. Best on the rookie. Let's see how you do, Rook. Welcome to the NFL right now. We don't need to wait till week 1 when you're going up against Jalen Carter and the Eagles. No. We're doing it here today in Oxnard. That's how we prep you. I love it. All right, let's slide into the top 10. This isn't good for Corey. It's National Streaming Day. Streaming with an ST, not a scream with an SC. Top 10 shows on Netflix all time. This is by popularity. 877-881-1053. You streaming anything special? What's your favorite show in the history of Netflix? I will say I got home last night and there wasn't any sports on besides The Wings. And Maya decided she wanted to turn on this new movie with Vince Vaughn that is on Netflix called Nona's.
Oh yeah. I've been looking at that. How was it?
It is actually adorable.
Is Vince Vaughn like vintage
Usual,
Vince?
charismatic, charming as hell, sweet, lovable. Is it a great movie?
Of course not.
But it does pull at your heartstrings and it makes you smile. It's a quick.
That's not classic Vince Vaughn, by the way. Everything you just described is not why I want to see Vince Vaughn.
It's not the raunchy Wedding Crashers.
Sharp wit,
sexy, spicy.
A whole lot of hubris. Thinks he's amazing. He's really failing.
That's not him
in the conversation. That's what I like to see.
But the charm
well
is there
said, Lucius.
with him being able to convince people to just do things. But I love the concept. It's actually based on a true story. I had no idea about this, but it's a
real thing.
A restaurant, yeah,
real thing.
It's known as you have grandmothers that are the chefs at the restaurant, and they are cooking basically their family's signature dishes, like what they grew up on. So they're able to tell their story of like, hey, my grandmother grew up in Sicily, and this is how she taught me to make whatever our specialty dish is, whatever our pasta or gravy. It's beautiful, and it is a star-studded cast. I mean, we've got Adrienne herself, Talia Shire is in this thing.
Susan Sarandon is in that joint.
Yeah, Susan Sarandon.
One of my faves.
We got Milfy Mulfy from The Sopranos.
No
She's
way.
in this. Yes. Who was the hottie from The Sopranos, the young one?
Christopher Moltisante's girlfriend?
Moltisante's girl. Yep, she's
I
in this
didn't know
too.
where you was going there, Dawson.
Is that the OnlyFans mom now?
She now is an OnlyFans mom. Yeah, she was also in Sons of Anarchy. De Matteo or something, I think is her actual real name. Joseph Manganiello's in this as well. It's a star-studded cast, but it's good. Worth a watch. Solid.
Okay, so when you say Netflix, is this like specifically it's a Netflix original or something that you consumed on Netflix that like got to Netflix later? I don't know how the list specifies.
For you, the list will be specific to Netflix originals.
Okay.
These are all the most popular, and this is based on like views.
Okay, so I would say, wasn't Ozark a Netflix thing? 100%?
Ozark is not in the top 10 of Netflix viewed shows.
That's an upset, boys.
But Ozark absolutely would be one of mine favorites ever that Netflix has ever come out with. I loved Ozark. Incredible show.
It was so dark, it was like a lullaby to me.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, to wake up again, but man, crap, I fell asleep again.
Oh, so did you not make it through? Like, were you kind of like...
I finally did, but it was, it was
I thought the last season was incredible.
You fall asleep. Dude, the cliffhangers, the season finales were what the hell did I just watch?
Yeah.
Crazy. We've got my auntie's
an Aussie song. Crazy.
Supernatural.
I watched this one called Bridgerton.
Bridgerton, yeah. Bridgerton, super popular.
Curb Your Enthusiasm is not on Netflix there, sir, but I understand it. I love Curb Your Enthusiasm. I think it's an amazing show.
Awesome.
Yep, and I will back you up with Arrested Development.
Arrested Development. Cult classic. Absolutely. Cult classic right there. F1 Drive to Survive from the 530.
Yeah, that's great.
I started to watch, we talked about this yesterday. Lucius, you let us know, the Favre doc, The Untold Stories.
My mom asked me about that today. Is it come out today? Is it here?
It's out today. I watched like the first 20 minutes or so. I've stopped with, Jen, I think is her
crock
name.
shots?
I'd have kept going if it was the crotch shots. But no, this is, we've started to get the story of that Jets in studio host Jen.
Yeah, Jen Sturger.
Yeah, it's her part right now. I didn't realize how she.
I think that's the crock shot part.
Yeah. No, well,
right?
we haven't. No, right now we're hearing about her backstory, how she became famous.
Oh, they're building up the characters.
Yes, which I don't know that we need necessarily, but I also didn't realize that she was the Florida State girl that Brent Musburger was just Googling and goggling over.
She was a front row gal.
Yeah. Basically just in like a bikini top.
One of the many that he was oogling and googling.
Yeah, he's got a history of this, apparently. I didn't know that it dated go way back. McCarran's was the only one I knew. And then I guess Jen Sturger was also one. But Jen Sturger made a whole career out of this.
I wonder how Brent Musburger feels about RG3's wife.
It's good question.
I feel like that's just a good question.
I think a lot of them.
It's just like a topical good question.
Good for him, man. Black Mirror on Netflix, getting texted in is a good one.
You know what I tried to watch last night? I got through the first episode was The Eternaut. It's a story in Argentina.
Is it good? Yeah, because I saw that as like something that was suggested for you.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of these in my feed or suggested for you type of stuff. But I mean, you're in Argentina and an alien craft emerges and they start like this radioactive snowstorm that starts killing off humans. So now you have to survive in like this nuclear fallout type of deadly place. If you're indoors, you're safe. But outside snow. Now it is dubbed over, so you got to get through that and deal with that, which is kind of a pain sometimes.
It takes like half hour to adapt.
Yeah, and it's weird because I mean the actors, not only are you paying for their facial expressions and their good looks or whatever, but like their ability to speak the part takes some getting used to because it's a really dumbed down type of actor, I think, that's doing the voiceovers. Mm-hmm. But the concept is cool, man. I'm into these sort of end of world things like Paradise and. Seems like it's like the most popular genre right now.
Yeah, it's hot right now.
The Last of Us.
You getting texted in a lot, Walchuk, from the 214-817-4669 Trailer Park Boys. I don't know if that was a...
Trailer Park Boys did become big on.
That's where it popped.
Yeah,
is this
on
the
Netflix.
thing? Is this the Squid Games people and stuff
Squid
like
Games.
Squid Games.
That's a Netflix
also,
original.
Netflix popped up there.
Stranger Things.
Stranger Things for sure. Stranger Things going to be big on here. So number 10, we've got You. You is number 10. I'm so happy that show's over.
I can't believe they've stretched this thing out. Like,
Why
this guy is still getting away. I've never seen a single second of it, but I know he's a stalker.
I don't want to spoil the ending.
Okay, very good.
Who knows?
Ooh, Narcos. Oh, my God. Yes, Narcos is amazing.
Yeah, it was good.
My God.
Yeah, we've got a new hunt for Osama bin Laden that's on there as well. That
a new
I have
one?
Not watched. Yeah, there's a new documentary about this.
I'll tell you what. They got that guy at the end.
Yeah, we
I
know
hate to ruin it for you.
Holy crap, they got him?
Spoiler alert.
No.
Dump out of that.
Wait, we won that one?
Yeah, I'm breaking loose today.
Haven't seen this, haven't even heard of this one, but number 9, 98.2 million views all time. Fool Me Once. It's a limited series. 8 is The Night Agent.
Is that the George W. Bush story?
Now watch this drive.
Night Agent at 8. I liked season 1 of it.
House of Cards on this list, Mason?
House of Cards is not. It would have been probably.
Hey, didn't Cannes just give that guy like an award or something?
Did they really?
Spacey? Yeah, I think they gave him like a lifetime achievement type vibe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
For being a predator?
Jeez. Oh, 13 Reasons Why was big. I remember the first season of that show. My gosh, that was.
I wasn't enthralled by that.
The first season was great. Then, like a lot of them, it kind of just lost itself a little bit. Bridgerton comes in at 7, Brian.
Yeah, there we go.
The Queen's Gambit.
That's that chess thing, huh?
6, which was awesome.
I've got to see that.
Queen's Gambit's so good. If you haven't seen it, you need to.
It's about the chessboard, right?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Just specifically about the board and its uniqueness.
Oh, here we go. 5 is Ozark. Ozark's in here.
Oh, here.
Boom, baby.
Thank you.
4 is Dahmer.
Yeah.
The Jeffrey Dahmer story.
I was living up in Wisconsin when that was going on.
Oh, man.
That is terrifying.
Very much so.
Yeah, I have no interest.
3 is Adolescence. It's a limited series. I think it's out right now. It's got really good reviews. I have not watched it either, but it's already over 139 million views.
Is it like one of those Euphorias? Is it just buck wild, ridiculous?
Oh, I don't know. It's a limited series. Let's see kind of what the write-up.
I'm ready for Euphoria to come back, by the way.
Is it?
I'm ready for it to come back, is what I'm saying. It can drop on, yeah.
I guess a 13-year-old
Shout out
gets...
to Cassie. From the TV show, not the
TV show.
I think I'm nasty.
Not the other one.
Yeah.
A 13-year-old gets accused of murdering his classmate, his family therapist, and then the detective in charge are all left asking what really happened.
Is this based on a true?
Could be. It could be.
Unbelievable, dude.
4 episodes.
I do remember
just
that.
dropped.
I do remember seeing that.
Stranger Things at number 2. Surprised it wasn't number 1. Netflix's best show of all time, but number 1.
I mean, Stranger Things got bizarre. It went from like an interesting kids adventure show like The Goonies to what the bleep sci-fi.
Thank you. I loved Stranger Things, and then I don't remember what season it was, 3 or 4, but the first episode had me so scared. I was like, I'm never watching this show again, and I dropped it right there. There was a moment where I was literally by myself in my apartment in the living room, and I was like shaking to my core about how scared it was. Whatever the hell, something just turned into something ridiculous.
Okay, well, get wifey to hold your hand. You need to catch back up because the last season was epic.
Unbelievable, dude. I don't think I can do it.
Maybe I'll just jump into the last season of that. Sounds
so
nice.
good. There was a down season, and it might have been like 2.
Might have been when I bailed.
Yeah, but it's picked back up. Stranger Things is right back at the top of its game. But number 1 most popular Netflix show of all time is Wednesday.
Never seen that
Which
one.
I believe.
don't think I've ever heard of it.
I think you need to send whoever wrote this list a nasty email, bro.
Well, it's based.
I think they earned a nasty email.
It's based on views, so it's got more views than any other show.
I see.
What's that about?
Cop out.
Yeah.
So our nasty email might need to go to like the entire United States. I don't know.
Could be bots.
What is
Could be
Wednesday?
bots.
What's Wednesday about?
Wednesday Addams.
Hump
From
day.
the Addams family.
Oh.
Jenna Ortega starred in it.
Did I see a clip of her like, I'm the only one allowed to torture my brother?
Yeah, probably.
And then she ends up like doing something crazy.
I'm more clueless than you are on this one, Brian. I've never heard of the show Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Pugsley, Winsley.
All righty. Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Yeah,
Top
Pugsley, I
10
think, was the
at
brother.
2:20 every afternoon here on the Fan. Top stories of the day coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll look at Rangers. We'll look at Stars and Cowboys OTAs and everything going on there. But Jake Berger joins us next. It's the Rangers Player Show here in the nation.
you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, pepper lady? Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maiden? No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Full report on day one of the OTAs coming up here at 3 o'clock. Broadus is actually on the phone right now, gathering intel for you. It's time for the Rangers Players Show. Brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. And joining us now is one of our favorite Rangers. 8-game hitting streak, been on fire wearing number 21 in honor of his daughter, which we learned about in spring training, as Jake Berger joins us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Man, it's so good to chat with you again. What's been working for you here?
Just getting back to who I am. It's the biggest thing, and not trying to think too much about what the pitcher's trying to do to me and what I'm going to try and do to the pitcher. So, being on the hunt and being that aggressive self and just going out there and having fun. That's what this game's about.
What was that like for you in April as you were going through that?
Yeah, I feel like for me it's just kind of part of it. Last year I kind of had a similar 4-week stint there with the same type of thing going on where, just kind of getting too wrapped up in maybe mechanics or whatever it may be, and just trying to go out there and compete the best I can, even when you don't have your move. And so that's just part of part of baseball, and that's why I think the season's so long, first off. But it's just part of it, and you just keep moving on and can't live in the past too much.
I mean, you've had so much success and experience to draw on, so I don't imagine staying confident was that difficult for you. But is it kind of jarring when you go to the minor leagues after having the big league life for a while?
Yes and no. I mean, obviously, you don't have the whatever it may be, the type of travel and all the perks that come with being a big leaguer. But it's the same game at the end of the day, and just trying to get back to who you are and take it in stride. It's really easy to sulk and sit there and be negative about something like that. But for me, I took it as a positive thing, and kind of got back to who I am. Took my 3 days, got my family settled back in Tennessee. So that's always great to have that little extra family time that you didn't expect to get. And then went down to El Paso. Great staff down there, great teammates, and just had a lot of fun. And I think just try and carry that fun and just joy every single day I can.
Well, you've been crushing it ever since being recalled from AAA Round Rock. Jake Berger with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Is there anything to year one with a new team? I know you mentioned last year it was kind of similar for you to start the season, but we saw Jock Peterson also. Is there any bit about I want to get out of the gates hot? I want to go ahead and set the tone to a new fan base and a new club, and you're pressing a little bit as a hitter?
Yeah, I think that's always a big part of it for a lot of guys. You're trying to prove yourself to a ownership group, a front office, new teammates, new fan base. I mean, the list goes on, and that's always tough to come to terms with. But at the end of the day, I think we're all true competitors, and we want to prove that we're here to help and we want to win. And that can turn both positive and negative in terms of pressing. Yeah, it's just knowing who you are and being true to yourself is the biggest point in that whole thing. Is just, hey, we've done it for so long that, just be yourself.
What's the Brett Boone experience been like?
He's been awesome. He's played for so long and understands how hard it is to be in that box day in and day out, and just been really good at simplifying it and, making sure him and I have had some really good conversations about, I think for me, my default's like, oh my God, I got to pull the ball. But, I think that's not who I am. When I'm at my best, I'm driving the ball to right center and then pulling balls to left accidentally. And that's been the major focal point of our conversation so far.
What was your first taste of Astros-Rangers in that rivalry?
That's intense. That game one, 1-0 game, Hunter Brown, DeGrom. That's a playoff atmosphere type game, and it's super intense. And those are the type of games I want to play in and day out. Just to have that, just back and forth, and just that energy and intenseness, and having the fans behind us during that entire series was awesome.
So you get why we hate their guts.
Yeah, for sure.
Gosh, they suck so bad, huh?
Jake Berger here with you on The Fan. What's it like watching this pitching staff? Seems like every night we're getting something exciting.
I know, it's awesome to play defense behind. We're quick attack hitters, and let us get our opportunities too. Evaldi gets upset if I don't flip him a ground ball to myself. So kind of that yin and yang over there. But just top to bottom, man, it's been electric. And Leiter doing what he's doing, Male. It's so fun to play behind that entire staff.
What's been the coolest thing about being in Texas now? I mean, I can't help but think it's the food factor, but maybe it's something else.
I think it's really similar to where we're at in Tennessee, and it feels like home. And the stadium's incredible, the fans are incredible, the staff's incredible. So I don't think there's anything to complain about, nothing to have any negative. I think it's all encompassing great.
You mentioned the stadium being awesome. At one point, you were playing in Miami with the Marlins, where I'm sure just sweating like crazy. Were you going through multiple jerseys or pants during a game at that time because you were sweating so much?
I mean, I still do. I'm just a sweater, man. It doesn't matter where you're playing. I'm gonna have to go through a couple jerseys a night.
That's incredible. Is that what it is? About 2 jerseys, like halfway through the game, you're swapping out for a new one?
Yeah, typically, and a lot of it's like how did the first two at bats go, as well. I can if I'm 2 for 2, I'm keeping that jersey on as long as I might sleep in it that night.
So, what makes Jake sweat the most out there?
Ooh, I think if we have like a lot of action on the infield, I feel like I play a pretty far shift at first base with a right-handed hitter, so it's a lot of sprints over to first base. Kind of quick change of direction, turn, and make a play. Hopefully, get hit in the chest, but that doesn't always happen over at first base. So make a play on a ball, but I think that it's just high workload. If I'm sweating a lot, that's a good sign that I have a high workload, and that means I'm getting on base a lot and I'm getting a lot of action on the infield.
So how are we feeling about this series in the Bronx? Is it extra energy when you get to play at Yankee Stadium? Obviously, all the history and the tradition with the pinstripes.
Yeah, 100%. They're a great team, and it'll be another good matchup for us. And I think anytime you come up here to New York, and it's just special. You grow up watching them and what they did. Especially my age, and so it's just kind of surreal being here every single time you're up here and playing against a really good ball club. And obviously last year with Miami, you're not in the same league as them. And so, back in the AL against them and, one of the top competitors in the league.
You got that Burgertron Jake Burger on the menu at Hurtado. I have to imagine this is not your first experience with a menu item, right?
No. I think it started in college. There was a burger place kind of close to campus that made the Jake Burger, but I love the different creations with the burgers and Hurtado. It's unbelievable. So
it's got to be the best Jake Burger so far, right?
It 100% is, and it's just really cool to be honored that way.
New York, one of the best places to eat. Of course, they're known for their pizza. You also played with Chicago. They're pretty proud of their pizza, too. Do you have a preference?
Chicago by far. So the thing about the Chicago-style pizza is, you have the deep dish that everybody talks about, but they have a thing called tavern style, which I think's unbelievable. I think it's way better than deep dish and New York-style pizza. So, obviously following up with the White Sox after this, so definitely going to get a tavern-style pizza at some point when I'm up there.
So this is a thin, crisp cracker crust? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I can't describe it unless, I just don't have the words to fully encompass how amazing that style of pizza is.
You sold me. We got to try this out. Okay, and then I did want to let you know, Jake, between the three of us here in the talk booth right now, we have a combined 6 daughters plus one more on the way. So we are a girl dad show. How's baby Penelope doing?
She's doing great. She's starting to eat some solids, and so that always adds a little extra, but she gets fired up anytime me or mom pull out the spoon. It's like, hey, it's time to eat, and she gives us a little dance and a jiggle, and but it's really incredible watching Brooks, her older brother, just how sweet he is with her and giving her all the love and all the toys he possibly can. So it's been an unbelievable experience just seeing them two work together. I'm sure there's going to be some fights in the near future, but until then, we're taking in all the love that we can.
Well, you're the man, Jake. Thanks so much for joining us, and give him a hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Salute. There he goes. Jake Burger, brought to you by Globe Life for over 125 years. Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Okay, Rangers, Yankees tonight. Pregame coming up here at 5:30. First pitch shortly after 6 o'clock. We'll have the top stories of the day. A look at the Cowboys OTAs as well. Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40, and we're back here in the nation.
All right, let's talk collars and co, shall we? Gosh, I can't.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and it's been a very busy sports day once again with Cowboys OTAs. Brian's been working the phones. Salute to Jake Berger, Rangers first baseman, just joined us. Okay, couple of takeaways here. Micah not there. Defense won the day. Perfect weather for OTAs. First ones I went to, it was like 98 degrees out there standing on that concrete in Valley Ranch. That was not fun.
Not fun.
Another one is a lot of people, including our very own Jane Slater, NFL Network fan alumni. She was tweeting about Shoddy and said it would be a disservice just to put out a few quotes from Shoddy. Fans, I encourage you to listen to the whole thing. He is approaching this thing with the energy and spirit of a college coach, and she went on to talk more about it and some of her takeaways. You can look at that, but a lot of people had that, including our own listeners, both on Twitter and on the text, talking about how this is already a lot more entertaining and interesting than listening to Mike McCarthy and especially Jason Garrett. So I think that's good, and that sort of personality enthusiasm, I think, is one of the reasons I believe Brian Schottenheimer might do a great job here. And speaking of him, okay, we have a cut of Shoddy talking about the Pickens edition, and then we'll hear from one of the Cowboys' biggest rivals talking about the George Pickens edition and why he loves it. But here's Shoddy.
Yeah, I think CD said it best. I saw his comments, right, where we don't have a one. We don't do A's and B's. We think that there's a one over there. CD said it. If you look over there, there's a one there. So I think that's the way that we view GP. My time with him has been just incredible. When he came in after the trade, just getting a chance to really get to know him. We had a little free throw shooting competition. I think he beat me twice. I've beaten him once, but the last time we played, I beat him. So I do want to put that out there that I did beat him. But it's really just, us getting to know each other. I think we were all on board. I think we're always trying to find the right pieces and good pieces, and I think we're really excited about what he brings as a football player. But I see a guy that's maturing. I see a guy that we're excited to put out there and watch him grow and get better. And you guys will see him out there today. He obviously is a tremendous athlete, but I love watching him in meetings, because in meetings he's been so dialed in, taking great notes. He knows he's a little bit behind, not a lot, but a little bit behind in terms of what the veterans are doing. But his intentionality in the meeting room has been really cool for me to see.
I love hearing this. This is exactly what Brian told us, that if you do your research on this guy, you will find that it wasn't a big distraction or problem throughout the week. No. And, this guy just loves football.
He does. He loves football. But now is the things you need to do is we could talk about all this and all the things that are positive. Please, coaches, please figure out ways to use him. Mm-hmm. Don't let this be something where you have this guy that seems very committed to trying to win games and embracing, what you're doing with the situation. Find ways to use him. Don't let this be 4 or 5 weeks into a season and all of a sudden we're talking about him like we're talking about Brandon Cooks, where we're like going, there's another game where, Pickens, 2 catches for 18 yards.
Amari Cooper had a lot of those games.
Yeah. This is, you have a guy that is a legitimate weapon. I mean, guys right now in that coaching staff need to figure out ways to get him involved.
Make the defense worried about him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't let this be, if it's only 1 year, don't let this be a year where we all go, God, what a waste.
And I wanted to bring that up because if this works really well and it's like the best version of Dak we've seen because he has 2 guys that can get open with a catch radius and yak, you got to keep this together. This is one of those rare situations in sport. I think one of the advantages of the Eagles is that. I think one of the advantages of the Bengals and why they were so hot, even though their offensive line sucked and their defense wasn't good, couldn't run the ball. Sure, Burrow is great. It had to do a lot with those receivers. So I hope they're open-minded to keeping him around with a plan to also build out the rest of the team. But, I mean, you have serious questions in your running back room and some serious questions at offensive line. If this works because of the receivers, you can't let them out of the building. And I think the Cowboys will do it because of how much Jerry loves star players and how much those star players move the needle. If you get fans excited about this for the first time in like 3 years, legitimate fan base excitement, I think there will be a lot of reasons that it makes sense.
There's a lot of pressure on Schottenheimer and this coaching staff. They can't waste this opportunity with this guy.
No, they can't.
And you don't want to be sitting there in week 8, week 10, week 14 and like, God, where's he been? And then it turns into, well, man, he's really making a lot of demands.
Yeah.
But you've got to, they're doing the right things now, but trying to make him feel welcome and all that.
Sure.
Get him involved and be competitive. You're playing to his strengths. He wants to compete. That's what he wants to do. He doesn't have time for your losing football. And so, but please don't, gosh, if they're listening, driving around, whatever, please don't waste this player's ability. Don't waste it. He's too good. Your pro department did a good job, and your general manager, they stayed after it. They stayed after the trade. They could have just waited after the draft and said, we're out. We're not. But no, they stayed after it. So good for them. Award them, the coaches, award this kid in the front office with a good scheme for this guy.
This should work well. Dak is really good throwing deep. He hasn't always been great in every single season, but for the balance of his career, he's been one of the better players going deep. My question is on the back shoulders, on the throws that take a little bit of imagination and creativity. Will Dak give him an opportunity to go make plays, or will he think, I can't confirm he's open?
Well, the thing about it is with Pickens, and we've all seen enough of Pickens play, and you could YouTube highlights if you want to do that. He makes some of the wildest catches you'll ever see. Watch the catch he made in the corner of the end zone against the Commanders, and it's like he
did it like a 270.
Yeah, he lays backwards, and he's like catching these ball, and you're like going, how did he do that?
It's similar to CD's catch 3 years ago against Minnesota.
And so you're like thinking, well, man, maybe Dak can't throw it bad enough for him not to catch.
But he's kind of only been able, like we've had the stat of tight window throws. That's all Dak is.
That's all he ever does.
It's all he really has the option to do, because you're not in a scheme that's really creating a ton of separation, nor do you have the players that are naturally creating separation based on their route running. So he's going to have to give George Pickens his opportunities, even if it is a 50-50 ball.
George Pickens knows how to position himself and to push off.
The body control's exceptional.
He knows how to use like his arm to like get into somebody and propel him away from that defender to get himself space.
Without fully extending the arm to draw the penalty.
Yeah, no, he will. You can see him just without fully extend, without pushing. You can see him put his arm up, and then as he's putting it up, it bumps him back to where he creates space that way.
He has such a great spatial awareness, and he has this scanning ability while he's playing at such a full speed to know where everybody is, and then the timing of it. It really is a special talent, and hopefully the Cowboys have something great cooking up. Okay, speaking of being a special talent, here's Eagles receiver A.J. Brown on the Cowboys trade for Pickens.
Now we're gonna have to worry about him for sure. Hey, we're gonna have to worry about him. No, I like the trade. I do like the trade. I like the competition. And I like George Pickens. I like CeeDee Lamb and that collab. And it's gonna be exciting to watch, bro, because all that does is bring the best out of us. So if we know how they coming, we know we gotta step it up. You don't think the Cowboys got? I should tell you this, bro. Regardless of the scoreboard, what the scores say, that would be one of the hardest games, bro. Every single time. Cowboys, Washington, like those be dog fights, bro. It may look easy, but it ain't easy, bro.
Games got away from them. Cowboys were dinged up. They did blow it out, but that's respect right there.
Respect.
And in mid-season, I haven't paid much attention to A.J. Brown. There was that to-do about, the book. Does he like Jalen Hurts and all that? And I thought, wow, maybe this guy is a problem with leadership. But everything we found out about him since, or I found out about him since, this guy's an A+. This is a big reason for Eagles' success. But A.J. Brown on the Pickens edition, that's Super Bowl confidence right there. Not being afraid of a challenge. Okay, it is one more night off before Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals and the Stanley Cup playoffs. Oilers are 8-1 in their last 9 games. I saw the Athletics breakdown. They said 53-47 in favor of Edmonton, which did surprise me. But you go deep into the analytics. This is a team that has controlled the puck a lot, and even though they have to rely on 2 goaltenders, they have been on fire. Do you think we're overconfident right now in this Stars? Is this a coin flip situation?
Oh, yeah, it is. I mean, Edmonton, you're in the Western Conference Final now. They're the defending conference champs. Edmonton's an incredible hockey team, and they've probably been the most dominant team in the West to this point with the way that they really just breeze through the Kings and a team that I thought was really good in Vegas. I mean, they should have swept Vegas. So 5-on-5, they've been exceptional because their power play really hasn't gotten going, which is kind of the scary thing in all this. I mean, I've talked about this a bunch last year's series. It really tilted with the special teams factor. So the Stars come into this with having the edge on the power play. They also have the edge on the penalty kill. But on 5-on-5, it might actually be a situation where on paper you thought maybe the Stars were a deeper team. Well, it's been the Edmonton depth that's really showed up big for them in the playoffs in terms of scoring goals.
Well, 5-on-5 advantage them. Special teams advantage Stars on both sides in a significant way, both regular season and in the playoffs. How much of a factor is rest versus rust? Edmonton with 6 days off, the Stars with 3. I think I might rather be Dallas in this situation. What do you guys think? As long as injuries are equal.
Yeah, I was going to say, it depends on sort of the health of your team or whatever. I don't know. I think if you have a veteran squad, kind of a been there, done that squad like Edmonton has, and the Stars also have, I would appreciate the rest where I could get it. I would.
Yeah, I mean, especially with what these guys put themselves through and the hits they take, the violent nature of this game. Everybody's dealing with bruises and tendonitis and probably several parts of their body at this point. Okay, Rangers back to 2 games over 500. They get set to visit the Yankees tonight. Get themselves a little bit of breathing room. Are the Rangers out of the woods with those struggles that we saw in April? Brian, what do you think?
No, I really don't. I just feel like, though, that maybe there's been some better plate appearances. Maybe there's been some better of them working the accounts a little more. Power seems to be. But, man, I still think there's sometimes with the timely hitting, just when they have opportunities, and it happened in the Astros series, opportunities to really put them away, and you don't put them away, and then you allow them to come back. Unfortunately, the bullpen had a couple of hiccups in that series. But, yeah, I still worry. But I would feel a lot better as the power numbers continue to improve. If they find a way to go to New York and continue to find a way to show that power. But, man, the timely hitting needs to improve a little bit more for me.
Yeah, I think we've seen the worst of it. I think April was rock bottom.
Yeah.
But you're right. There's going to, we've seen too much baseball to have full faith in this lineup. We've seen enough from Marcus Semien to believe that he's probably not going to come around offensively to his all-star status as good as he is defensively. And we know about the question mark in center field, and those are going to rear their head. But, I think this pitching staff is going to keep you in it. And like I said through April, which you teased me for, Brian, if we could just have a top 20 offense, top 18 offense. Last 2 weeks, it's been 12th.
Yeah.
And that's not enough runs, but it's not almost getting shut out twice a week.
It's better than it's been. The problem is, again, you're starting with these positional players that have had injuries. That's been something that's, with Carter, he gets called up. You kind of feel like, oh, maybe we got some things kind of figured out, and next thing you know, you're dealing with injuries again. So, yeah, these the positional players. I'm not Captain Obvious here, but they need Seager back. They need that bat in the lineup is what they need, and guys are trying to absolutely they're trying to mix the lineup a little bit and get some guys in some position and maybe get some key hits, and they just haven't delivered like they need to. But like I say, continue with the power numbers. If those continue to rise, then I'll feel a little bit better about the situation. Right now, I feel like that we're still kind of in that mode where your pitching is elite. Your plate and run scoring is way, way, way below that.
I'm pretty confident, though, to your point, like Peterson and Berger, we've seen the worst of that. They seem like they've kind of gotten out of this funk. Jake Berger, ever since he's gotten recalled, has been really, really good. Peterson had a couple of big hits over the homestand. You got to hope, those guys. Chris Young has pretty much just been telling you, guys, they're going to have to figure it out without Seager. Yeah. I don't think Corey Seager's coming walking through those doors for a couple of weeks now. He's pretty much, that was the big takeaway for me yesterday. Yeah. He said that multiple times. Guys, we've got to produce. We need people to step up without Corey Seager.
Yeah.
You think that he's talking about similar to how many games he missed last year?
It could be. I think that they want to make. They're not going to push this hammy because he came back, got hurt again. So I think this is one where they're going to table him and make sure he's 100% right. And they think they've put enough, and they're right on paper. This lineup should be way better than it has been. Guys need to start playing up to their standard.
once the hammy starts getting tricky, it's the worst muscle to try to get right. And if it is already giving you issues, I think actually I read it from soccer. If you strain your hamstring, the chances of you restraining it over the next year go up like 8 or 9 times. So, this is crucial. I like the idea of a trade still. I think their minor leagues are really, really stocked. And John Gray sitting out there, I'd love to have that reinforcement, but his $14 million slot would be very, very valuable, I feel like, for CY in the trade market.
Yeah, I asked that question last night, matter of fact, after the show. I mean, I asked about the value of Gray and Bradford, a couple of my guys around the league for other teams. And this is what my answers were. It depends on if they could show a healthy prior to deadline. They were both 60-day IL guys. Gray has a forearm fracture, so that's tough recovery. He makes a ton of money. Bradford is an elbow injury, so that's hard to be able to trade for. He's more interesting and more valuable than Gray, but the medical would be a concern. I said, okay, well, do the Rangers, in my next question to another guy, do the Rangers have a pitcher you'd trade for in order to get a bat for? Mm-hmm. This guy said, he goes, they could get something for Evaldi or Malley at the deadline.
Yeah.
But probably a prospect package and not anything impactful from a major league team. Any team willing to trade for those types wouldn't want to remove anything from their major league roster. Okay, maybe Garcia in the bullpen, but it wouldn't be much. The Rangers don't have many paths to add impact bats without trading Walcott, and they won't do that.
Very good.
Definitely not doing that.
What's your baseball gang up to? How many insiders you got in there?
I added one.
Okay.
I added one. So yeah, I've got 2 now.
You've doubled it.
I've doubled that.
Nice job. Look at this. Brian's just killing it. He's breaking Cowboy stories for you right and left, dropping breadcrumbs, dropping Easter eggs.
But these guys are good football fans, so they interested in talking football too.
I love it. Power of the Cowboys, baby. C-Notes coming up next. We'll recap the day of the OTAs and give you the top headlines around America's team coming up next here in the nation. I want to chat Frankels with you before we get there because, life...
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
never forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Those are those. Nutmeg Nolan? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it sometimes called?
mensteclinic.com. That's mensteclinic.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Yeah, buddy, John Machota of The Athletic coming up at 3:40 in Krusty's Corner, Cowboy Beat Reporter at the OTAs, which just concluded up there at the Star. We'll get him on here coming up in about 15, 20 minutes. Segment brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Yes, it is the C-note here. We do it every day at this time. So if you're looking for Cowboys news throughout the summer, please bookmark this sked for you, 320, 325. Let's go to Nick Harris. He's at Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram on Twitter. And he has a half dozen takeaways for you here on the first practice. George Pickens holding a pair of receptions on a quick slant and a comeback along the left sideline. Wanye Thomas playing at safety and in the slot. The linebacker group flying around. He salutes Shamar James and Buddy Johnson for having interceptions and had solid coverage from others. Jake Ferguson's looks like he's added some good weight. So that is good. Hopefully he has a healthy season. Kavontae Turpin took some quick routes, made them into big gains. Jalen Cropper making a catch. Harris saying every time he looked up. And Kaiir Elam on the outside had a couple of PBUs and looked confident. That would be an amazing story if he can be good.
Good zone player there, and maybe that's how they're going to have to operate with him. I don't know if you want to put him in a lot of man coverage stuff, but if they back him up, if Flus backs him up and lets him kind of read off that might be something that you can see him get his hands on some footballs. That's his strength. It's not playing a lot of man coverage stuff.
So that's kind of like bailing out of the snap and just trying to keep things in front of you.
Playing off.
Just playing
It's
off.
similar to Will Johnson, the strength with his game that we talked about during the draft.
Right. And Eberflus likes to play that style, right?
He does. Yeah. So.
The DB stuff was fascinating to me. Just kind of like reading some of the notes. I'm excited to ask John and pick his brain on this. But like what they were doing with Bland, he was working outside and inside. I think the slot corner spot is one that's going to be huge. Like who ends up playing that, and then the fact that they gave Izzy McQuamu some of those reps. I mean, I was blown away with how good Izzy McQuamu played in the slot in that wild card victory several years ago against Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
And ever since then, we just never saw him play that role again. Maybe Dan Quinn didn't like it. Maybe Mike Zimmer just wasn't familiar that he even did that. I mean, we got to catch up with him last year during camp, and he didn't even know Deron Bland played a ton of slot the year before. So, yeah, I mean, I know Bland his preference is outside. Mm-hmm. So if Izzy steps up and is a guy that looks good, until you're able to get all of your pieces together that can give you reps in the slot, that could be very exciting. And Kaiir Elam's a guy, man, that would be a huge win, even if you get him to just be solid for you. Right. He's a guy that was the mark. I mean, we saw Kansas City just pick on him anytime they play Buffalo. If they can get starting caliber play out of Kaiir Elam, that would be a huge victory for the Cowboys.
Elsewhere in the C note, Dak a full participant during today's OTA practice. Steven had said maybe 6 weeks ago that he thought he'd be limited during the offseason. Dak saying people say a lot of things about me. I should just show up and control what I can control. Healthy, trying to stay healthy, feels good, trying to push the energy and make sure I continue to get better. So that's good news for Dak.
Yeah.
If we just stay out of the boot between now and Oxnard.
Yep.
That would be fantastic. Pro Football Focus ranked the quarterbacks going into the summer. Are we done with Dak being considered a top 10 quarterback at 877-881-1053? I imagine some of you will text in that you never considered Dak to be a top 10 quarterback. Leave your name and city you're texting from. But it does seem kind of prisoner of the moment to me because a quarterback is potentially much more or much less than the stats that he put up last season. But, I mean, you get Dak at 17, and, I mean, I think I'd put him higher. But let's go through this. Obviously, the top four, Mahomes, Burrow, Jackson, Allen, not a lot of people are going to argue with that. The second tier, which I think Dak supporters would argue that he should be in, you have Jalen Hurts in there. I think Dak's better than Jalen Hurts. But Jalen Hurts does have the tush push, at least for the next couple hours or another day or so.
Yeah, and just the running ability at this point. I mean, that is a huge weapon that he has, but he's certainly propped up with all the talent around him.
Yeah, and hey, running's part of the job as much as it's ever been in football. Jaden Daniels is already in second tier. Stafford and Herbert. I don't know how good Herbert really is. Third tier, solid starters who flash high in play. He's got Goff, Geno Smith, and Brock Purdy in there as we get to the 11th ranked player in that tier. And then tier 3B is solid starters, but they need more help. And in here is Jordan Love and Baker Mayfield and C.J. Stroud and Kyler and Trevor Lawrence and Dak Prescott. They say the 17th best quarterback in the game, just ahead of Tua. And then a bunch of guys who are either too young or washed up.
So they have Dak as the 17th best quarterback?
They do. What do you think? Is that fair?
No, I think that he's definitely higher than that, but he did not play well. I don't know how. I mean, saying Baker Mayfield needs more help. You seen that receiver room? Is that guy paying attention to what's going down in Tampa Bay?
They got more help, though. They got more help. But
the first round pick in Emeka Egbuka. I mean, maybe offensive line you could critique a little bit, but gosh.
Well, I just think they're saying like he's the type of quarterback that needs that type of help to even be the quarterback that he is right now.
He's got it there.
He's getting it, yeah.
And it's interesting to look at Tampa because that's been a rebuilding team, but Baker's kept him in kind of playoff mode or sniffing the playoffs.
No, I think they've won the division 4 or 5 years in a row.
Okay, so I mean, is that the wide receiver factor that we're looking for out of Pickens and Lamb? I think so. I think that's your example.
Sure.
Yeah, but he also had 2 play callers that really, that just elevated to become head coaches. Dave Canales 2 years ago, and now Liam Cohen. So hopefully Schottenheimer and these guys can also help Dak here. That when you start talking about supporting cast, I factor in the guy on the sidelines.
Goes a long way.
That's a huge
Jared Goff. Ben Johnston was a huge benefit for him. So has been McVay.
Yes. Goff, I don't know. I don't think at any point I would take him over Dak if I'm starting a team right now. Maybe with Dak's injury situation, I actually would lean Goff. But he's the guy that needs the help. He's the dude that, okay.
Yeah, but don't you feel like the Goff doesn't turn the ball over and stuff? Do you feel like, the way their offense, he's accurate. The way that he
but I think didn't the wheels fall off of him in that Commanders game in the playoffs?
Yeah, the whole team was really bad.
Well, I think at this point, they succumbed to the injuries, though, the defense.
They're pretty similar players, I would say.
Yeah, I think I would actually lean Goff at this point in their careers. Dak's got a lot that he needs to prove coming off these injuries and the way that he played the first half of last year before he got hurt. It really was bad.
I just seeing hitting receivers. It just seems like when we talk about the tight ends, the receivers, I know he's got one of the best offensive lines in football. But, man, it just seems like to me that their offense it makes a lot of big plays.
It does.
A lot of plays on the move.
He's been really
a lot of
good.
these. Maybe it's all Ben Johnson calling the plays, but, man, you need somebody throwing the damn ball. And I think Goff does it pretty well. I think he's had a better career in Detroit than he does with the Rams.
And he's been to a Super Bowl and an NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
Okay, 214 says Dak's not first or second tier. He's barely played in over a year, and when he did play, he stunk. Blame it on McCarthy all you want. But for me, I would say Dak is much to blame for their poor performance. 817 and Baker Mayfield only cost $30 million. 214, why is Herbert constantly propped up but literally loses?
He is getting to the point where he's starting to be talked about like Dak.
Yeah.
He's like they're kind of in that same boat now.
Him and Trevor Lawrence.
You've had some guys, it was always Eli, it was always Stafford, it was always Goff, always around with Dak. And then those guys went and won Super Bowls and got into playoffs and had success, and they've kind of elevated themselves out of that. Now you could put Dak and Herbert kind of in the same group.
Pro Football Focus notes that Prescott remains the epitome of a quarterback who thrives against weaker opponents, but falters when the competition stiffens. 2023 earned a 90 Pro Football Focus grade behind only Lamar, Josh, and Pat. And they say in order to get back in the top 10, he must recapture that 2023 form and prove he can deliver against the league's best. And that's going to be very difficult to do against this schedule. Trayvon Diggs has some content for you. He tweeted his ACL rehab journey, very successful. He ended up coming back to play 2 months sooner than I was supposed to. Follow my journey as I give you direct insight on how I did just that. Thankful for everyone who played a role with getting back out there. Episode 1's now out on YouTube. So this is a show about his physical therapy and return last year?
Correct.
Okay.
Which is funny that he's promoting it and highlighting it and is excited about it, takes pride in it when Jerry Jones was at the microphone sort of criticizing what his rehab process was last year and hoping that he does a much better job this time around, rehabbing a second injury in as many years.
He also said he got back.
The disconnect there is pretty damn funny.
And then he says he got back 2 months earlier than he was projected. I don't know if that really adds up, but his brother Stephon Diggs is also, I think, doing something similar with his ACL recovery that he just had.
He actually seems like the maniacal guy who's like trying like an Overshones type to get back as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I love behind the scenes video with the players. So I'm looking forward to the entertainment content there. It does seem like there is a dueling attempt to frame the narrative on Trayvon Diggs. And after Jerry said that, there was a piece in the morning news where they're writing about how, the Cowboys training staff was one of the worst graded, and their medical staff, they need all these extra guys, suggesting that maybe, Trayvon Diggs didn't want to be around because the medical staff isn't that good. And that's why he was doing rehab on his own. But, coming back and then getting injured again in the second year. I mean, this would have been a great video series if it had been a triumphant return in 2024. Yeah. But I mean, now it's just like we're injured again. So I think this is to be continued. You know, and can you actually return from this one? Because now you're coming back from ACL and microfracture in back-to-back years.
Hey, if his son Aiden's in it, it's must-watch, though. That dude's awesome.
It's quality content. All right, it is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. What's coming up next in Krusty's Corner, Brian?
Yeah, we're going to have John Machota on. He was at the OTA practice today. We'll get his thoughts on everything that went down. We'll do that next.
But first, I want to get you to Greystone Roofing and Construction. You can find them at
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you...
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Rangers, Yankees tonight in the Bronx. The pregame is coming up at 5:30 here on the Fan. It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. I appreciate that. Thanks to Reliant as well. I think we got John Michaud on the line. Johnny, you with us?
I'm with you.
How you doing, sir?
Hey, Johnny.
Hey, all
Doing
right.
well.
Tell us what happened today. I know that's the broad question, but what was John Michaud's eyes focusing on today as you were watching some guys run around in some on the practice field?
So I did want to get out there early because I knew that there was a chance that would be the first time to like actually stand near George Pickens, see what the size of him is compared to these other receivers, and there's no question about that. I mean, it stands out big time. I mean, he is definitely bigger than the other receivers on the team. And so I was also looking to see like how much would they have him working in with the ones? How would he was with the ones the whole time. There was I didn't even see him run with anybody else. But the biggest surprise to me really was that Dak Prescott did everything that I thought for sure he would be limited to some aspect. I'm sure that on their call sheet, there probably are a few things that maybe he, was out like an extra play or whatever like that, but there's nothing about anything he did today that would make you think he was coming off that hamstring injury that obviously ended his season. So that was probably the biggest one. And then the fact that, Micah wasn't out there. Schottenheimer had said earlier in the day that he might not be, that he was in the building yesterday, but because these are voluntary, that he might not be at all of the stuff. So those are probably the most notable things. And I will say, when watching the offense, when they were doing some team drill stuff, and even talking to Jalen Tolbert about this in the locker room after, Tolbert was with the ones with that first group, with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, and when they first broke and did team drills in front of us, those were the three receivers with the offensive line that you already know. But then the running back was Javonte Williams. But the thing that was interesting is that when they went to four receivers and then Turpin was in there, you can just see how that causes a lot of problems for whoever the defense is. And Turpin caught a short slant and turned it into it was a touchdown in this type of environment. I don't know if it would have scored in an actual game, but there you can just see that when they can get all four of those out there together, that's going to be a tough time for whoever is the defensive backfield they're facing.
Hey, Matches, though, with Dak, just the eyes on him, I was hearing whispers that, the mobility, they were kind of moving him around a little bit. Everything looked to appear to be okay with him kind of doing that.
Yeah, it looked very similar to any of the practices, Brian, that you've seen out in Oxnard, where you know how it is when some of the passing plays, the defense is doing a good job. So Dak goes and extends the play by rolling out on some plays that you're like, if that happened in a game, that'd probably be a sack. But they keep it going because it extends the play and allows them to work on some of that stuff and look the same as he's done in the past, which I'm not saying that I thought he'd be really limited. I just thought he would get less work than what we saw. Like maybe not do the team drills, do the individual stuff. And then once they got in the team, that's where you'd see more of Joe Milton. And I mean, we saw a lot of Milton and he probably got more reps because the twos got more reps, but when the ones were out there, Dak Prescott was the quarterback.
What's your early assessment of Shoddy and maybe some of the differences that you've maybe noticed already? You got the shout out with the great question. That's always a good feeling. But you saw Jay Jeezy and McCarthy, just the early returns on Brian Schottenheimer.
There's a little bit I see of him in both those previous coaches, and then there's a little bit of his own thing too. I mean, there's some parts of Jason Garrett that I can definitely see with, right kind of guy, building culture type things like that. But then there's a little bit too of Mike McCarthy that I see in him as well. But I don't think that there's anything that Schottenheimer's done since the day he's been hired that you would say, yeah, I didn't really think that was a good idea or that was a bad move. I think he's checked off every box. The thing I just keep saying is that none of this will matter, though, if on Sundays it doesn't look good. If you can have an awful culture or you can have guys that don't get along, but up on Sundays when the games start, they ball. That's what everybody will take. This is a big money business. This isn't, your local high school team where, or even, I wouldn't even go that far. I'd say your local little league team where you're happy, everybody's happy and everybody's playing and everything like that. Like, no, this is secondary. Winning must happen. The offense must be successful. And so everything he's done up to this point, like that we've seen, I can't say that I have any question marks about Brian Schottenheimer. So it really is just what we see on Sundays, because I think what you'll see in training camp will be impressive. He's all over the place, going from one drill to another, which reminds me of how Jason Garrett was. And I didn't know that if he would be like that, because he's obviously calling the offense too. So we'll see how that goes during the season. But you can tell he's trying to bring the energy during practice, so the blaring music and things like that. And guys are very upbeat. And so you can tell that there's a jolt of energy in the building. There's no question. But like I said, it all depends on what happens on Sundays.
Which players had the most impressive body transformation this offseason?
Oh, that's a good question. I'll tell you, every time I've seen Osa Odighizuwa, he just looks like a guy that lives in the weight room. So he would be number one for me. But somebody that I haven't seen before in person, but seeing him today, Solomon Thomas is pretty impressive. I've heard a lot of good things about him and stuff, but not seeing him in person, really, I didn't know, the size-wise what he'd be, and he certainly looks the part for sure. The Marvion Overshown looks like an absolute monster. Now, he wasn't doing any of the team or individual. He was working off the side, doing the resistant cords and things like that, but he certainly looks like whenever that knee is ready to go, he's every bit ready to go out on the field and probably make a big impact. But those would probably be the main ones. I don't know. Maybe it was just where I was standing, but I kind of thought Joe Milton would look a lot bigger than Dak, and he really didn't look a lot bigger. Like, he's taller, but he did. I thought it was going to be kind of like a Cam Newton type thing, which because he's got more of that type of a build. But yeah, obviously bigger, but not that much bigger than Dak is. And Milton had a little up and down day. The arm strength's crazy. You can just tell that, the big play potential is there, but he threw a couple interceptions. The rookie linebacker, Shamar James, picked one off. And then the other linebacker, Buddy Johnson
got
picked
him.
off. Yeah. So a little up and down or whatever, but he's still learning the offense and that, but he'll be one out in training camp that'll be interesting to watch, because when he lets it loose, the arm strength there is crazy.
John Machota here with you from The Athletic. Shoddy talking about Micah's absence. I was trying to figure out if he's bothered by it or he just loves the fact that Micah's been to what he's been to.
Yeah, no, just my interactions with Brian Schottenheimer, coupled with that, what he said today, I don't get any sense that he's upset with Micah with any of this stuff. And I think he's happy that whatever Micah is going to show up for, he'll take it, because I think he's very aware that, as we all know, that in these contract situations like this, for a player that could become, the highest paid non-quarterback in the league, they very well he could go down to Austin this entire month and never even step foot in the facility, and nobody would say anything. CeeDee Lamb missed a huge chunk of last offseason, because of his contract. And so I think that he's happy to get anything, as long as that, and it seems like Micah is in good spirits, and his issues, if there are any, it's with the front office. It's not with Schottenheimer or anything like that. It's about getting the contract done. And the way Schottenheimer's handled that is very similar to the way Mike McCarthy was with that stuff. Him saying today about how he's like, I got an agent too. that's all part of this thing. We understand that that there's going to be guys that miss time because of this stuff, because of the business side of it. So I have not gotten the sense at all that there's been any frustration from Brian Schottenheimer.
With all the rehab corners that they've got right now, and then Lewis leaving, what stood out with the rotations and what they were doing at DB?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say Kyer Elam, definitely the speed's there. Kalen Carson being back out there, but I'm a little cautious about that group. I want to see that group out in Oxnard and see what it looks like there, because I think there's still question marks at the position, and you wouldn't sit there. That doesn't do anybody any favors for Brian Schottenheimer today to say, yeah, we're not done at corner. Something needs to be added there. Let the guys go and compete and find out and see what you have once you get out to California, but it would not surprise me at all if there's another move to be made there. And the reason I say that, too, is just because even if you do think that Savon Ravel will be ready for week 1, it is still coming off of a major knee injury. And then whenever Diggs is ready, mid-season, whatever it is, let's say a month into the season, whatever, that still is a major knee injury that when these guys get back, you don't know that they're going to hit the ground running perfectly. And so because of that, and because of how many good corners you need in today's NFL, that's a position to me. I know people mention running back and defensive tackle, and I'll listen to that for sure, but corner's number one for me. That I don't think that they're completely done at corner.
John, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, John, last couple minutes here about Booker and stuff like that. The previous regime was like, oh, guys have to earn it. Booker, right guard, running with the ones, that kind of thing. Did you notice anything about that?
Just to be completely honest with you, I didn't. And the reason why is because we can't do video at these things. And so a lot of time when the ones were running, I had my phone out ready to take a still picture of anything thrown to George Pickens. So,
I got you.
I mean, that's the only reason I'd say that I probably didn't watch the line of scrimmage as closely as I normally would. And then the other part of it is just because I generally, and Schottenheimer mentioned a little bit today talking about the run game, like this setting, like I just don't put a lot of stock in just because the pads aren't on.
Right.
So that's the only reason that I would say that would be if I had to grade myself on watching today's practice, my weakness was certainly the line of scrimmage.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. I just was curious of making sure where they line up. I know you're not going to get the benefit of the combo blocks and the pulling and all that stuff like that, but I just was curious because last year, the last few years, Mike McCarthy is like, oh, we're going to make these guys get over on field 2 and work, the 3s versus the 4s. When this guy was a 12th overall pick,
you better damn be running with the ones.
Yeah. That's what I was just curious about, John. But your other stuff is absolutely great. Really do appreciate that.
You're the man, John.
No, absolutely, yeah. I wish I would have paid attention more to that, and I will from probably other practices. But just because this was going to be the first one with George Pickens, I would say 95% of my focus was on him.
Gotcha.
There's no way of gauging who running back 1 is going to be at this time. But if you had to bet, what are Jaden Blue's chances of winning this thing?
If I'm betting my own hard-earned money, I would say week 1 it'll be Javonte Williams. By the end of the season, it'll be Jaden Blue, and I think Jaden Blue will be this team's leading rusher. I'm not saying it'll be 1,000 yards, but I think eventually he'll take it over. But I think Javonte Williams, a guy that I believe, if I heard him correctly, this will be 2 years removed on his knee injury. Today he was talking about it in the locker room after. So I think there's a good chance that he's the vet, that they'll lean towards him to start. But I think eventually that Blue is the one that will take over and be the primary ball carrier. I mean, it'll still be a mixture. I don't think there'll be any lead dog type thing, but I think at the end of the year he'll have the most rushing yards.
Well, thanks for your insights, sir. Heck of a job, and we look forward to catching up with you soon.
Absolutely, boys. Thanks for having me on.
There he goes, John Machota of The Athletic. A must follow on Cowboys Twitter, doing a heck of a job covering the OTAs. DJ Shippey in studio as the Stars get set to host the Oilers in Game 1 tomorrow night. We're back with him in the nation.
Pepper lady. Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Game 1 Stars Oilers tomorrow night, 7 o'clock at the AAC. We have fan alumni in studio once again. Shippy produced afternoons for years here on The Fan. DJ Shippy now working Mavs and Stars games at the AAC. And in studio now. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Good afternoon to y'all. I'm great. It's good to see you guys again.
Well, it's great to see you, Shippy, and congrats on all your success and keeping the house rocking. Now, how would you describe the environment at the AAC Saturday for those that weren't there?
Oh, my God. It was a lot of nervousness. There was obviously the weird thing with Mark Scheifele, and there was the heartfelt goal that he scored. You felt good for him, but you're also like, crap, we just went down 1-0. Like, really don't want to go back to Winnipeg. Last 2 times didn't go so hot. So there was that emotion, and then it was just kind of waiting for that game tying goal, and Sam Steele with the rocket was absolutely perfectly placed. And then it was just a whole lot of holding on to your butts, and we got through the third period. Otter stood on his head, made that incredible save. Crazy. My stomach dropped like crazy because I think there was maybe 6 or 7 minutes left. I'm like, oh man, like Hellebuck looked like at home Hellebuck, so I was real nervous. But then when Harley scored that goal, I mean, it was just absolute pandemonium. The whole place went crazy. I know Zach was there. I got to see him while I was working. I hope that you and your brother-in-law were going crazy.
Dude,
I'm sure you were. But I haven't seen that many people stick around for handshakes as well. And it was loud throughout the handshake line. Obviously played Puck Off after the goal was scored. And then I played a little bit of I Can't Drive 55 for Thomas Harley because I wanted to wait for the streamers to come down to hit Nothing Else Matters. Yes. So I played that for him. And then the streamers came down and hit Nothing Else Matters. And at that point, for me personally, it was just like very full circle moment for me as a lifelong Stars fan. Like I remember that song when I was a kid during the '99 Cup run. I still have the car flag like at my room at my parents' house. It's still like on the wall there. So the atmosphere was electric. It was, bro. The arena was ready, and I'm really glad that it obviously went in our favor.
Well, you crush it. I mean, the in-game, everything that you guys do for Mavs, but also Stars specifically, like the light shows, the music, it gets the people going. It was amazing for Game 6. Now, the conference finals, the rematch with Edmonton.
Yeah.
You had an interesting story, and we talked about this a little bit the other night.
Yeah.
Speaking of full circle, well, what happened last year in the playoffs with Edmonton? Will you be, anything similar going to happen this postseason run or adjusting?
I'll just go ahead and address the elephant in the room. I am not going to play La Bamba. I can go ahead and tell you that right now. I mean, everything's cool. Like, the whole thing worked out great last year. I mean, I hated how it happened. I hated that it became a headline. I didn't mean for any of that to happen. But the way that Stars fans backed me, and I genuinely apologize to everybody. I didn't know. I heard La Bamba playing after they beat the Canucks to play us. And I was like, how did I not know this was their win song? That's an incredible win song. And I'd started the thing where I played their win song or goal song after we beat them. Well, it obviously, everything turned around really nicely. And I actually, this year, went ahead and made a donation without anything bad happening. I had an Oilers fan that reached out to me, and a lot of them have, and just said, hey, good luck in the Western Conference Final. We still have no hate for you.
Good.
We realized that you didn't know what you were doing, that you were just... It was all in good fun. And even the Stelter family reached out to me and sent me like a little card and stuff and just said, hey, look, Ben would have known like that that it's just sports. Like, it's friendly competition. You were just having fun and just kind of like poking the bear a little bit. He would have thought it was great. So
did you think about incorporating the Winnipeg Jets awful parody, or it should have been a parody, but it was actually a real fight song for the playoffs, like hella buck. Buck. When we started making it rain on them, like
so part of me did, but also part of me has PTSD from the Edmonton situation and Canadian teams. I'm like, man, one of these people might have something going on that I don't know about, or maybe this song has more meaning or something.
Fair enough.
It was like such an easy target too, where I was like, I think like it was too obvious, And if maybe Game 6 would have been a blowout, maybe I would have played it. But the way that it played out, I said, you know what, we're just going to focus on the Stars here. We're going to celebrate that we just punched our ticket to the 3rd straight Western Conference Finals, and I'm just going to leave it at that. And
So are you calling a forever moratorium here on trolling opposing fan bases with songs, or you'll get back to it?
Oh, I'm going to still do that for sure. I'm going to still do that. Like if we beat Edmonton, I'll play their goal song afterwards just to kind of mess with them. But
is there any way to troll McDavid or McJesus as they call him, or is that one you just? I mean, he's such a dry personality.
Yeah, and it's one of those things too. It's like he's already so good. I don't want to motivate him anymore. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And that was one thing that I felt last year. I was like, God, I hope this didn't motivate Edmonton even more now because they think the DJ is a jerk that wanted to make fun of their song and all the meaning behind it. Like, it really wasn't that deep. But no, I don't think there's really a way to troll him. I think he's untrollable.
He's too damn good.
The only thing that I could think of is, the Stanley Cup final audio that came out. Like, he kind of blew up on his team.
Yeah.
But I'm going to leave that alone.
Yeah, let's do that.
Jonathan Shipman here.
Shut up, Shippy.
A wise and older Jonathan Shipman. I might even see a little bit of gray in the beard over there, buddy.
Dude, I'm old now. I'm doing like New York Times crossword puzzles and stuff on my phone. I don't know if you guys know. I'm playing Candy Crush. Wordle, bro. I remember when Wordle came out and I was like, I'm not going to play this. Like, who does that? Now I play Wordle every single day.
He's got a lot of Jamie Benn to the look now, especially with the tattoo sleeve.
Yeah, that's a lot of people tell me that, and I very much appreciate it. I wish I had his hair. But yeah, I have gotten that comment a few times, just from different things kind of going viral recently. I'll have random people saying that, so thank you.
Hey, Shippy, what's it like when you're watching the Stars play on the road and you're hearing the other team's songs, but then also, though, you hear the play-by-play guy, and that guy at Dallas, he's got that music down. What is it like? It's got to be a sense of pride, but then you're thinking, man, that's kind of weak what they're playing right now.
Well, so it's funny you bring this up because that happened, and then the Jets DJ actually came down for games 3 and 4.
Oh, just to check.
And was here, and I met him.
Yeah.
And if you go back and watch Game 5, I wouldn't watch it for the hockey.
Their
but
music did change.
They played "Friends in Low Places." They played "Mother" by Danzig, which I played on Mother's Day only because it was Mother's Day.
Yeah,
like, I would not have played that.
I noticed their music was different,
and like it was that. And I had all these. At first, I was like, maybe I'm tripping. Like, I don't want to make it all about me or like make it like, oh, like you copied me or anything like that.
The crowd was singing just like you get them to
They
do
did.
it.
Yeah, they were singing. I thought they were trolling the Stars is what I thought they were doing.
And so the DJ for the Jets was here. I became friends with him. We hung out after the games. But what I didn't realize is he was here on a recon mission to take my whole library, apparently. Because it was like that, and I think they played Mr. Brightside.
They did. Yeah.
And like, I was like, dude, you could have just saved yourself a flight and asked me what I played if you really wanted to know. Like, but it was really cool, like, to get the shout out from John Bucci-Gross. Like, because I was sitting there and I was just so happy that he was giving flowers to Josh and Razor, and then the atmosphere at the American Airlines Center and just the whole production, and then for him to say that the DJ is the best in the league, I was pretty blown away. So
that's Bucci man right there. That's high praise.
It is.
Yeah,
you need to get him some chicken parm.
I do. I won the Bucci-Gross Overtime Challenge for the first time ever, and I got the shirt today.
Very nice.
So I'm rocking it right now.
Yeah.
I guessed, actually, funny enough, in the Game 7 of the Jets Blue Series, I guessed the Adam Lowry overtime goal. The first time I've ever won, and I'm not even sure he scored the goal. If you go back and look at it, and I don't think anybody knows, but I got a shirt, so I don't care.
We got to get Bully Melrose that shirt, huh?
Hey, Bully Melrose might have something tomorrow. Yeah, we might have something fun for Game 1. So what do you think about this series? Does Mikko Rantanen tilt this now in our favor?
I think that, and then also the emergence of, now you have 2 top defensemen, and Thomas Harley and Miro Heiskanen. I heard, God, I always mess up his name, Greg Wyshynski. With y'all kind of bring that up, and
Puck
just
Daddy.
like, and the blueprint of a Stanley Cup team. And I think you add that, and then you also add just Jake Ottinger and the insane saves that he's been making. Our team is also much deeper on forwards and defense. We're about to have to make a big decision on who's going to be in that final pairing, because you got to think it'll be Harley, Heiskanen, Ceci, and Lindell, and then do you break up Bischel and Petrovic, or do you put Labushkin in there? So they got a lot of decisions to make, but I think that this series is going to be a lot different than last. I think it's going to be super tight, super contested. Obviously, they're both minus 110 to win the series. It's about as even as it gets, according to Vegas too.
Yeah. How much, Shippy, are you locked in on the game? And how much are you having to work?
Both, because like exactly what I do is in relation to the game. I'm playing music a lot of times to fit a moment, to fit a big save or a big hit, or a long review where Freebird plays.
That was great, dude.
That was amazing.
Awesome.
I can't tell you how long I've had Freebird loaded up because I'm like, this is a 9-minute song.
You
how
got
funny
through
would
a
it
lot
be?
of it.
Yeah, my boss kept checking in with me. He was like, "How much do you have left on Freebird?" I said, "About 5 minutes," and they got about 3 minutes. Like I had that loaded for seasons, wanting to hit the guitar solo in Freebird because I just imagined the place going crazy after you get your phone lights out and kind of having the fun.
Yeah.
So what I didn't realize is they were going to sing it. They were all singing it as well as it went through. So I'm very locked in on the game though, just as a Stars fan, but also just because I want to play like the right song for the right time. Like they were trying to decide if I think Duchesne last round, if he had committed a delay of game or if it had hit the glass, and so I played should I stay or should I go, like just to kind of fill the time. So I'm very locked in. Like sometimes I'll leave the arena and I'm like, wait, I know we won, but I can't remember if it was 4-3 or 4-2 or what was the final score, but I'll remember like all of the significant plays, and then I try to keep up with the different line combinations and stuff like that as well.
Do you get requests from the players?
I do sometimes. Like I know certain players, like certain artists. Like I know Matt Duchesne loves his country music. Morgan Wallen, he's a huge fan of the new Post Malone album. Jason Robertson loves the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
So I didn't know if you pay during warm up, like when they're skating and stuff. Is that when you kind of get their opportunity to play their songs?
Yeah. So and I do my best to do that, but it's also, I'm also kind of superstitious with the music as well. Like. I try to find like remixes for Robo because it's kind of weird. Like my boss wants like an EDM, like just high energy.
Yeah.
So I kind of found a compromise of, hey, let me find some stuff that they like that have like an EDM remix to it. So,
okay.
So I know a handful of the players and what they like to listen to, but I think that's one thing next season that I want to try to do, and I'm kind of in the works of trying to make it happen, is try to bridge that gap a little bit more, where it's like, hey, once the game starts, I'm there for the atmosphere and the energy and the fan engagement. But for warm-ups, like, help me help you in terms of what artists you want me to look for, like remix songs of.
DJ Shippy, Jonathan Shippy, the Tolos are loving you right now. They've missed you, bro.
Oh, I miss you guys too. I love you too.
I had to pick your brain though on the Luka return, like the Mavs side of this, because you're also DJing Matt. Like a lot went down at the American Airlines Center this year. I mean, how did that impact you at all, or what you were able to see, the differences from the fan base and just that night?
Dude, it was insane. Like, DJing a basketball game is already very intense because you're obviously playing offense, defense, and then the timeout hits, and I got to play either hot music or a fitting song for that, or get ready for bits upcoming. But like to have to drown out chants and have to just to have that like constant worry in the back of my head, it really was like on me at the end of the day to make sure that that we just limited those as much as possible, because it wasn't doing any good for the players. It wasn't doing any good for obviously, the executives and all that sort of stuff.
Organization.
Yeah, the organization. Yes, thank you. So it was very, very crazy. It was weird, especially with the game that Luka returned. Just to see him come out and like I'm not playing his Slovenian music. It was just, I'd been doing that for 5 years or 4 years. It was just really, really weird. Like I still feel like I'm in some weird timeline where it's
a parallel universe.
Yeah, exactly. A parallel universe where I'm like, I'll just be like, man, that really all happened, you know? So I'm definitely glad that the season's over. It was a challenging season for a lot of reasons, like the team that they would have fielded never even got a chance to prove themselves because of injury. So I'm just looking forward to, hey, next season, clean slate, Cooper Flag, let's go.
Yeah, that should bring the fans back in a big way.
Oh yeah.
Would the Stars have gone up to Winnipeg last night and won?
I think they would have, because Coach DeBoer is Mr. Game 7.
Okay.
But I had this weird feeling like in Game 1, like they got the one win they needed on the road, and I felt like this in Colorado too. And obviously this isn't how they think, but it was like, all right, we got the one we needed. Now we've got home ice. If we just take care of business at the American Airlines Center, we're good. Yeah. And I think, with their backs against the wall and with Pete DeBoer and Jake Ottinger and just the whole lineup, like especially those two though, like especially Otter, because I don't think, Rantanen's getting a lot of love, but I think Otter needs to get his fair share too this postseason, because there's no way that they're this far. They make it this far without him playing the way that he has been.
Jonathan Shippy Shipman, great to see you, brother.
Great to see you guys.
Congrats
soon.
on everything.
Thank you.
And best of luck, man. We'll catch up with you soon.
Thank you, sir. Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Salute. Shippy here in the house. What here? The 214 says, tell Shippy we love the tornado siren. We always go crazy when we hear it at the AAC.
All right.
It's a
I
nice
love it.
touch. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds of the football day coming up next. Chuck, what's in store?
How Chip Kelly convinced Ashton Genty to change his stance, milk me, and is this how Jaden Daniels is going to avoid the sophomore slump? That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddies, welcome back. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Here's Wolchuk with your sounds of the football day.
All right, a lot of audio that I've really just been accumulating here over the last week or so. But yesterday, we started talking, Eric brought it up, like, oh my gosh, Ashton Jeanty is having to change the Michael Myers stance, which Le'Veon Bell did. You know, you're just standing erect is what they would call it. You know, that'd be the way to describe it.
Yeah. Attention, maybe.
Absolutely. And, you know, Jahmyr Gibbs has done that as well. Other running backs have, but I guess Chip Kelly does not want Ashton Jeanty using that stance anymore. And here he was with Kay Adams talking about how Chip Kelly kind of broke the news to him.
Gonna change it, but I don't like what I'm seeing.
Sometimes you gotta, go with the flow. What's crazy is, man, Chip Kelly, he comes to me the first day of rookie minicamp. He like, you play basketball? Like, you ever play basketball? I'm like, yeah, I played basketball. Like, I could dunk, all that. He's like, okay. He was like, show me how you would guard me. Like, and he acting like he holding the ball.
Let's do this, get up.
He like, show me how you would guard me. He holding the ball. Like, act like you holding the ball.
Okay, got it, yeah.
And I'm like, I'm here.
Yeah.
Like, I'm, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he was like, that's exactly why you got to be down in your running back stance.
No, you were so convicted.
I was,
and
but.
then he won? Just like that? That's all it took?
He won for now. I'm going to try to persuade him one day. I gotta earn my stripes, make some plays first, but I don't think it's going to be the end.
Wow, that's disappointing. I mean, that's his patented move. That feels sort of disrespectful. Like, this is something that he's pretty well known for, and it obviously worked for him in a big way. Even Jahmyr Gibbs is at least one guy in the NFL that I know that has adopted that. I think Le'Veon Bell used to kind of do something similar with his stance where he's standing straight up in the backfield. Mm-hmm. It's a little disappointing. I don't know. I
want to see everything. As much as possible.
Love it. I mean, look, we have heard a lot of bad things about Chip Kelly as an NFL coach. If you listen to Deshaun
He's
Jackson,
a control freak. Very condescending.
Yeah, none of them liked him. But as a rookie, you don't know any different here. So maybe this is just Chip Kelly continuing to be a bleep hole, and he didn't learn anything from his previous stints with the Chiefs or with the Eagles and the 49ers. But either way, hopeful that this works out. Before I forget, Neil did text in. He wanted a big G-Bag shout-out to his soccer team. They ended up winning the Forney U12 boys, the Kraken. They won their first championship this past Saturday, so congratulations to them. Big, hefty G-Bag Nation. Hell yeah.
I love it, dude. Hell yeah. I think they went from worst to first as well, like in a matter of just a couple of seasons. That's good stuff. By the way, Jeanty gets the number 2. Their kicker, Daniel Carlson, was number 2.
Well, he sucks.
How much did he have to pay for it?
Nothing.
50 grand? 100 grand?
I don't think a damn thing.
Daniel Carlson asked for, he did the same thing kickers always do, a trip for his family to Disney World.
Dawson nailed it, dude. 50K.
50K?
50 G-Bos for the number 2.
Fleece, dude. That's, again, rookie that doesn't know any better. This is Daniel Carlson, a kicker that I don't think's been very good.
All the people in the Raiders organization are just taking advantage of Lindsey right now.
I was thinking he was going to go for I think those kickers tend, like the punter for the Giants went for the Disney World trip.
Well, for 50K, you might be able to afford one.
Yeah, absolutely.
How damn expensive.
I think I'd
Disney
get
is.
it under 12 grand for you with airfare.
Okay.
I mean, we're only staying 3 nights, but if I'm Jeanty, I'm willing to go along with this. I want to be the bright-eyed, open-eared guy as a rookie. If this isn't working and I'm not comfortable with it, then I'm quickly bailing on it.
Agreed.
I think that the organization is probably more invested in me than Chip Kelly at this point.
Yeah, and I'm excited about the prospects of Chip Kelly and what he does offensively with a guy like Jeanty and with Brock Bowers at tight end, Geno Smith now throwing the ball. But I wonder how long Jeanty had been doing this. I wonder if this was something that he grew up playing this way, or did he adopt it when he got to Boise State? Like, at what point did he make that switch? I don't think it would hinder anything, but
you never know.
It is just like, dude, let your best players do what they do.
Let them be comfortable. All right, let's get to Bill Belichick here. This was Cam Newton last week. I think this was on Friday, his 4th and 1 podcast. And we do have reports today that Jordan Hudson is saying that her and Bill are engaged and expecting to be married. Not confirmed, but possible. Here was Cam just ranting on Bill being Jordan Hudson.
I'm going to be the one that say, hate me, despise me, but somebody got to keep it real, man. I find it extremely interesting for a person who've always led with this. Do not be a distraction. We talking more about Jordan Hudson than talking about who's our starting quarterback. You can't name me 3 players on North Carolina's roster right now besides Jordan Hudson. In the NFL locker room, man, we'll laugh at this. Hey, Bill, hey, what you got going on, bro? Now you having that same situation with a 16-year-old that you're trying to recruit, and then you got to talk to his mama? This ain't a good look. As a teenager, can I compartmentalize this person as being my coach and take heed to what he's saying and be able to not throw that back at him and say, man, what you know, coach? Hey, you got girl problems just like me. Huh?
Say we come out first game out the gate, they lose. Will this be the headline of the story? The Jordan Hudson effect?
Of course it is.
Of course it is. So if they have a bad season, it's the Jordan Hudson effect. Now, Bill did take to the Pivot podcast, cleared a little bit of this up, said, look, this is the reason I've got Jordan CC'd on a lot of my emails. So he can focus on football. This is the spin now that they're trying to use. Like Jordan's, all the outside noise, all the other stuff, she's going to handle that. So Bill has the ability now to just have the football blinders on. And I'm just focused on North Carolina Tar Heel football right now.
Man, I thought his last couple of seasons of coaching had potentially tarnished his legacy a little bit. Then Tom Brady wins with Tampa, a little bit more tarnished. This is the worst thing that's happened to him since Brady left.
It's bad. It's bad. Yeah. Now, he did give us this gold story. I've never in my life heard of more. Now, Eric, you buy some pretty, great milk, just straight from the tap.
Yeah, straight from the udder. Just raw milk. Shout out to Circle and Dairy Farms.
Just ready to go. Well, I don't know what kind of milk Tom Brady's drinking, but here was the Belichick story on Antonio Brown getting Brady a ridiculously expensive milk.
Well, one of the funny stories in that book really is the Antonio Brown story. He was only with the Patriots for 11 days. I mean, and he, Tom's very nutrition oriented, and Antonio wanted to. Tom had Antonio come and stay at his house, wanted to embrace him, bring him onto the team, so forth. Went down there, and we actually beat Miami in Miami, which was that was good. But Antonio ordered milk. He ordered this special milk for Brady. It cost $5,000. $5,000. And to make a long story short, it kind of got mixed up, and it ended up in the mail room for too long. And by the time the milk went bad. Right. And so here we are sitting here with milk, and like, all right, well, what will cost $5,000? Oh my God. So we go out and get $5,000 worth of milk, this special milk, and give it to Brady from Antonio, even though it all, and so now we turn in an expense report, $5,000 worth of milk. I mean, but you know what? Sometimes you just gotta do the right thing, and I didn't want to ruin the relationship between Brown and Brady on this spoiled milk, so we spent $5,000 to replace this milk.
Milk is having a moment right now.
Unbelievable.
I mean, with the Brady stuff, with the RG3 stuff, milk is, I don't know if it's up or down, but it's hot right now.
That Pivot podcast is too.
And this has to be a PED milk. It's the same milk that LeBron's drinking, right?
$5,000,
yeah. What the hell kind of milk? Is this camel milk?
Bobby found on Google mice milk is $22K. That's the most expensive.
A gallon?
An animal can produce. $5,000 for milk.
This is PED milk.
If you just put in what kind of milk, Google will autocomplete it to cost $5,000 right now. As people are trying to get to the bottom of the story.
Everyone wants to find out who is this milk? What is this milk? Where did it come from?
If it has magical healing properties, you got the right growth hormones in there or something.
Maybe
pro athlete.
Fountain of youth. Maybe the avocado ice cream. It's made out of this special milk. And that's
boy, for $5,000, it better stay good for more than a week or two.
Did they not ask? Who's asking follow-ups here?
Right?
Is this Channing Crowder and who else?
This is Crowder.
Crowder's a radio host. I expect Crowder to be like, what? Give me the details on this milk. What are the origins of this milk? Why is it so expensive? Yep. And what PEDs are in it?
When you Google, the most likely answer is Cambodian breast milk. Not sure exactly what the Cambodians got working on.
That's probably the most
very
nutrient
very
dense.
Juggy.
That's a Chappelle Show reference.
Oh, no. Okay, I got butt crack.
Thank you, Lucius. Butt crack by Cambodian breast. That's the first of its kind.
Thank you for the education there, Lucius. All right, let's go to, speaking of breast milk, Jaden Daniels' mom, Regina Jackson. I actually don't know if Jaden was a breast milker.
He has to be. That athleticism, that's not
everybody's
not an
capable of it, but maybe
that athlete's not from a bottle.
Now,
That's from
I've got an article. Maybe we can break this out. Down the road, we get into the dog days of summer, but like NFL sophomore slumps, who can avoid this? We saw C.J. Stroud deal with it. Not necessarily all on him. Certainly, Bobby Slowick lost his fastball there in Houston, but Jaden Daniels' mom might be the reason that he's able to avoid this. This woman is not allowing him any distractions. Here she is, and how protective she is over her boy.
He's a kid, and I don't know why we stop parenting kids at a certain age, but that's for a later show. The thing is he doesn't know what he doesn't know, and he knows football because that's what he's been doing, and he does it very well, and he's been, very acclimated in sports since he was young, but he doesn't know the business world. He doesn't know the predators or the vultures that could be out there. And so he feels very comfortable in knowing that not only am I educated and qualified to do it, I'm also his mom. And, the thing is, I think we're changing the narrative that hasn't been out there. So it looks a little different than what people are used to, because not only am I, educated on that side, I'm also a certified agent, but I'm also his business manager. So I'm dealing on a day-to-day basis. Like, we have a marketing team that I hire, but I'm dealing with creative teams because, again, it's how I want Jaden to be positioned in the world. I don't want him to be positioned, just to go grab a brand deal for the money. Like, I want him to be positioned in the world, for the longevity. So there's a lot of stuff that we don't do because it doesn't align with our brand and what he wants to do.
Speaking of that, no women. You keep the women's away from my son. Regina Jackson not having
dating?
This. We got time for dating another time.
Post-playing days.
Yeah.
Go full Bill Belichick in 50 years.
Well, I mean, Jaden Daniels obviously blessed with a lot of talent. That mom, though, to have that advantage,
it's pretty incredible.
Getting into pro sports. I mean, it probably took me 2 decades to get some sort of a grasping of household finances, and we're throwing all these guys into the league in their 20s. The NFL does their best job they can, but there's just not a lot of time there in that rookie orientation. I mean, financial wellness is, like a lifetime of wisdom that you have to gather. And, sounds like she has quite the skill set to propel her son forward and protect him, because there are, I mean, not only the dating, but the agents, the sharks, there's so many horror stories. I mean, what was it? Chandler Parsons got taken, big time in some sort of a con man.
I think Tyron Smith maybe also went through some stuff.
There's the ladies who are cleat chasing and the con men who are like financial advisors or whatever. And there's pitfalls right and left. Got to have somebody you can trust. And nobody better than mom for that. Jared Sandler joins us next here. We're talking Rangers, Yankees with him here on 105.3 The Fan.
special. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Jared Sandler. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. He's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing, and he joins us now to preview Rangers-Yankees with the pregame 45 minutes away. Sands, how are you?
What's up, fellas?
Man, epic rant on the Astros fans, by the way. Thought you were in midseason form right there.
Thanks. You know, I don't have Rangers extra innings as an outlet, so I decided to get it started on Twitter, and then I felt compelled. Poor Elvis, by the way. I mean, Elvis was awesome about it. I watched it once. I don't really like watching anything I do, especially when I get angry like that. But I made the comment. My favorite part is I said, Dyken, whatever. And I looked at Elvis like, it's no longer Minute Maid Park. And I was like, oh, okay.
I know.
He didn't know. Elvis afterwards, though, wanted to get a towel to, cool me off like he was in my corner like it was a boxing match. Can I tell you, one of the greatest joys I've had this year is getting to spend time with Elvis, because when I started in 2015, I had several years with Elvis. I had 6 years with Elvis, but when you start, some people already have their guys who they trust, and I eventually got to the point with Elvis where he knew who I was, he knew what I did. I think there was a level of trust, but it's different when you're there from the start. And so getting to know Elvis in a way that I really didn't get to know him before has been so much fun. And he literally takes in these games. He's not taking copious notes, breaking down pitch sequencing. He is just rooting for everyone in a Rangers uniform to succeed. And when something goes well, he's before I can even turn to him, he's got a hand up ready to high five and fist. I mean, it is really cool. He is just a big fan watching the games, and it's been a lot of fun getting to spend some time with him.
That's badass. Jared, all right, so what do you think about this series heading to New York? Now, you're not there yet. I know you're hoping to join the club Thursday. We'll see about the weather there in New York. That's always very hit or miss. But what do you think about some of the pitching matchups we've got? Obviously, the Rangers have a great chance every game. But the lineup, is there anything favorable here against the Yankees?
Yeah, I guess you don't have to face Garrett Cole because he's hurt. That's a good thing. I mean, I hate that for him. You don't have to face Max Fried. He pitched Friday night, so you avoid that. That's nice. He's been one of the best pitchers in Major League Baseball this year. I'd like to say that they got a good shot against Will Warren. He hasn't been spectacular, but I mean we've seen it, right? I mean I can sit here and say that, but until this lineup puts together a consistent run of production. It's tough to have. I understand if fans don't have the world's highest level of confidence. And I'd say this: pitching at Yankee Stadium is going to test the Rangers' rotation. Not that they're not up for it. I mean, you'll see Eovaldi and DeGrom as well. DeGrom tomorrow, Eovaldi on Thursday. This is going to be a tough test for Patrick Corbin. He has given up a lot of weak contact, but he has given up some weak contact in the air, and we know that weak contact in the air at Yankee Stadium can turn into a home run where it's a routine fly out in other places, especially if you get it down the right field line. So the Rangers are going to have to score some runs. They're going to have a tougher time winning games, 3-2, 4-3 at Yankee Stadium. Not that it can't be done, but you got to go into that series thinking if we're going to win a game, we need to be ready to score 5. Even with DeGrom tomorrow, you feel really good about that number being a little bit lower. With Eovaldi Thursday, that feel good about that number being a little bit lower. But that's just, when you got the Yankees lineup, Cody Bellinger's hitting well. Aaron Judge has been outstanding, even if he's cooled off here a little bit lately. It's not going to be an easy test, and this is where you really need your lineup to hopefully step up.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the Yankee lineup. Obviously, Aaron Judge is the headliner. You mentioned Bellinger. Seems like he's gotten going over the last month or so. Does anybody else really pose a real threat?
Well, Fort Worth's Trent Grisham, who was Trent Clark when he was drafted out of high school in Fort Worth, and then later changed his last name to Grisham. He's gotten off to a great start. He's always been known as a really good defensive player who just hasn't quite figured it out consistently with the bat, but heck, he's got 12 home runs this year. He would be leading the Rangers, by a landslide. So he's off to a really good start for them. They've got DJ LeMahieu back and healthy. And so, that's, if he is healthy and he's right, he's a really good hitter who profiles really well in that ballpark. And then Paul Goldschmidt, who's kind of been a little bit of a renaissance. A lot of people thought his career was done, and who knows what it will look like after 162. But so far, he's been a big revelation for that lineup and is produced at a super high level.
It's Jared Sandler here with you on 105.3 The Fan. How much of a concern, just generally, is it facing lefties right now? Like, if you had to face the Yankees in a playoff series, are we done ski, or are we heading in the right direction?
Are you talking about lefty pitchers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're going to do. First of all, with Sam Haggerty and Kevin Pillar, are they going to be able to keep both those guys on the roster? Because both those guys are there to hopefully be a solution against lefties. But neither of those guys, with all due respect to them, are big needle movers, right? We're not talking about the way that Jock Peterson has crushed righties in the past, and the Rangers obviously hoping that he'll get back to that. Neither Haggerty nor Pillar is expected to produce against lefties at that level. So who are your guys going to be against lefties? We know that Corey Seager is immune to any sort of traditional disadvantage from a platoon standpoint. So you feel good when he's healthy that he's going to be able to produce against lefties. Wyatt Langford, you feel good about that. But this is where, like last year, Marcus Semien had a down year, right? But he still, if you look at his numbers against lefties, he still produced against lefties. The Rangers need that. They need their right-handed bats to be able to step in and help provide a little more of a threat, because Jock Peterson's a middle-of-the-order bat, but he's not someone you're going to rely on against lefties. Evan Carter, when he is back and healthy, he's a guy who you're not going to rely on to get lefties out. So I think Marcus Semien could be a big part of the solution here. So hoping that, he can get things going. And then obviously a guy like Jake Berger, who doesn't necessarily profile as a guy that's, got extreme splits or anything, but, he's a right-handed bat with power, and the Rangers need some force against lefties. They need someone who can change the scoreboard by multiple runs with one swing of the bat. And, he's another guy who you would hope could help answer that question. But no, to your question right now, Gavin, I would say that it's definitely a fair question and a concern. The only reason maybe it's not a bigger concern is I just think in general the lineup as a whole is perplexing people in terms of how this lineup can produce like a top 5 lineup that we all expected it to be when the season started.
Al Leiter, pretty awesome there on MLB Network with Jack. So where is Jack in what they were talking about right there, tunneling and getting that downhill instead of opening early and pulling the ball out of the strike zone? How consistent has he been with this mechanical adjustment, and what could it mean for him?
Yeah, I think, it was about a cough. I think that he's definitely shown improvements there. And, when you can tunnel, like Jacob deGrom, and I know it's not fair to compare anyone to Jacob deGrom. I'm not comparing anything other than the fact that Jacob deGrom at times can rely on 2 pitches that play off of each other, that because of tunneling, you just got no chance. He throws his fastball and his slider. He throws it glove side, which is away to a righty or in on a lefty. But, specifically against righties, He throws that fastball slider combo. You know that you're probably getting a pitch over the outer part of the plate. He is going to locate it well, and you're not going to know until the very last second whether it's a fastball or a slider. So good luck. Tunneling allows you to take your pitches and make them play better than what they really are. And I think Jack's come a long way with that. I do think, though, when you see some of the, we talked about Boston, putting guys away with 2 strikes, I think that's where tunneling can come into play. But I do think that the running fastball, the sinker that he's added, plays a role, helps in that regard. And the thing with Jack is, and we've talked about it, he is a total student, right? Like he is sitting there after every start, and he is going to review every little detail, and that's a part of it too. And I think that's been a big part of, what he's emphasized, just the ability to tunnel and get his pitches to play off one another well. And obviously having a dad like Al, certainly helps, getting another set of eyes with great guidance along with the Rangers pitching staff. So I think he has taken strides in that way. And I think that, like a lot of young pitchers, Paul Skeens was striking guys out before he stepped on the mound as a big leaguer, it seemed like. But a lot of young pitchers, the strikeout numbers start a little bit slower than what you'd expect with the stuff, and then they start to pick up. And I think that we'll probably see an uptick in that as Jack's season progresses.
Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Thank you, sir. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Sounds good, fellas.
There he goes. Sports Hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. What's in store?
We've got the NBA West Finals starting tonight, plus a Prison Break update and the Winnie 500 next in the nation.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We're just 29 minutes now from Rangers pregame. They are visiting the Yankees over the next 3 days. Some weather expected tomorrow and Thursday, so be on the lookout for that. Time now for a sports hodgepodge. Here's the Chief.
Okay, T-Wolves, Thunder getting going in Oklahoma City tonight. Western Conference Finals won't have a team from California or Texas for the first time in 29 years.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Lakers, Warriors, Mavs, Spurs, Rockets in there. Yeah, that CP. Well, they played the California team that year, so yeah, that's surprising, especially because what is it? 6 teams, a total of 6 teams in a 15-team conference.
Yeah,
that's dominance right there,
no doubt. Last time was Sonics versus Jazz in 1996. It's the last time a Western Conference Finals didn't have a California team or a Texas team in it.
Sean Kemp, Gary Payton, Detlef Schrempf, maybe some Dale Ellis in there, Percy Hawkins.
I do wonder how the
Good
ratings
Sonics
will end up being for this one, right? You have kind of smaller markets. Obviously, you do have Anthony Edwards, who's a star. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander could end up being the MVP.
Yeah.
But do casual basketball fans, are they really getting roped into Minnesota OKC? I guess we'll see how these numbers look.
It's the battle of the MVPs, bro.
Yeah.
It's good.
Absolutely. Whoever wins this one is MVP.
Are you rooting for T-Wolves? Or are you rooting for Thunder?
I'm not rooting for anybody in this one.
Okay.
Not yet. I'll see how the series goes, and I might pick somebody.
Yeah.
You know
Might make you feel the type of way you start reading one
somebody
side.
might do something. I'm like, nah, I want to see him lose now, fam.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to see incredible plays. I think we're going to get lots of those with these guys. But the NBA's business plan is really interesting right now, and it's coming into focus. A lot of people are talking about it because how they changed the CBA. You don't have super teams, and your best players are in tiny markets now. So it is a weird time.
Yeah, it is. SGA versus Anthony Davis is going to be fantastic. And these are clearly the 2 best teams in the West right now, so it should be a heck of a series. The books favor the Thunder in a huge way, which I guess shouldn't be too surprising just on the regular season that they had, and it's back-to-back seasons now of the Thunder being, in a large sample, the best team in the Western Conference, but they are a heavy favorite here. I would expect this thing to probably go 7 games. Now, since 2000, only 4 number 1 overall picks have made the NBA Finals with the team that drafted them.
Wow.
And so Anthony Davis has the opportunity to become the 5th member of that particular club since the year 2000. Wow. You've got LeBron James who did it, Dwight Howard did it, Kyrie Irving did it, and DeAndre Ayton did it. And I think I could have given you to the rest of time, and you wouldn't have thought about DeAndre Ayton.
No.
You're like, oh my gosh, I forgot that Ayton and the Suns actually made it.
There
to the
was
finals.
a time where Ayton was looking good, and the Suns probably should have won that finals. They got up 2-0 in that series, and all of a sudden it was Milwaukee and Giannis getting the Dwayne Wade treatment.
Oh,
man, and that's crazy. I think that could play a role in what Lucius was talking about, like me picking who I want to see win. I think OKC fouls so much, like I'm with Chris Finch, and I think SGA foul hunts, and he gets to the line way too much.
Yes, it's not.
But he's the guy. Like SGA is all of the guy, the intangibles, the leadership. The fact that he brings all of his guys around him when he does the post-game interviews. Like their culture is the best, and you should want to root for them. I feel like. But at the same time, OKC's a bit of a Mavs rival. And I also still consider them the Sonics.
Yeah, I'm going Minnesota in this series. I think Anthony Edwards is the best player on the floor, and I think the size is going to be an issue for Oklahoma City, much like when the Mavericks were able to beat them last year with Gafford and Lively. I think having Naz Reid, and then Julius Randle's been playing absolutely phenomenal. Rudy Gobert, even though he's an absolute bleep hole and has a very punchable face, still huge, good defender. I think ultimately I'll go Wolves in 6.
Okay. Wow. I love that. That's a bold take right there, and I dig it. Jaden McDaniels is another factor there. We saw how, firsthand last year as a wing defender. I mean, that's a guy who would probably give SGA some fits. Let's be real about that.
Williams?
Yeah. Jaden McDaniels for the Wolves.
For Minnesota? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
for Minnesota.
I see what you're doing there.
Yeah. So as a defender, I mean, that's going to be a fun matchup right there. I do have to, I guess, apologize. I think I've done this a couple of times. Did I say Anthony Davis instead of Anthony Edwards? I did that, didn't I?
It's one. Yeah, I mean, it goes It's a tough one.
I have to apologize.
But Anthony Davis might try to become a number 1 pick that wins the title again next year. I mean, this is still in play.
That's true. Just won't be for his the team that drafted
You were
him.
projecting ahead. You got in that time machine, and
shout out to my buddy. Remember the story about my girls going homicidal on the raccoons?
Well, how can we forget?
My buddy Sam is the one who took him out on that trip. He's the one that just texted me just to let me know how much of a dumb I am.
Yeah, I mean,
Anthony Davis, dumbass.
Fantex is lighting you up for it.
Fantex is as well.
Yeah, they're going off, but it's okay. I mean, it happens. We stumble sometimes.
It's hard doing this radio every once in a while.
Thought you knew basketball, Chief.
I'm just peeking at the text. That is a litany.
Yeah, it's bad.
Of I'm a dumbass text.
Leave him
very
alone.
fair.
I thought you just did it again with Jalen Williams, which I was thinking, man, did he get into that Delta 9 over there?
Oh, no, dude.
That's an issue, that Delta 9
That's
stuff.
in my past. That was so yesterday, Dawson.
But yes, if OKC's going to win, Jalen Williams.
Hey, shout out to the WNBA, though, because the Sky Fever game averaged 2.5 million viewers this past weekend. Nice. Most watched WNBA game ever on ESPN. So that's pretty big time stuff right there for them. And, of course, the conversation has not stopped. Now, we do have something big. This is exciting, right? Brought us this weekend. It's a big weekend for you.
It's
with the auto racing?
All the auto racing. It's really our Super Bowl. We race it. We start the day in Monaco in the morning, and then we race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And we finish up with the Coke 600 at night. So for auto racing enthusiasts, it's huge.
Well, and it gets even bigger. Just when you thought it couldn't get any bigger.
We got the Wienermobiles racing. Is that what you said?
We have the first ever hot off the grill Weenie 500.
Yeah.
It will stream live on Friday.
Yes.
At 1 o'clock
Was that
Central
Wiener Dogs?
Time.
Is it Wiener Dog race?
This
Dachshunds?
is
the Dachshunds. Yeah,
they're getting after it, boys. Let's go.
Oscar Mayer Wiener Mobiles.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
Racing
about.
around the most iconic track in all of motorsports.
They're racing these things at Indy?
Yes.
Like a boxcar derby.
Are they going to roll?
That, dude? I don't know. I don't know how fast these things can even go. I don't know what type of prowess these drivers have as like actual race car drivers. Are these just your run-of-the-mill Oscar Mayer Wienermobile dudes and gals hopping in these cars as they do throughout the year, or are they going to get like some specialized race car type drivers? Are they going to soup these things up?
Well,
I mean, they're aerodynamic as hell, so that's going to be good for them.
The other day in Formula One, they raced Lego cars. Like they were physically in the cars, a car's built with Legos.
With Legos?
With Legos. All Legos. And they were like, it was hilarious.
Was it a disaster?
They were bumping into each other and Lego pieces were falling off and stuff like that. But it was the actual drivers, 2 drivers a car is what it was. It was fun.
They can make some cool stuff out of Legos these days.
Yeah, but Lego cars
really can.
So yeah, I think that maybe.
Are you in on this? Or like, do you feel like this is a good bid for your sport?
Oh, they're going to do anything. That's what auto racing is.
I didn't know if you think they're making a mockery of what is supposed to be the biggest weekend in motorsports.
It's cool.
I think this is incredible.
Yeah,
I
It kind of counts desperate to me.
Yeah,
do you think so?
Desperate for a wiener.
They're having
it's
like
a bit of a reach.
Gotta get somebody to watch.
I don't know, but Indy's got like
The
300.
12 wieners out there.
Oh, okay. Who's the idea man behind this? He comes into the boardroom.
They're going to have like
Guys.
All right, everyone, pick your winner.
350,000.
I've got it.
They're going to have
I'm taking winner number
350,000 people watching this,
Watching 6 wieners.
watching the 500. So
Do you like watching wieners?
This is next Friday at 1 o'clock
Yeah, this is
Texas time, by the way, if you want to stream it.
this is before the race. So yeah.
Perfect. It's a great
I'm
appetizer.
watching one right now. They're big and clunky, bro. I don't know how it's going to make a turn.
That's
I know.
what I'm thinking. This
Yeah.
could be
We
quite
could have
a
some
wreck.
wiener disaster.
Might
Yeah.
have the big one.
Yeah, might have the big one.
Of course, the victor would go to the Wiener Circle, Chief.
The wiener circle.
The wiener circle. I like that. They are apparently going to start it off with the drivers start your wieners, and then boom, they're all going to fire up. So this is going to be must watch.
I think we need to do. What time is it on Friday?
1
o'clock
Okay.
Central Time.
Oh, this will be before we do our show. Yeah.
We'll be prepping. This is how we're going to prep for the show.
Oh, that's this Friday. That's my bad.
Krusty's
Thank you.
Corner.
Man, May's flying along.
Anthony Davis, Warriors, and this Friday,
week.
next Friday.
Krusty Corner. Wiener.
Fountains of misinformation. Is that what you call it, Brian?
Yeah, he is a fountain of misinformation over there.
Give me more credit than that, dude. I'm a
No,
professional
I'm
ball
not.
sacker.
I'm not. I'm not giving you any credit.
That's my real title on my resume.
No, I'm not going to give you any credit for that.
I do want to apologize to the Edwards family, though. It was disrespectful.
A little bit.
Yeah. We'll be better.
And the 817 might have to apologize for him, says wiener watching is a sport.
It is now.
That's just inappropriate.
Damn right, CA.
Can't believe he texted that. Okay, is that it?
Freaking peered.
Not early.
Well,
Cold
I mean,
War,
are we
Rangers pregame?
Wait, are we
Do we
good
gotta go,
here?
Lucius?
What?
Do you think we got to go now? Because the new
Oh,
pregame
yeah,
started at
sure
5:30?
do. I'm just grooving in here.
So is Dawson. Dawson thinks we're in the expressway right now.
Yeah, I'm grooving over here, bro.
I wonder what Anthony Davis has to say about this.
All right, we'll come back and get you set up for this Rangers-Yankees pregame coming up at 6:30, and we're back with that here in the Nation.
products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddies, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, day one of Cowboys OTAs today, Brian. Dak Prescott, full participation.
Yes, we talked about that yesterday. Glad to see that one work out for everybody.
That's amazing. You know, he was asked about the fact that Stephen Jones said about 6 weeks ago that he would be limited in the offseason, but he said he's 100%, feels great, and that's a great step in the right direction.
I was hearing that he was doing some of the mobility things, like, you know, John Machota was talking about extending the pocket, extending the plays, things like that. I was hearing that it was the rollouts and things like that as well. So good to see him moving around like that.
Yeah, it was. And, you know, I think if this season is going to go well, Dak Prescott has to be the player that he was, in 2023. Yeah. And last year at the start of the season, he's healthy. He ends up with 11 touchdowns and 8 picks, and you never felt like the offense really got rolling. And it made me wonder, like, has Dak kind of is he over the hill as an athlete now? And then, you add what Steven said 6 weeks ago. I think today was massive for the Cowboys. I don't think you can understate how important that is that Dak's 100%. The other thing, Micah Parsons not there. Do you get the feeling from anybody that anybody cares over there, Brian?
Don't get the feeling. I mean, if you want to talk about the guy being a leader and all that, that's where you care. But I think they realize that Micah is going to be Micah. He does not like classroom football, and that's not his thing. And he's got other interests and things he wants to do. But he also now has kind of a reason. He can just talk about what happened. We all saw it with Sean Lee getting tangled up with Zach Martin. Injuries happen out there. Did the Ravens lose their safety the other day? Wolchuk,
yeah, the
Washington.
Ravens lost Darius Washington. Dre Greenlaw, has had a season-ending injury. But you could be there and not participate.
He said he's there for certain things.
Yeah, like he was there Monday is what Shoddy said.
So Dawson, to answer your question, I think that there's concern, but I don't think there's concern. That's one of the worst answers I could ever give. But that's kind of like there's people that are like, okay, we understand what's going on. We'd like to have him here, but they're also not grinding their teeth about it right now.
The reason I ask it, this is one of those sensitive situations where they're totally optional. So as a coach, you really can't answer the question in a way that puts pressure on the guy.
He's talking about, and if you listen to Shotty, he's handling this the right way. He keeps saying, it's voluntary. It's voluntary. I'd like to have him here. It's voluntary. Keeps using that word. Keeps reminding us that, and that's the reason why, because they're voluntary.
I don't want to make too big of a deal out of it, but I think defensive leadership is massive considering how last year started.
And a new scheme, too.
I think the big question is, who is the leader on defense? Where's the leadership coming from? Mike is the guy that talks about it. I don't think that he is a leader personally. He's damn good on the field, and that's fine. You can be the best player on defense and not be a leader, but I'm never really going to look at him as he's the leader of the defense.
Maybe they look to free agency to try to find that. I mean, Solomon Thomas and Kenneth Murray Jr., the way that they talked after signing, gave me strong leadership vibes.
Well, their draft class, that's kind of what it was all about, right? Everyone they got were team captains.
But the most important thing that a leader does is he sets the example that whatever coach says, we're flying 100 miles an hour to accomplishing that goal. And last year when they changed over to Mike Zimmer, even though Micah and Mike were good pals and they really hit it off, they couldn't get buy-in from the other guys. And they even talked about that at midseason. Like, we really let the team down by not getting after learning this defense better. So, if they haven't found a better guy to galvanize everybody, maybe you get in somebody's face, maybe you have a soft conversation about it, but there's got to be one of those guys. And I think maybe the Cowboys recognize we don't have that,
Yeah. I think it's more frustrating, too, because Micah always talks about how he wants to be the leader, and he lends voice to the idea that he can be that guy or he is that guy, but then you're absent.
Yeah. And
I think it annoys Dak. I think Dak's someone that it bothers him.
Pickens got all the first-team reps, right?
Yes, sir.
No doubt about that. I mean, just get in there and tear him up, kick ass, and take names.
I'm glad Tyler Booker's not getting donged around like, you got to earn the starting job or whatever.
12 overall.
Like
let's not fool ourselves. Get the reps against the goods and move on.
It'll be a big Wednesday for us tomorrow. We hope you can join us. It'll be another 3.5-hour presentation. It'll be a Game 1 Western Conference final show with Stars and Oilers. We got Mike Heika set to join us from DallasStars.com tomorrow at 4 o'clock. I think Ralph Strange is going to join us Thursday after the Rangers game to sort of react to Game 1 and get you ready for Game 2. But that is going to do it for today. Rangers baseball is coming up here with the pregame at 5:30. Patrick Corbin on the hill, the Rangers lefty in the Bronx. That can be helpful. We got that short porch there in right field. Thanks to Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitz. You just went 3.5 flawless once again like it was nothing. Wolchuk and Chiafalo, salute to you guys. And Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105 through thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And for Brian Broaddus, OTAs continue tomorrow. We'll have a full sports show for you at 2. You're going home with the nation. Addy.